This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Lady Astor presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Across the Pacific. The starring players.
This is Humphrey Bogart.
This is Mary Astor.
This is Sidney Greenstreet.
Tonight, Lady Astor welcomes you to a suspenseful program of espionage and counter-espionage. Across the Pacific, starring Humphrey Bogart as Captain Rick Leland, a United States Army intelligence officer, Mary Astor as Alberta Marlowe, and Sidney Greenstreet as Dr. Lorenz, a spy in the employ of the Japanese government.
Are you sure that Dr. Lorenz is the head of this Jap spy ring, General Rogers?
Yes, Captain Leland.
Then why don't you just arrest him?
Well, that wouldn't solve the problem, Captain. We must know what Dr. Lorenz is planning. No, Captain, I'm afraid you're going to have to suffer the disgrace of a dishonorable discharge if we're going to trap Dr. Lorenz.
Very well, sir.
Of course, you know what you're letting yourself in for. No one but you and I will know that the evidence placed against you at the court-martial will be faked.
No one, sir?
Well, Colonel Hart in New York and Smith, our operative in Panama, will know, but your fellow officers won't.
Well, they're not going to think very much of me, are they?
Almost certainly not. But the more authentic we can make your disgrace appear, the better your chance of catching Lorenz. Do you want to withdraw from the operation?
I guess I can take it, sir. Start the court-martial.
Captain Leland, the court by secret written ballot finds you guilty as charged and sentences you to be dismissed from the service of the Army of the United States.
Well, that was the situation Captain Rick Leland faced. Forced to sacrifice everything he had gained during 10 years of splendid service, suffer the bitter enmity of his fellow officers, on the chance that he might catch Dr. Lorenz.
Pardon me, sir.
Yes, Captain Leland?
Well, General Rogers knew what he was doing. Immediately after my court-martial, Dr. Lorenz showed the interest in me that General Rogers had anticipated. For weeks, our operatives have been trying to book passage out of Halifax on the Genoa Maru, a Jap freighter carrying Dr. Lorenz to the Orient. And for weeks, they'd been getting turned down. But they took me, a disgraced ex-coast artillery officer, aboard right away. That's where I met Alberta Marlowe, just as the Genoa Maru left her dock. Don't look now, baby, but there's a man following you.
What?
How are you?
Aren't we being just a little premature?
Oh, I don't know. On a boat carrying only 4 passengers, we're going to know each other eventually. Why not now?
That's reasonable. I'm Alberta Marlowe.
And I'm Rick Leland. Would you mind stepping into the light so I can see your face? You better pinch me.
I don't think I know you well enough for that yet.
A pretty girl on a boat with no college boys, no handsome officers, no eligible men of any description. It's wonderful.
Have you traveled a lot, Mr. Leland?
Some. Never in such beautiful company.
Good night, Mr. Leland.
No, don't go. Let's sit in the salon and talk.
I'm sorry. I hope I'll see you again.
Yes, I imagine you will. On a boat this size, we may run into each other. Now, that wasn't the best start a romance ever had. Well, I had to file Alberta's attractions away for future reference and concentrate on Dr. Lorenz. The doc was concentrating on me, too. And the night before we were due to dock in New York, he tried to loosen up my tongue by getting me drunk.
Certain remarks you dropped on deck this morning, Mr. Leland. I gather you're quite well informed in matters pertaining to the United States Navy.
Yeah. I know a little bit about it.
Were you perhaps in the Navy?
Nope. Coast Artillery, Army.
Oh, how interesting. Were you stationed in Panama?
Part of the time.
I hope you don't think I'm too inquisitive.
Not at all. You're furnishing the whiskey.
That's hardly an excuse for asking a man his history.
I haven't got any history. I was in the Army. I got kicked out. I went to Canada and tried to join their army, but they wouldn't have me.
Can't understand that.
Simple enough. They don't want men kicked out of another army.
What do you plan to do now?
Well, I still have some friends in the canal zone, I think. Maybe I can pick up a few bucks. Then when I get to the Orient, I'll hire out to whoever will pay for my services.
It's very interesting, Mr. Leland. I can't tell you how I sympathize.
Thanks, Doc.
Do you intend to stay aboard the Genoa Maru when we dock in New York tomorrow? Or do you perhaps have friends there, Mr. Leland?
Well, I doubt if I have any friends left, but I'm going to give at least one of them a chance to kick me out of his office.
Well, it's good to see you, Captain Leland.
Thank you, sir.
Well, how are you and the genial Dr. Lorenz making out?
I think he's rising to the bait, Colonel.
Well, don't be too sure of anything. Lorenz is no chump, or he wouldn't have lasted so long with the Japanese.
Oh, he isn't exactly naive. I had to shake a guy getting here. Started to trail me right from the Genoa Maru.
Now, be very careful, Captain Leland. You're entirely surrounded by enemies every second you're on that boat.
Yes, sir. Oh, incidentally, there's a girl aboard the Genoa Maru.
Oh, yeah.
Alberta Marlowe.
Yes, we're investigating her. She makes an effort to convince everyone that she comes from Medicine Hat. As a matter of fact, she owns an exclusive women's wear shop right here in New York. Last year, she made 8 trips to Europe.
Well, they might have been buying trips for her shop.
Of course. Then again, they might not. If she's on the level, how could she get aboard the Genoa Maru?
Yes, that's true.
What's Miss Marlowe like, Captain Leland?
Well, you remember the girl you dreamed about marrying when you were 16? Well, this is her in the flesh.
I understand. Well, Captain, the Genoa Maru will be sailing shortly. You'd better get back to your ship and Dr. Lorenz and the girl I was going to marry when I was 16.
Yes, sir. Well, Alberta, what do you think of your trip on the Genoa Maru?
It's some experience for a girl from Medicine Hat, Rick.
Is that a gag, or do you really come from a place called Medicine Hat?
What's wrong with Medicine Hat except that it's cold in winter, hot in summer, and nothing ever happens there?
Ah, you happen there, baby. That's good enough for me. Are you, by any chance, a wealthy girl, I hope?
No. My father was a farmer. I work in the 10-cent store in Medicine Hat. I sell peanut brittle.
Well, I'm used to bad luck. I'll probably end up having the captain marry us on the boat.
Oh, no, you won't. I want a church wedding.
Oh.
By the way, you've lived in Panama. Did you happen to know a man named Morton? Dan Morton?
Yes, I remember something about him. Planter, I think. Kind of eccentric. Why?
Oh, some people in Halifax told me to look him up.
Oh, do. He might take a fancy to you and leave you all his money. Then you and I'll be in fine shape.
I'm not so obsessed with money as you are. I can get along without money.
You stick to me, baby, and you'll get a lot of practice at it.
I certainly pity the woman you ever marry.
Oh, I won't ever marry.
You aren't married, are you, Rick?
Uh-huh. You keep asking questions like that, what'll happen to our romance?
What'll happen to it anyway if you don't shave?
Oh, now, Alberta, you wouldn't let a little 5 o'clock shadow stand between us.
I certainly would.
Well, that isn't very tactful. Do I say anything about your dishpan hands?
Good morning, Miss Marlowe. Mr. Leland.
Good morning,
Good morning, Doc.
I enjoy listening to you two, if you'll permit me.
Well, you can referee.
Relationships between modern young Americans seem most unusual to a man of my years. You give your lovemaking a peculiar assault and battery twist.
That's the same principle as a prize fighter going into training before a big fight, Doc.
Well, your sparring partner is checking out now, Rick. I'll see you this afternoon.
I'll see you later.
Bye, Doctor.
Goodbye. Miss Marlowe is a very charming young woman, Mr. Leland. I'm glad to see that you're so interested in her.
Oh, you are? Well, thanks, Doc.
Not at all. You see, I'm very interested in you, Mr.
Yes,
Leland.
I know. Everybody falls for my pretty brown eyes.
Don't be facetious, Mr. Leland. One night you told me about your trouble in the Army. I'd like to hear more about that.
Why not? It's known in every army post in this hemisphere. I got in a jam with a dame. I needed dough. I had access to regimental funds. I borrowed from it. meaning to put the money back, of course.
Of course.
But they found out before I could. Well, you can write your own finish.
Whatever that finish is to be, you'll need money. Here's $350. You can have more when you want it. Within reason, of course.
Now, let's hear my side of the deal.
I never discuss being a traitor with a man. You'll find it easier if you don't think about that part of it.
Go ahead.
Very well. In a day or two, you'll talk to me about certain military installations in the vicinity of both Balboa and Cristobal, with particular reference to anti-aircraft emplacements, railway guns, and ammunition dumps.
Well, that ought to be worth quite a lot.
Find me quite generous. And now, having committed yourself to acting as my agent, I wouldn't want you to change your mind. That might turn out to be most fatally unfortunate.
Yes, I get it. Now, when do you want this information?
When we arrive in Panama. Good day, Mr. Leland.
Yeah. Good day.
And so the curtain falls on Act One of Across the Pacific, starring Humphrey Bogart as Rick Leland, Mary Astor as Alberta Marlowe, and Sidney Greenstreet as Dr. Lorenz. Act Two in just a moment. Now, here's an interesting Believe It or Not from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Here is a believe it or not, if ever there were one. Last Friday, a woman applied for membership in an organization of grandmothers. Dark, slim, and attractive. She looked more like a bride than a grandmother. Sorry, she was told. This club is for grandmothers only. But I am a grandmother, she insisted. I'm 46 years old. And she showed them a picture of her two small grandchildren. The next day, I met a member of the club at a luncheon, and she told me about the incident. She said, "You'd never guess that woman's age. Why, her skin looked as smooth and fresh as a girl's. I thought she was about 30. Now, that's why she looked so young. Because of her skin. A soft, smooth, fresh-looking skin can make any woman look younger, whether she's 30, 40, or even 50 years old. And a fresher, younger-looking skin is something nearly any woman can have if she really wants it. Now, I'd like to send you a tube of Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream free, so that you can try it and see for yourself how much smoother, fresher, and younger it makes your skin look. Just send me your name and address on the back of a penny postcard, and by return mail, you'll receive a generous tube of Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream, enough for a week's trial. Try it, and see how it brings your skin 4 important aids to beauty. See how it cleans your skin, how it softens your skin, how it helps nature refine the pores, and how it even leaves a perfect base for powder. With the tube of Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream, I will send you also the 9 exciting shades of Lady Esther Face Powder. So be sure you don't forget to write. All the address you need is Lady Esther, Chicago.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of Across the Pacific, starring Humphrey Bogart as Captain Rick Leland, Mary Astor as Alberta Marlowe, and Sidney Greenstreet as Dr. Lorenz.
Panama, Dr. Lorenz and Alberta Marlowe joined me in checking into the Pan American Hotel, which was run by an old friend of mine, Sam Wing. The day after we landed, Alberta received a mysterious phone call and disappeared without even a goodbye. I was sitting in my room, trying to figure out how to trace her without arousing any suspicion, when Lorenz called for his military information.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leland.
Oh, hello, Doc. Sit down. What's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Leland, now that we're in Panama, I think it's time you began to earn your money.
Okay. Where shall I begin?
The Pedro Miguel locks will be a good place for a starter. How many batteries are there? And what are their calibers?
Anti-aircraft or the heavy stuff?
Begin with the 16-inch guns.
Let's see. The last time I was down here 2 years ago, there were double railroad guns east and west, 2 twin 16-inch concrete embrasures, half a mile north. That setup's probably been revised by now.
Revised and augmented considerably, Mr. Leland. But your information was quite correct for its time.
Testing me, eh?
Yes. Now we go on to something of real value. What specific knowledge have you of the military plane patrol over the canal area?
2 years ago...
What happened 2 years ago doesn't interest me. What I want is the current schedule of patrol plane. When the flights take off, exactly what areas they cover, at what altitude they conduct their reconnaissance, and the precise time of their return. I'll pay generously.
How much?
Shall we say $500?
Oh, why don't we say $1,500?
I said I'd pay generously, not foolishly.
Now, just a minute. The only place I could get that schedule is at Air Force headquarters. That's not too easy.
Now, make your deal. $1,500 if you get it today. $500 if the delivery is after midnight.
And why all the rush?
There's no rush.
Just $1,000 worth, eh?
Your place is to answer questions, Mr. Leland, not ask them.
Well, as long as I couldn't ask any questions, I had to go out and look for the answers. And Alberta's room seemed like a good place to start. I began to take apart everything in the room.
Mr. Leland.
Huh?
Did you lose something?
No.
I trust I haven't disturbed you, Mr. Leland.
That's all right, Doc.
Has your search revealed anything?
Yes. You'd be surprised how little girls wear these days. I was shocked.
I would consider it prudent of you, Mr. Leland, if you should cease your attentions to Miss Marlowe.
Why so, Doc?
Your interest in her is unqualifiedly romantic, is it not, Mr. Leland?
Between the two of us, Doc, I'm nuts about the lady.
Well, speaking as a father, I suggest that you might find a safer romance, something more permanent.
Oh, thank you, Doc. Incidentally, here's the patrol plane schedule.
And here's the money, Mr. Leland, $1,500. You may count it.
Just a second, Doc. I know I said $1,500, but, I got to look out for myself.
How much more do you want?
Well, let's say 500 more.
You overestimate your value to me, Mr. Leland. Actually, we have on file any information you can give us. It's merely that we like to check and recheck such data.
Oh, come off it, Doc.
You doubt me, Mr. Leland. Well, will you please hand me the phone?
Sure.
Thank you. Room clerk. This is Dr. Lorenz. I'm checking out. Have my bill ready, please.
Are you leaving, Doc?
Yes, Mr. Leland. And so I believe are you.
What was that, Doc?
Hit him, Tatsuko. Good work, Tatsuko.
Thanks, boss.
Hand me that envelope in Leland's hand, please. Thank you. Seems to be a very complete schedule. That's the 5:22 patrol, absolutely on time. Come, Tatsuiko. We have no time to lose.
Sam Wing.
What's the matter, you, Ricky? How you catch your head bump trouble?
That's a present from my pal, Dr. Lorenz. Where is he?
He go 5 hours ago.
I checked out right after I was slugged. What about Miss Marlowe?
Oh, she no come back.
Probably made the getaway together.
You like movies, maybe. Go Japanese theater.
What's up, Sam?
You go Japanese theater. By and by, man come sit next to you. Tell you something, maybe, see? Maybe find Dr. Lorenz. Maybe so find Miss Marlowe.
You got a gun, Sam? Lorenz took mine.
Yeah, can do. Here. You go Japanese theater, sit down front.
Senor Leland?
Yeah.
I think things happen fast tonight. I take you to place.
Where?
Bountiful Plantation.
Oh, why didn't I think of that? That's the place Alberta was asking me about on the boat.
What, senor?
That's nothing. Get me out of there fast. What are you stopping here for?
It is not safe to go any further than the car, Senor Leland. This is Bountiful Plantation, full of Japs.
Well, where do we go from here?
I go back to Cristobal. You go that way. See many Japs. Airplane. Landing field.
Airplane? Landing field?
Si, senor. Tonight they are loading torpedoes on airplane. I think they blow up Panama Canal.
Well, we've got to stop them.
No, not me, senor. I'm poor man with many mouths to feed. You stop them. I go back to Cristobal pronto.
All right. How far is their landing field?
Oh, just a little way through the brush, senor. You will not have to go far until you hear them working.
Okay, thanks. There must be 30 of the monkeys. If I could only get over.
Stick them up, Captain Leland. I'll take your gun. Now turn around and walk to the plantation house. And don't get in heroic ideas, or you'll be just another dead Yank.
Do you really expect to...
Shut up. Keep walking.
I hate to put you to all this
I told you
trouble.
to shut up. Up the steps. Open the door.
Well, if it isn't my old playmate, Dr. Lorenz. Hey, Doc, tell this gorilla of yours to take his gun out of my back.
What? Why, Mr. Leland, I'm surprised. Indeed I am. But you're forever furnishing surprises.
This'll be his last one.
Who's your rough playmate, Doc?
I'm sorry. Permit me to introduce Joe Totsuiko. Joe was a student at one of your American universities.
That's where I learned to be such a tough guy, Ricky.
And I see you know my name. We met before?
Well, in a way. I slugged you at the hotel.
Uh-huh.
Astounding recuperative powers you possess, Mr. Leland. Or should I say, Captain Leland. Amazing animal energy. The average man, given the punishment you received, would have been flat on his back for a week.
Now, you see, that comes from living a clean life. Oh, by the way, Doc, how did you manage to get all the parts for your plane and the torpedoes into the Canal Zone area?
Piece by piece and bit by bit, we brought them in cases of otherwise innocent farm equipment addressed to Dan Morton, Bountiful Plantation. Now, I think we'd better join Miss Marlowe and her father.
Alberta? Who's her father?
Dan Marlowe, alias Dan Morton. Come, Mr. Leland.
Rick.
Alberta.
That's her father with her.
Her father?
Pathetic, is he not, sir? Yet beautiful in a sense that he's a perfect representation of what has happened to your Western civilization.
I'm afraid I don't get you.
Look at him. Eyes without focus, flesh without feeling, lips with no tongue. Utter decay. Mr. Marlowe is a thief. He absconded with his own company's funds, escaped to Panama with his loot, fed conscience, and took to drink. Mr. Marlowe's dipsomania enabled us to introduce our nationals into his employ under the guise of workers and servants. In due time, he became a prisoner on rather than master of this plantation.
Rick, you aren't.
What?
You aren't with them?
Captain Leland is with the United States Army intelligence, actively engaged in counter-espionage.
What do you figure in all this, Alberta?
I don't. I never did. I didn't know anything about what was happening down here. Now that you've seen Father, you know why I didn't want to tell you the truth about myself. But I was going to tell you anyway this afternoon when I got a telephone call to come out here immediately.
Nice timing, eh, Ricky?
Very nice, Joe.
I think you will discover, Captain Leland, that we have left absolutely nothing to chance.
Well, maybe you're right, Doc. Seems you are. I take my hat off to you.
Americans are famous for their sportsmanship. Time for me to leave you.
Going for a walk, Doc?
Yes, Captain. I must see that plane take off on its history-making flight. A flight that will culminate in the destruction of your vaunted Panama Canal. Keep them here for a time, Joe.
Then what happens, Doc?
Joe has his instructions. Goodbye, Miss Marlowe. Mr. Marlowe. And particularly, Captain Leland.
Well, there goes one of the most polite murderers who ever slit a throat.
You think you're pretty tough, don't you, Ricky?
In my modest, unassuming way, I try to hold my own. Do you guys really think you're going to win this war you're starting, Joe?
We're going to make an awfully good swing at it.
Well, cheer up. You'll all swing together.
Father, come back here. He's got a gun.
Get back, Marlowe. You dope.
Father, stop him, Rick. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Look out, Marlowe.
Stop him, Rick. Stop him. You shot him, Joe.
I'll shoot him again if he doesn't stop coming. Get away from me.
Get him, Rick.
Got him. Give me his gun, Alberta. It fell on the floor. Come on, we've got to stop that plane before it takes off.
There's a path over here to the clearing. There's the plane, Rick.
Yes, I can see it. There's a machine gun guard right ahead of us.
Rick.
Shh. I got to sneak up on that machine gunner.
Rick, be careful.
Nothing's going to happen to me, baby. I hope. I'll get off this path and lie flat on the ground.
All right.
Wish me luck.
Good luck, Rick.
Thanks. I'll see you later. I got him, baby. Now we're in business.
Are you okay?
Yeah, if I can get this thing working.
Higher, Rick, higher.
Okay.
You're still firing too low, Rick.
Well, get a load of this one.
You got him, Rick. You got him.
Yeah, duck flat on the ground, flat.
Are you all right, Rick?
Yeah. But you better not take a look at that landing field.
Why not?
What that explosion did to Doc Lorenz and those Japs isn't pretty. Hey, take a look upstairs.
What? Are those our patrol planes?
Yep, and right on schedule, too. And they'll still be on schedule, baby, when Japan's just a little island again. And you and I are spending our honeymoon in Medicine Hat.
Thanks to our fine cast for their performances tonight with the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players. Thank you again, Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Sidney Greenstreet. Please come back and do another play for us soon.
We'd like to, Mr. Bradley. You see, the Motion Picture Relief Fund, which receives the benefits from these series of programs, is something in which we're all very interested. And I know that you, ladies and gentlemen, will be interested in what two well-known people have to say. Humphrey Bogart will be back in a minute or two to tell you about next week's program, which will be one of the outstanding radio events of the year. Right now, here's a message from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, our hostess, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Astor. I'd like to speak to our radio audience directly and very frankly, if I may. Are you as proud of your skin as you used to be? How long has it been since you studied yourself critically in the mirror? Can you really say that your skin is as fresh and smooth as it was, well, let's say 6 months ago? Or are you beginning to notice tired lines here and there, perhaps a blemish or two? Now, it may be that your skin is taking extra punishment these days. You may be outdoors more than usual, or you may be living in an area where there are many defense plants, and the air is so laden with smoke and dust that your skin gets much dirtier than usual. Now, thousands of women in defense plants and in smoke-laden defense areas have changed to Lady Esther four-purpose face cream for the care of their skin. Wouldn't you like to see for yourself, without cost, why so many women write me they're changing to Lady Esther face cream? Then don't forget the offer I made a little while ago. Send for your free tube of Lady Esther four-purpose face cream, enough for a whole week's trial. With it, you will receive all 9 exciting shades of Lady Esther face powder. Just write your name and address on the back of a penny postcard and send it to Lady Esther, Chicago. I'm sorry, but Canadian wartime restrictions prevent me from extending my offer to people living in Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, Humphrey Bogart.
Mr. Astor's told you that next week's presentation of the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will be one of the season's outstanding radio events. That is true. It'll be one of the really great American plays in a most successful motion picture, Dodsworth. Our stars will be Nan Sunderland, Walter Houston, and Betty Davis.
Next week, then, Lady Esther will present the Screen Guild Players in Dodsworth, starring Walter Houston, Betty Davis, and Nan Sunderland. Be sure to listen. Mary Astor can soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Private Miss Jones. Humphrey Bogart and Sidney Greenstreet can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, Casablanca. Across the Pacific, a Warner Brothers picture was adapted for radio by Bill Hampton, and the music was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Screen Guild Players are presented every Monday night at this time by Lady Esther. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Family Theater presents Maureen O'Sullivan and Otto Kruger. Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents Otto Kruger in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. To introduce the drama, your hostess, Maureen O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Tony Lafrano. Family Theatre's only purpose is to bring to everyone's attention a practice that must become an important part of our lives if we're to win peace for ourselves, peace for our families, and peace for the world. Family Theatre urges you to pray. Pray together as a family. Years before their appearance, Jules Verne foretold the submarine, the navigable balloon, the aeroplane, the telephone, the long-range projectile, and many other inventions. But perhaps his greatest writing achievement was the complex character of Captain Nemo, tragic star of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. In this man, we glimpse Homer's Ulysses, Shakespeare's Hamlet, and ourselves. Our dreams, our disillusionments, our instinctive yearning for good. These are the things that make Captain Nemo and his great adventure timeless. And so it is with pride and pleasure that Family Theatre presents Otto Kruger in Jules Verne's beloved classic, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
The earth does not need new continents. It needs new men.
My name is Pierre Arnaud. I am assistant professor in the Museum of Natural History in Paris, and the year is 1866. Delving into the unknown as I do, there is little surprises me, and yet today, in this modern life, unbelievable newspaper headlines shock the world.
X-ray, steamer attacked by sea serpent. Read all about it. Another ship attacked. Navy to hunt sea monster. X-ray, expedition forming.
I was in my New York apartment at the conclusion of my most recent scientific tour and had planned to return to Paris with my valuable collection of specimens when...
Professor Aronnax.
Yes, Consul, what is it?
Commander Farragut of the United States Navy to see you, sir.
Commander Farragut? Well, show him in, lad. Show him in.
Yes, sir, immediately.
Farragut coming to see me. What on earth for? Unless it's about the...
No. This is indeed a great pleasure.
Believe me, Commander Farragut, the feeling is mutual. In fact, I am somewhat overcome to have a man of your reputation seek out an obscure professor.
Quite the contrary, sir. Your knowledge and research of undersea life is highly respected. My government would like to see France represented in the expedition in pursuit of the sea monster.
Oh, merci.
I'm holding a cabin at your disposal on the President Lincoln, sir. We leave Brooklyn Pier in 3 hours.
Pursuit of the sea monster. What an opportunity. Well, to catch the sea monster, just think what an addition he would be to my collection. You have a fine ship, Commander.
Yes, sir. She's a frigate of great speed. We're well armed, too. Professor, we have everything, from the hand harpoon to the barbed arrows of the blunderbuss, and an explosive shells and the big deck gun.
I didn't. Didn't I see a breech-loading cannon atop your forecastle?
You did, sir? But my best weapon of all, Professor, is Ned Land.
Eh?
Well, Ned. Come over here, if you please.
Aye, sir. Aye, Commander Farragut. At your service, sir.
Professor Arnaud, Ned is known all over the 7 seas as the Prince of Harpooners. If and when we track down the sea monster, he'll show you some real action.
Well, it should prove a real test to your talents, Mr. Land. It's a fabulous beast indeed that can stove in the side of a ship.
You're speaking of the Scotia, I take it, sir?
Yes.
Well, begging your pardon, Professor, but I don't hold much with this sea monster story. Huh? Oh, he's a big one, no doubt, but I've never yet seen any fish of the sea that could bash in a ship's plates.
Well, something did it. The Scotia had a gaping hole in her side to prove it.
Aye, sir. Something did it right enough. That's why I signed on to President Lincoln, Professor Aronoff. If there should be a sea monster that big and that mighty, then Ned Land wants to be the man to harpoon it.
That's the way our voyage began. A strong ship, hand-picked men, and a vast curiosity and determination to end this terror of the seas. And weeks passed, but the long days and nights of tension were beginning to tell. And then, just as it seemed human endurance could stand no more...
Ahoy there! The very thing we're looking for on our weather beam! The sea monster!
It is less than 2 cable lengths away now.
My harpoon! Let me get to my post, man!
Good. Good heavens, the monster is staring straight for us.
Up with the helm! Reverse the engine!
We are moving away from the thing now.
But look! The monster's catching up with us again.
I can't harpoon it, sir. The monster's running circles around us. We can't get near enough for me to use my harpoon.
Right the helm! Ahead as you are!
No, it's no use, Commander. The monster is going to strike as fast. He's going twice as fast as we are.
I know it, sir. There's only one thing we can do. Stand and fight.
Up the forecastle cannon, men!
The forecastle gun was loaded and slewed into position. The Lincoln was running at half speed now, and the sea monster seemed content to follow at a certain distance, as though it were mocking us. And the gunner, steady of eye, grave of face, took long and careful aim, and then fire!
Why, the shot bounced off him like a rubber ball. Oh, watch out, sir. The monster's closing in on us. That shot made him mad. He's going to get us this time, sure.
Help.
You're all right now, Professor. I don't know. Though I must say I pulled you out of the sea just in time.
Oh, but where are we?
Aboard the sea monster, sir.
What?
Aye. No wonder the Lincoln shell bounced off the thing. It's made of sheet iron.
I can't believe it.
There was nowhere else to go, sir. The frigate's rudder was smashed in the attack. She drifted out of sight.
But what if this monster sinks?
Then we'll all be at sea again, sir. Look, sir.
They're coming out of the monster.
They're coming towards us. They're going to attack.
I'll protect you, sir.
I trust that the state of your health is improving, Professor Arena.
Where am I?
Aboard my submarine, the Nautilus.
Submarine?
Who are you?
You may address me as Captain Nemo, Mr. Land.
Captain? Submarine? Then you...
I am your sea monster, O Prince of Harpooners.
Why, you...
Ned, let us learn more about our predicament from Captain Nemo.
You are prisoners of war. By rights, I should place you back on deck and submerge, forgetting your existence.
You wouldn't dare. That wouldn't be civilized.
I'm not what you so glibly call a civilized man, Professor Arena. For reasons of my own, I have broken all ties that bound me to humankind, and I'm not subject to its laws. Civilized.
But then what is to be our fate, Captain Nemo?
Well, I have been considering it at great length, Professor. I am not altogether heartless. I do have a certain sense of pity for any living thing. Therefore, since fate cast you aboard my ship, you may remain here. But of course, you must live under my law. Give your word to cause no trouble or try to escape.
Stay with you? For how long?
For the rest of your life, Mr. Land.
Do you know what you ask, Captain? We are never to see our country again, our friends, our families.
Professor, you still seem to forget that I could plunge you into the depths of the sea at a word. You have discovered the secret of my whole existence. Do you think I would free you to tell everything you have seen and heard? No, Professor Arena. By retaining you, it is not you I guard, but myself.
Well, you are simply offering us a chance between life and death.
Just that.
But without freedom.
There is always a price, sir. Be glad that yours is no higher.
Well, Ned and Conseil were taken to their permanent quarters, where I was escorted to a luxurious suite adjoining the quarters of Captain Nemo himself. And the next day, as I stared about me in amazement, I heard the strains of a pipe organ in the next room. And venturing in, I found myself in a magnificent drawing room and the captain at the keyboard of the organ.
Good morning, Professor Arena. You seem somewhat surprised to learn that I practice the arts as well as the sciences.
Well, I must confess, Captain Nemo, I scarcely expected to find you are a musician of inspired music.
Inspired?
Well, what I meant...
I understand well enough what you meant, Professor. And I admire your honesty under the circumstances. You know, I like you, Professor Arena. I like courage in a quiet man. Native pride. You have no answer for this turn of events?
I must admit I do not know what to say.
Then say nothing. But watch instead. I have another wonder to show you. I go over here to press a lever.
Great heaven! The old side of the submarine is sliding back. We are doomed.
Do not fear, sir. We are protected from the sea by several layers of heavy glass. Behold the army of the sea, Professor. The fish seem to float in liquid light, do they not?
Unbelievable.
Yes, but true. The banded mullet, the Japanese scumbers, the beautiful mackerel, all these are my pleasure and my game, sir. I hunt them in an element inaccessible to any other man.
You hunt? Underwater?
Yes, I delight in quarrying the game that lurks in my submarine forests. I am immensely wealthy, Professor. I am owner of a property beyond the power of computation. I cultivate it myself. But it is always sown by the hand of him who created all living things.
Him? Then you...
Believe in God? Look out there, my dear Professor. In the face of such wonders, how could I possibly not believe in such a deity?
But I do not understand. You gave up the world...
Merely because I forsook man does not mean I forsook God.
But with your philosophy, how can you forget man? Why?
Why? It is mankind which is forgotten, not I. They have forgotten their God by making unjust laws, tearing one another to pieces, destroying. That is why I seek freedom in the depths of the ocean. Here the reign of man ceases. His power, his influence drowns in leagues of living water. Here alone is independence, peace. Professor, you and your friend shall accompany me on my next hunting expedition. Meantime, feel free to use whatever facilities you desire aboard the Nautilus.
I was soon lost in the wonders of Captain Nemo's amazing undersea collection, his library, and, of course, the wonder of the submarine itself. And then, one morning, we were summoned to a small cell just off the machinery room where we found Captain Nemo awaiting us.
If you will kindly don these India rubber diving suits and weighted boots, we'll soon be off on the hunt.
Hunt? In diving suits?
Unless you prefer to walk on the bottom of the sea without one, Mr. Land.
Bottom of the sea? We're hunting there?
Exactly.
Captain Nemo has promised undreamed wonders, Ned.
I can believe that, sir.
We have now arrived at the forests of the lost island of Crespa, gentlemen. You have your suits on. Now please put the helmets in place.
Well, what are we going to hunt with?
Electrical glass bullets, Mr. Land.
What?
Fired by air guns. And for light, each one of you has 2 Ruhmkorff burners. One light fastened on the back, one to the waist.
This is all too much for me.
Well, I, for one, am convinced, Ned. I'll follow Captain Nemo wherever he wishes, even to the bottom of the sea.
Thank you, Professor Arena. Now fasten your helmets, gentlemen, for I'm about to close the waterproof door.
Huh? Yeah. We were in utter darkness. The rocket-roll apparatus began operating the moment our helmets were fixed firmly in place, and I breathed with ease. Now I was about to step into a completely new element, the sinister unknown, led by a man, for all I knew, was mad. A second door, located in the outer shell of the Nautilus sleepback. In another moment, I was treading on the floor of the ocean. My dear friends, how can I describe the sight that met my eyes? A fantastic dream? No, more like an emotion. Yes, that's it. I moved through unbelievable beauty, no longer feeling the drag of my clothing and weighted shoes. The water acted like a prism from the early morning sun, so that we walked in the radiance of the 7 solar colors. And I could see the silver sand shimmering away to a distance of 150 yards, dotted with star shell, flowers, rocks, shells, and pulpy of every shade and formation. Oh, what if my colleagues could see me now? They wouldn't believe it.
I don't like this. Walking on the bottom of the sea. Escape. I'm going to escape from that underwater tub the first chance I get.
We're approaching the old Spanish galleon. I can see the surprise in Professor Arena's eyes as we enter the wreck. Even Ned Land is interested as he glimpses golden pieces of 8 scattered on the deck. But here, my friends, look. As I open this gigantic chest, they look gold, plenty of it. Sparkling, glinting in cold salt water. My eternal bank. I filled the small chest we brought along. So, sent it back to the Nautilus by one of my crew. And now, my dear Professor, we'll go on to my pearl beds.
Captain, all these riches we saw today, you can only use so much. What good is the rest? Unless you help your fellow man.
Professor Arena, you are my guest. An onlooker, I do not desire your advice.
Oh, but it seems such a waste, sir, with so much need in the world.
Enough! Yes, there is need among the oppressed races, the exploited, the ravaged. I am and ever shall be one with such unfortunates.
Captain, look out there. A diver. He's looking in at us.
Oh, yes. We're near shore.
Yes, I know, but what does he want?
You asked a question, Professor. You shall have your answer.
Even as I watched, a crew member in a diving suit appeared outside the window, gave the native diver the small treasure chest taken from the Spanish galleon, and the swimmer returned to the window, humbly saluted Captain Nemo, who returned the gesture, and then the diver darted upward with his treasure. And I turned and looked at Nemo.
What more do you want of me, Professor Arena? A confession written in heart's blood that though I hate the world, I love my fellow man.
Well, I couldn't answer him. If ever I saw tragedy burned across a man's face, I saw it in Nemo's. I could now understand his bitter philosophy, his moods broiling with hot and cold, like destroying, searing winds. Well then, a week later, Ned, Conseil and I saw another side of Nemo's nature. He had sighted a mysterious man-of-war. We surfaced. The ship fired at us.
Well, they're firing at us, sir. Let me hit that periscope.
Stand back, Mr. Land. Ship of an accursed nation, you recognize me, don't you? Fear me. And now my vengeance.
Torpedo 1. No, Captain, they won't have a chance.
Fire!
The man-of-war seemed to disintegrate. Captain Nemo watched it sink, an archangel of hatred, and then he turned and entered his quarters. I followed him as though hypnotized. I saw him uncover a picture on the far wall, a portrait of a young woman and 2 beautiful children. Before this group, Nemo spread his arms, and then...
Almighty God. Enough. Enough.
After that catastrophic occurrence, the Nautilus moved in more and more of a dream world. I saw nothing of Captain Nemo or the crew, save the steward who served me. Everyone aboard seemed to be drugged, in a state of complete apathy. And then Ned came to me with his plan.
We're escaping tonight, Professor. Conseil and me have been working just toward such a time. We're off the coast of Norway.
Escape? Well, are we in sight of land?
Aye, sir. Just took the reckoning. There are hills 20 miles to the east of us. We'll take the small boat. I've stocked it with food and water. I've talked it over with Conseil. We'll meet at 10 tonight.
Well, heaven knows I'm with you, Ned. Ever since seeing that ship go down, but the weather, how is it?
The waves are bad, sir. Wind's blowing up a gale, but there's no problem. I feel safe once we're on the high seas, no matter what the weather.
Well, very well. Lay your plans. I'll meet you at the appointed hour. As I waited, the events of my existence aboard the Nautilus passed before my mind's eye, and in my excitement, the growing tension, Captain Nemo seemed himself to grow immeasurably larger. No longer a man, but a creature of the waters, a genii of the sea, and then... music. From the hands of a tormented soul longing to break its earthly bonds. Such music as could only come from Captain Nemo himself. And then my heart froze with terror. He was in the drawing room, the very room I must cross in order to make my escape. And the hour was striking for my rendezvous with destiny. So I made my way to the drawing room. The room was in a greenish half-light. Nemo sat before the pipe organ, playing as though music were his last avenue of expression and escape. And I held my breath as I passed in back of him. I reached for the far door. And Captain Nemo arose. And like a ghost, he walked straight towards me.
Stop, Barano!
I slammed the heavy door and I ran to meet Ned.
Professor!
Yes. Let us go.
Aye, sir. We've surfaced to take on fresh air. And
They're coming after us.
Quick, up on deck, Professor. Come on. There we go.
Good heavens, we're in a storm.
Storm nothing. It's a maelstrom. Quick, into the small boat.
Those waves, look. They're closing in on us from every corner of the horizon.
All right, hold fast now. I'm going to take her off.
No. The waves. We are caught in the maelstrom. We're going down.
You are safe, Professor. Quite safe now.
Who? Conseil?
The same, sir. And here's Ned, too. He brought us through the maelstrom safely.
We're in a fisherman's hut on the Lofoten Islands, Professor.
Yes, but the maelstrom, the Nautilus...
Yeah, she was caught fair in the middle of it and went down, sir. And it's no better than she deserved, if you ask me.
Well, if anyone could survive in such a storm, Captain Nemo could. At least, I hope so.
You hope so, sir?
Yes, Ned. After traveling 20,000 leagues under the sea with Nemo, I hope he lives on to conquer his hatred of the world, forget vengeance in his love for the oppressed. As Ecclesiastes questioned 6,000 years ago, that which is far off and exceeding deep, who can find it out? I hope that Captain Nemo can find his answer.
Maureen O'Sullivan again, with just a thought before we say good night. I suppose the subject closest to all our hearts just now is peace, and how to find it. If we turn to God, talk to him, really pray with a faith that he'll hear our prayers, we will find an inner peace. The man who is at peace with himself is at peace with his neighbor. Prayer, and prayer alone, can bring peace to the world. God is ready to give us much if we ask him. Is it so hard to ask? Is it too difficult to take a little time each day to be alone with God, to sit in silence and to pray to him? Gather all those minutes that you waste as a rule and utilize them for the wonderful purpose of prayer, and see how your life changes, how much more happiness you find, how different your fellow man appears and acts. It's worth the trial, isn't it? So begin tonight and every night. Pray with your family and experience greater joy in one another and in your home and in God. Yes, the family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you Otto Kruger in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, with Hy Averback as Captain Nemo, and with Maureen O'Sullivan as your hostess. Others in our cast were Jack Lloyd, Bill Conrad, Stephen Chase, and Leroy Leonard. This adaptation of Jules Verne's classic was written by Virginia M. Cook, with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman, and was directed for Family Theater by J.F. Mansfield. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who have so unselfishly given of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Tony Lofrano expressing the wish of Family Theater that the blessing of God may be upon you and your home, and inviting you to join us next week at this same time when Family Theater will present Wayne Morris, Lloyd Nolan, and Betty Lynn in Brannigan's Bat. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is broadcast throughout the world and originates from the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by... Let that famous chant remind you that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Sure thing.
That's right.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed,
so free and easy on the draw.
At 49, American.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, may I recite a little poem? Last Thursday was St. Valentine's Day, the day when love is in bloom. It's also Jack Benny's birthday.
Nobody leave this room.
Hello, folks.
Thank you. And, Don, let me tell you something. I'm very proud of the fact that I was born in February, the same month as George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Just think, Washington, Lincoln, and Benny. The first big three. George, Abe, and Jack. And you know, Don, it was just a stroke of luck that I arrived in February. I was supposed to be born in March.
In March? Well, then how come you were born in February?
Well, the stork was flying south for the winter, and he didn't want to come back just for me. It's a long trip, you know.
Well, anyway, Jack, congratulations on passing another milestone.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, how old are you now?
37. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
37? Why, Jack, you said you were 37 last year.
And now, ladies and
gentlemen... And the year before.
And now, ladies
and... the year before that, you said you were 37.
Don, when you're happy with something, why leave it? Anyway, a lot you care. You didn't even come to my birthday party.
Well, I'm very sorry, Jack. I got your invitation, but I had to go back to Los Angeles.
Oh.
And, Jack, there was one thing about the invitation I didn't quite understand.
What was that, Don?
Well, it said, you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday, 15/34/11. What do those numbers mean?
They're the sizes of my shirts, underwear, and socks. I knew you'd want to bring something. I used to put RSVP, and what did I get? Nothing. So from now on, I'm not taking any...
Hello, Jack. How you doing?
Oh, hello, Mary. Hello. Say, Mary, Don and I were just talking about my birthday party. We had a lot of fun, didn't we?
Yeah, you should have been there, Don. We played charades and post office and spin the bottle.
Yeah.
And then we played blind man's buff. And you should have seen Jack when he was it.
Oh, what'd he do, Mary? Tie a handkerchief around his eyes?
No, he just turned out the lights. He figured he'd have fun and save money at the same time.
Same time. Your sister Babe would have fit in blind man's buff.
Then about 11 o'clock, we all got hungry, so Rochester brought in Jack's birthday cake.
Oh, birthday cake, huh? How'd it taste?
I don't know. By the time we took all the candles off it, I wasn't hungry anymore.
Mary, just be glad that I sent you an invitation to my party, that's all.
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you about that invitation. It said, you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday. SOS. What did SOS mean?
Short on socks. I always have to remind you. I always have to remind... Oh, for heaven's sake, that's the cue for Phil Harris. He's not even here yet.
Well, maybe he's at the Lone Palm getting potted.
I don't care where he is. We've got to get on with the show. Mary, you take his lines.
Oh, Jack, I can't read Phil's lines.
Mary, we can't hold up the show. Now go ahead and read Phil's part. I'll give you the cue again. Short on socks.
Okay, folks, here's your favorite pixie. Harris is here, and he's right from Dixie. Appreciate me.
Phil, I wish you'd stop coming in here with those corny entrances. And another
Hey,
thing.
Jackson, I got a joke that'll murder you. Ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
Phil.
Go ahead, ask me.
All right, Phil. What did the wallpaper say to the wall?
You may be plastered, but I'll stick to you anyway. Oh, Harris, you're like a strong theater seat. You never let the audience down. Love it, love it, love it.
Now, Phil, the next time...
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who tuned in late, the part of Phil Harris is being played by Mary Livingston.
Well, it's no use, Mary. Even you can't say those kind of jokes. Let's have a song from Larry Stevens while we're waiting for Phil. Oh, Larry.
Here I am, Mr. Benny. Say, Mr. Benny, I want to thank you for inviting me to your party. I sure had a good time.
At my party? Larry, I didn't see you there. When'd you come in?
When you were playing Blind Man's Buff.
Oh, did I say hello to you?
No, but you kissed me twice.
Oh. Well, kid, when you get a little older and grow a beard, I won't make that mistake. Now, let's have a song, Larry.
Okay. By the way, Mr. Benny, there was one thing I didn't understand about that invitation you sent me.
What was that, kid?
Well, it said you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday. GTD-TKWIN. What does that mean?
Go to Desmond's. They know what I need. Sing, kid. And thanks for the bicycle clip. It was just my size, by the way. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The snowman in the yard is frozen hard. He's a sorry sight to see. If he had a brain, he'd complain. Betty wishes he were me. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
That was Larry Stevens singing Let It Snow. The title is really Let It Snow, Let It Snow. You're supposed to say it twice. But we have a very long show, and if we take up too much time, the tobacco auctioneer at the end of the program will have to hurry, and you won't be able to understand a thing he says. So in view of the fact that we're trying to save time, I had to change the title of Larry's song from Let It Snow, to just Let It Snow. And now, folks...
That line was originally ladies and gentlemen, but the genius cut it down to folks.
Yes, we save wherever we can. That's why I changed the title of Larry's song...
Okay, folks, here's your favorite pixie. Harris is here, and he's right from Dixie. Appreciate the lovely suntan view.
Phil, we couldn't wait for you any longer, so Mary did your routine. Now go sit down.
Wait a minute, Jackson. I got a joke that'll murder you. Ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
Phil, Mary did that joke.
I don't care who did it. Go on, ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
All right, Phil, we'll do it again. What did the wallpaper say to the wall?
You might be a little cracked, but I got designs on you. Harris, they ought to put a slot in your head because your brains are like money in the bank. Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah. What kind of language is that? How do you like that?
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who tuned in late, aren't you glad you're you?
Phil, you're supposed to do what we rehearse and not bring in any new stuff. I got designs on you. Where'd you get that joke?
Well, I hired myself a writer, Jackson. I found him right here in Palm Springs.
A writer?
Yeah, he lives right over here on the Indian reservation.
Phil, I know Palm Springs is crowded, but why is he living on... No, I can't ask him. Mary, you do it.
Okay, Phil. Phil, I know Palm Springs is crowded, but why is he living on an Indian reservation?
Because he's an Indian.
I knew it. Phil, I don't know where you find him, but I never heard of an Indian writer.
Well, I think you're wrong, Jack. Some Indians are very good writers.
Sure, Jackson, this guy I've got not only writes jokes, but he writes commercials.
What?
Go ahead, Don. Read him the one my writer gave you.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Me, like 'em, Lucky Strike. Me, send 'em smoke signals. LS, MFT, LS, MFT,
T-yum?
Yes, sir. How? You betch 'em. Lucky Strike, heap round, heap firm, heap fully packed, heap free and easy on the draw.
Don.
Me, heap big, Indian chief.
You big heap, that's all. Ugh. What's that?
Shh. Signal come from reservation. It say, with Sioux Indian who know tobacco best, it's Lucky Sioux to one.
Oh, is that Sue? Well.
Now, my good friend L.A. Speed, rein in face.
Hiya, water, Minnetonka, tippy, cucamonga, tomahawk, wiggy, whammy, pet for pussy, so to Iroquois.
Don, that was very good. Very good. Now, what are those horses' hoofs?
Commercial finished. Take 'em plug back to reservation.
Oh, me catch 'em on. And now, folks...
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of you Indians who tuned in late, my face is red, too.
This is the craziest program we've done yet. What are we aiming at?
4:30. 7:30 in the east.
Say, Jackson, we better start getting sharp or we'll hear about it at 5:30. You know, that's when Fred Allen comes on.
Phil, when you mention Fred Allen on this program, you must be closer to retirement than I think you are. I heard his program last week. While he was telling a joke, a long word got stuck in his nose sideways, and he held up the show for 5 minutes. Don't tell me about Allen.
Oh, Jack, you're just mad because his picture is better than yours.
Mary, that's no comparison. Everybody's picture is better than mine. Now, let's forget about that ill wind from Allen's Allen. It's time for a band number. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay, boys, filibuster.
That was Sweetheart, played by Phil Harris and his sweetest music this side of Roger Stable's orchestra. And that's a...
For the benefit of those horses who tuned in late, Rogers Stable is a stable owned by Rogers.
Roger. Thank you. Now, come on, kids. Let's keep the show moving.
Well, what's the hurry, Jackson?
Well, I'm having some important people over for dinner tonight, and I don't want to be late. See, Rochester's calling for me. By the way, Mary, remind me to pick up some salami on the way home, will you?
Okay.
Oh, Jack, I meant to ask you about Rochester. Is it true that he was lost for 2 days out on the ocean?
Yes. He was out in a boat near Catalina.
Yeah, I read about it, Jackson. I heard it on the radio, too.
Yeah. Funny thing, I didn't know anything about it until it was all over.
You didn't?
No. When I found out about it last Wednesday, I was home taking my violin lesson. You know, I still have my music teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Anyway, here's what happened.
No, Monsieur Benny. Once more, you have made the same mistake.
I'm sorry, Professor LeBlanc. Shall I do it again?
Yes. And this time, please, take off your gloves.
Well, the strings are cold. All right.
Now come in. No. Mon Dieu, conscience, sacre bleu. Monsieur Benny, please tell me something. How long have you been playing the violin?
Well, ever since I can remember, I was a child prodigy.
I do not believe it.
That I was a prodigy?
No, that you were a child. Now, take it again, please.
Okay.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Play it bright and not so dull, sir. This what gave me my ulcer. This time soft just like a pillow. What have I done to Petrillo?
How was that?
Very good. Here.
Oh, boy, another gold star. You know, Professor, someday I may be a great violinist.
You should live so long, and you already did.
Now, listen.
Child prodigy.
Well, I was. My father made me start playing the violin when I was 7.
Oh, so your father made you take up the violin?
Yes.
And where is your father now?
In Florida.
The coward. And now, Monsieur Benny, I guess the hour is up.
No, it isn't, Professor. When we started the lesson, I set the alarm clock. It'll ring when the hour is up.
All right. For this I left Lockheed. Now, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and...
Well, how do you like that? He didn't even wait for me to pay him. Oh, well. I wonder if I should keep practicing. No, I can't stand it anymore. Oh, gee, I wish I hadn't told Rochester he could have a couple of days off. He does everything for me. So tired of sleeping with my clothes on. Well, I guess I'll turn on the radio.
I'm the Whistler. I walk by night.
Gee, that Whistler scares me. And I've got such a nice painting of his mother. I'll try and get something else.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you nearsighted? When you're having breakfast, do you get too close to your hotcakes? Do you get molasses on your glasses? Do you suffer from middle-age spread? Do your hips try to hurdle your girdle? If you suffer from these or any other ailments, why not try sympathy soothing syrup? Remember, sympathy spelled backwards is yatapamis. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Yes, yatapamis, yes, yatapamis, yes, yatapamis drives your blues away.
He must have a new quartet there.
And now, folks, here is our Utapamus news reporter with a special item.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rochester Van Jones, who has been adrift in the Pacific Ocean for the last 2 days, has been found by the Coast Guard and towed into port.
What?
Rochester is the butler of that famous comedian, Jack Bentley.
That's Benny.
Our quartet will now sing their version of that new song hit, Yes, We Have No Bananas, Butter, or Sugar.
I don't want to hear that. Oh, my goodness, Rochester adrift in the Pacific. I didn't even know he was on a boat. Well, thank heaven he's safe. When he gets home, I'm going to... Maybe that's him. Hello?
Long distance call for Jack Bentley.
That's Benny. I'll take it.
Very well.
Hello? Hello? Hello, is this Rochester?
You were expecting maybe ship work, Kelly?
Rochester! Rochester, I just heard about you being in the ocean for 2 days. How are you?
Salty.
I know, but tell me what happened.
Well, boss, me and my friend Sam were about 20 miles off Catalina when we developed motor trouble. And you know I can't swim.
Uh-huh.
Then suddenly a big wave swept me overboard and I landed right next to a vicious-looking shark. So I got back to the boat fast.
Wait a minute. You just said you couldn't swim.
I didn't think I could run on water either, but I did.
Well, what happened then?
Well, when we weren't rescued after the first day, we realized we were in a tough spot. So we started sending out messages in bottles.
What did the messages say?
Send more bottles.
Rochester, I hope you weren't drinking out there.
Oh, no, boss. No, sir. But after the second day, we sure got hungry. And fortunately, a bird landed on back of the boat.
A bird? Good.
So I picked up my rifle, took aim, and I...
Rifle? Rochester, you wouldn't shoot a poor little bird.
No, I just wanted to frighten her enough to lay an egg.
Did you frighten her?
Did I? She laid 2 eggs, 3 strips of bacon.
Rochester, don't be ridiculous. A bird can't lay bacon.
Boss, when you got a gun in your face, you find out you got talent you never knew you had.
Never mind that. Now tell me, how did you get back to shore?
Well, the Coast Guard finally found us and towed us into the harbor.
Well, I'm glad it came out all right. It certainly was an unusual experience.
It sure was.
Rochester, what are you laughing at?
It's the first time I ever lost a weekend on water.
I thought. Anyway, Rochester, I'm glad you're safe, and hurry out here to Palm Springs.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well done. There you are. That's how I found out about Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, this is American Brotherhood Week. Brotherhood. There's much more to it than the word itself implies. Many of us feel that we are practicing it if we have consideration and respect for our immediate circle of friends. Well, that's not enough. We should have it for all people everywhere. The color of a man's skin and the church he goes to is a mighty poor yardstick to use in measuring his character. And to have a contempt for an entire race because of color or creed is unthinkable. If you want to know how it feels, Think back to when the Germans and the Japanese thought themselves superior races and said that all Americans were decadent, criminal, and stupid. Our anger and indignation flared at the thought of Americans being called decadent, criminal, and stupid. And yet, if we tolerate racial and religious discrimination, we are. I think I saw brotherhood at its best when I was overseas during the war. When men are fighting for their lives and the lives of their fellows, racial and religious issues are relegated to their proper place of unimportance. I never heard a wounded man complain about being carried back to a field hospital by a Negro, or ask whether the blood plasma he was getting was Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish. You know, a bullet is a very democratic thing. So let's remember and perpetuate these battlefield lessons and carry them through our lives to make a better world. There is a verse in the song, America the Beautiful, that should mean a lot to all of us. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea, and crowned thy good with brotherhood. That is our heritage. Let's live up to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
A man goes by what he knows. Here's what Mr. William Lee Branch, independent tobacco auctioneer of Winterville, North Carolina, said.
Sure, I smoke Luckies. Been smoking them for 18 years. Any tobacco man will tell you that the quality of a cigarette depends on the quality of the tobacco that goes into it. And I know from long experience that Lucky Strike buys fine quality tobacco.
Quote, I know from long experience that Lucky Strike buys fine quality tobacco. Unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, Jack, another program's over.
Yep, another program and another birthday. Just think, Mary, next year at this time, I'll be 39.
39? Jack, you said this year you were 37.
Oh, yes, I'll be 38. I gotta watch that. Good night,
folks. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 49, American.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment,
Smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. Excuse me, this is Kenny Delmar. Excuse me, I have a special announcement to make. Herbert Tarleton cigarettes are back. Good news for those who prefer a cork-tip cigarette. Herbert Tarleton is back, and there's something about them you like. Herbert Tarleton is back after being made only for the armed forces. Yes, Herbert Tarleton is back. That cork-tip cigarette, Herbert Tarleton, available now for you. Yes, Herbert Tarleton is back, and remember, there's something about them you like. There's something about them you like. This is Kenny Delmar. I trust you will welcome home Herbert Tarleton. There's something about them you like.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to last night and out to Jack Benny's house, where the whole gang has gathered for rehearsal.
Rochester, has everybody arrived for rehearsal?
Yes, sir. They're all in the library.
Good. Well, I'm ready.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jack Benny, everybody rise. The first rehearsal of the 26th program of the Lucky Strike series is now in session.
Good evening, Miss Livingston.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Good evening, Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Gee, what's happened since I went away?
Another outburst like that, and I'll have the room cleared. Now, raise your right hands and repeat after me. Mr. Harris, it's your other hand. Now, repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear
that I will not divulge or repeat.
that I will not divulge or repeat
Any routines, ideas, or jokes herein contained.
any routines, ideas, or jokes herein contained.
And if I do, may I be farmed out till life can be beautiful.
And if I do, may I be farmed out till life can be beautiful.
You may all be seated. Rehearsal is now in session. And now, to facilitate the reading of the script, will everybody please remove their paper clips? Good. Rochester, collect them, count them, and straighten the bent ones.
Yes, sir.
We will now commence the rehearsal with the opening introduction by Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, if you please.
Thank you. I beg your pardon, Mr. Benny.
Just a moment, Mr. Wilson. What is it, Mr. Harris?
Well, I'd like to propose an amendment to joke 4 on page 6.
Why?
Because it stinks.
I see. Mr. Harris has expressed an opinion that joke 4 on page 6 has an aromatic quality which is not pleasant. We will take a vote. Miss Livingston?
I agree.
Mr. Wilson?
I agree.
Mr. Day?
I can't tell. I have a cold.
Motion passed. And now we will proceed
Oh,
with...
Jack, for heaven's sake, this is silly.
What?
Why do we have to go through this every time we have a rehearsal? Why can't we rehearse like we used to?
Because everybody took advantage of it. You come in late, you wouldn't pay attention, you sat around reading newspapers instead of scripts. That's why.
But, Jack, you can't rehearse this way. You've got to loosen up. After all, this is a comedy program.
Ooh, what she said.
Dennis.
Well, Livy's right, Jackson. We can't be funny when we're so formal and stiff.
Phil, you're the only one that comes in stiff. That's why we're rehearsing this way. Remember, I'm the star.
I'm a star. I'm a star.
Quiet, Polly.
Quiet, Polly. Quiet, Polly.
Polly, if you don't keep quiet, I'm going to... You know what?
Oh, Jack, not again.
What does he do, Livy?
Every time the Polly talks back to him, he takes her out of the cage, opens the front door, and hands her a road map to Capistrano.
Mary,
That's the only parrot registered with the Automobile Club.
Never mind. Let's get started with the rehearsal. Now, here's the way the show will run. We'll do our usual opening spot, a band number, and then Dennis's songs.
Sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Coca-Cola. Get your sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Coca-Cola here.
Oh, yes.
I'll have a roast beef. Here you are. Thank you.
And now we'll...
Hard-boiled eggs, cooked fresh this morning, roast beef sandwiches.
I'll have a hard-boiled egg.
Here you are. Thank you.
And now we'll...
May I have a paper napkin, please?
Yes, ma'am. Here you are. Thank you.
And now we'll...
Will you have a sandwich, Mr. Day?
Yes, please.
Here you are.
I'll have to re-educate this kid. He got his food free in the Navy. And now we'll go...
Last call for sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Coca-Cola. Eggs and Coca-Cola! Eggs and Coca-Cola!
All right, kids, we'll start the rehearsal with the introduction. No, we better...
Oh, Jack, let's start somewhere so we can get through. We're all going to the movies.
Yeah, Jackson, we're going down to see that new picture, The Road to Utopia.
Oh, yeah. Say, maybe I'll go with you. I'd like to see what Crosby looks like with his collar open. Anyway, kids, we can't go till after rehearsal. I don't know what you want to go to the movies for anyway. There hasn't been a good picture since the horn blows at midnight. Quiet, Polly. You didn't even see it.
Maybe Walter Pigeon told her.
Yeah, Walter Pigeon. He flies by here every day. Now, listen, kid, let's get one thing straight. My rehearsals are more important than going to the movies. I'm sick of the movies anyway.
Oh, Jack, you always hate the movies this time of the year because you never win the Academy Award.
Mary, that has nothing to do with it. Comedy pictures get very little consideration. I found out one thing. To win an Academy Award, you got to do a picture with absolutely no laughs.
Well, your darn one last near made it.
I think you got the idea. I don't mind when you ball up a lousy gag, but that was such a good one. Anyway, my next picture will...
Sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Alabama pennants.
Alabama pennants?
Yeah, we have them left over from the Rose Bowl game.
Rochester, save those. Alabama may be out here again.
Okay.
Boy, did I take a beating on those. Tried everything. I even had Rochester sitting on a bale of cotton. Now, come on, kids. Let's get going with this rehearsal. Don, take it from
Say, Jack, I've been looking all through the script, and I don't see any place where I do a commercial.
Oh, that. Well, Don, I got a big surprise for you, and it'll be terrific on our show.
What is it, Jack?
Well, get this, kid. Now, Polly, what has Daddy been teaching you all week? No, Polly. No. That you picked up yourself. Now, listen. LS, MFT.
LS.
MFT.
Hard-boiled eggs.
No. Take it again, Polly. LS.
LS.
MFT.
MFT.
Now, put them all together, and what have you got?
Mother.
Polly, how can you be so dumb? Every week you listen to the radio, you hear the commercials. Now, what do you hear?
Poor Miriam.
Not bad. Now, listen, Polly, listen. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Come on. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So round, so firm, so fully packed.
LS, MFT.
We're past that.
Hard-boiled eggs.
Polly. Now, look, Polly, listen. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
So round.
So firm.
So firm.
So fully packed.
Hard-boiled eggs.
No. I got a good notion to yank you out of that cage and teach...
So fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
It works every time. Well, kids, that takes care of the commercial.
If he teaches that bird how to sing, I'm back in the Navy.
Well, as a warning to all of you, she's learning fast. Now, kids, let's rehearse the scene right after...
Oh, Jack, why can't we rehearse tomorrow morning? It's getting late. We want to go to the movie.
Well, all right. But, Dennis, before you go, run over your song. I'm going up to bed. So long, kids. I'll see you in the morning.
So long, Jackson. So long.
It was just a neighborhood dance. That's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a masquerade ball with costumes and all. 'Cause you were at the dance with me. It was just a ride on a train. That's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a trip to the stars with Venus and Mars. 'Cause you were on the train with me. And when I kissed you, darling, it was more than just a thrill for me. It was the promise, darling, of the things that fate had willed for me. It was just a wedding in June. That's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a royal affair with everyone there. 'Cause you said, yes, I do.
I got your bed turned down.
Thanks. Rochester, please untie my shoes, will you?
Your shoes?
Yes. I do it myself, but Benny's back and Lumbago's got him. Hey, did you hear that? Benny's back and Lumbago's got him. Hey, Rochester, do you think I should use that joke on my program tomorrow?
No.
Well, that's all I need you for, Rochester. Good night.
Good night, boy.
Look what time it is. 8:30. That's funny. I'm not even sleepy. I think I'll sit up for a while and read a book. Let's see. Here's one. Clara Klingenpeel, Girl Bricklayer. Oh, I read that. Here's another one. I Married a Smudge Pot. Gee, that was a hot one. I remember that one. Here's another one. Your darn one last near made it. I thought I read that just a couple of minutes ago. I wonder if... Say, wait a minute. Here's a book I haven't read. I Stand Condemned by Maximilian Q. Langley. I Stand Condemned. Gee, that's an exciting title. I think I'll read this book. Chapter 1. I Stand Condemned. I'm what you call an average citizen. I come from a little town in the Midwest. Yes, I'm married. I have a lovely wife. We have 3 fine boys and a dog. George, Frank, Harry, and Rover. Harry is the dog. My life, as the lives of most men, followed a course pointed out
by the fickle finger of fate.
Fickle finger of fate. Gee, this guy's a classy writer.
Most stories start at the beginning, but my story begins at the end. I am occupying a cell in the death row at the state penitentiary.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell you. Let me out of here. Oh, Warden. Warden.
Yes?
Warden, you gotta let me out of here. I'm innocent. Do you hear? Innocent. In a few minutes, they're going to execute me. What time do I go to the chair?
5:30.
Good. Then I won't have to listen to Fred Allen. Oh, what am I saying? Warden, I tell you, it wasn't my fault. I don't want to go to the electric chair.
Now, calm down. Our barber's a little rushed today, so I'll shave your head myself.
But, Warden...
sit still. I'll start with the scissors.
Take it easy around the sideburns, please.
Yes, sir.
Manicure?
No, thank you.
It's, on the house, you know.
Oh, manicure, please. Wait a minute. Wait, let me out of here. I don't want to go to the electric chair. I won't leave this room. I can't walk that last mile.
Oh, you won't have to. We'll bring the electric chair in here.
What?
We have a long cord, you know.
Warden, if you'll only listen to my story, I know you'll believe me.
Oh, very well. What is your story?
Well, Warden, it goes back a long, long time. I would have led a normal life except for the fickle finger of fate. The warden listened to my story. I told him how I met the man who was responsible for my undoing. I was walking down the street. I had just left my office and was going home to my 3 wonderful children, Manny, Mo, and Jack. We had Manny and Jack and felt that we should have one Mo. Anyway, I was walking along when suddenly a figure stepped out of the shadow. He was a small man with a round face. He reminded me somewhat of Peter Lorre. And when he spoke, his voice, too, reminded me of Peter Lorre. He tapped me on the shoulder and said,
"Pardon me, sir, but may I trouble you for a match?"
A match? I'm sorry I don't have one, but I'll let you use my cigarette lighter.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Hey, you, come back with that lighter. Give me that.
All right. Here's your lighter.
I thought you just wanted to light a cigarette.
I do, but my cigarette is home.
Oh, yeah? Then why were you running toward the railroad station?
My home is in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh?
Yes. I married a smudge pot.
Smudge pot? Now, wait a minute. You were trying to steal my cigarette lighter.
No, I wasn't. As a matter of fact, I'd like to buy it. I'll give you $20,000 for it.
$20,000? Well, I don't want to take advantage of you. I'll tell you what. I'll throw in an extra flint.
Thank you, sir. Well, here's the money.
A $20,000 bill. Well, so long, mister. I hope you enjoy the lighter.
Oh, just a moment. I also admire that necktie you're wearing.
My necktie? I know it sounds fantastic, but he bought my tie for $17,000. And then he bought my shirt, my shoes, and my suit. And I gave him my last stitch of clothing, this mysterious stranger. Handed me $194,000 and 2 balloons. Having no clothes, I blew up the balloons and danced my way home. The next day, I met the little man for a second time. Again, he gave me fabulous prices for my clothes, and again, I danced my way home. On the third day, the same thing happened. I was not only getting richer, but I was dancing better. Our daily meetings were more than a mere coincidence. A bond developed between us. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in the kitchen having breakfast with my wife and my 3 lovely children, Anaheim, Azusa, and Cuca. The little man had not yet come downstairs. Yes, he was living with us now.
Come on, children, finish your breakfast.
That's right, children. Eat every bit of it.
But, Dowdy, I'm tired of this silly old caviar. Why can't we have oatmeal like we used to?
Because we're rich, that's why. Now, hurry up or you'll be late for school. Where's Junior?
Oh, he's out in the backyard making mud pies out of butter.
For heaven's sake, doesn't he know he's going to ruin his mink overalls? Anyway, he's been out there long enough. Junior, get ready for school.
Oh, Daddy, I don't want to go to that new school.
I bought it and you'll go to it. Now get ready.
You know, darling, things just haven't been the same since that stranger came to live with us. He frightens me. There's something weird about him.
You know, I've been feeling the same.
Shh. Quiet, here he comes now.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did. Sit down.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm late for breakfast, but I overslept. I was out on a party last night.
A party? Well, how do you feel this morning? Oh, well, have some tomato juice.
Yes, I'll get you some.
Well, you know I envy you, too. Oh, a beautiful home and lovely children.
Haven't you any children?
No, I married a smudge pot.
Oh, then you have no children.
No, but we are lousy with oranges.
Oh.
By the way, I don't feel I should live here any longer without paying you rent. How much do you want?
Well, I'm no good at these things. Let's forget it.
Oh, no, I insist. Would $1 million a week be enough?
Well, with or without meals?
With meals.
That'll be $3 extra.
I'll be glad to pay for it.
Glad? Things like this were happening every day. I had gone money mad. Money. My wife left me. And so did my 3 lovely children. Atchison, Topeka, and Irving. They ran off with the Harvey girl. But I didn't care. I had my money. I had accumulated millions of dollars, which I kept in my shoes. I was now 11 feet 6. I begged the OPA to raise the ceiling. One day, as I was sweeping some loose change under the rug, he came in. Now cut that out!
Hello, my friend. I have a present for you. A brand new $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill? Let me have it. Give it to me quick. I gotta have it.
All right, but be careful how you handle it. The ink is still wet.
Don't worry. The ink is still wet. Wait a minute. You mean you've been printing this money yourself?
Certainly, doesn't everybody?
Oh, so that's it. I must have been blind not to see through this whole scheme. My life is ruined. I lost my wife and my 3 lovely children, Sarah, Toga, and Trunk. I thought I was rich.
but I haven't got a tie or a shirt or a suit. All I got is money, and all counterfeit. You've even got my cigarette lighter, and I, like a fool, threw in an extra flint.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd really pay $17,000 for a necktie? $22,000 for your button shoes?
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd give you $500 for a dinner when I could get the same thing at Ciro's for $400?
Zero!
Of course that money was counterfeit.
And those balloons you gave me weren't any good either. They broke on the Sunset bus and embarrassed me. And for all this time, you've been nothing but a counterfeit.
Well, what's the difference? We can still do business. I can print the money, and you can get rid of it for me.
Never. I'll kill you first. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill you.
Get your hands up. Take them away. Don't kill me. I'll give you back your clothes.
My clothes? What good are they now? You've had the pants short. And the coat taken in. You even cut off the belt from the back.
Stop choking me. Why must I always die at the end?
There, I killed you.
Yes, I killed him. And as I finished telling my story, the warden looked at me and said,
It's 5:30. Shall we go?
Yes.
And so, as I walked through the little green door, I thought of my 3 lovely children, Fickle, Finger, and Fate. I stand condemned.
Gee, what a swell book. That guy's a great writer. Fickle Finger of Fate. I gotta remember that.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, F.E. Boone. At 49, American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Yes, it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the tobacco auctions can see just who buys what tobacco. They can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy fine, light, naturally mild tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means more real, deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday we'll be with you again, broadcasting from the Permanent Army Air Base at Marchfield. Well, Peter Lorre, I want to thank you very much for appearing on my program tonight.
It was a pleasure to be here, Jack.
I may not see you later, so I want to pay you for your performance right now. Here you are, $3,000.
Oh, thank you very much.
Be careful how you handle it. The ink is still wet. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight 2 of radio's foremost actors, Mason Adams and Santos Ortega, in The Devil and the Deep Blue Sea.
This is the mysterious traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call The Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. Our story begins in that part of the Caribbean Sea known as the Great Bahama Bank, which lies north of Cuba. In the calm, sparkling sea are two ships, a British destroyer and a small schooner. The schooner is a derelict and barely afloat. There's great activity aboard the destroyer as its longboat returns from the schooner. A few moments later, Chief Petty Officer Warren reports to the captain of the destroyer.
Yes, Warren?
The schooner's American, sir. The Golden Queen out of Key West. We found one man aboard. He was unconscious. He's in sick bay receiving medical attention.
Has he regained consciousness yet?
No, sir. He's in bad shape. We found him lying in the hold of the schooner. The cabin and rigging were completely gone.
Yes, well, evidently the schooner received the full force of that hurricane 10 days ago. Probably the other crew members were swept overboard.
Yes, sir. I've a letter which might throw some light on the subject, sir.
Is it a letter?
Yes, sir. I found it clenched in the unconscious man's hand. Here you are, sir.
Let me see. Written in pencil. The pages are dry now, but they seem to have been soaked with seawater.
Yes, sir.
It's a bit difficult to read. Let's see, it begins... It seems impossible that with the hurricane that is now sweeping over this ship, anyone will ever read these words that I am writing. The rigging and cabin are gone, and the ship is taking on water. As I lie here in the hold, I feel it can only be a matter of moments until the end. But if by some miracle this ship should survive, I leave this letter
as a record of the cruise of the Golden Queen. It all began last December 5th when 4 companions and myself sailed out of Key West. All of us, Chuck Riker, Sam Morris, Pete Ross, Harry Martin, and myself, Bill Storm, had been in the Navy together during the war. We had all pooled our savings and bought the schooner Golden Queen. Our destination, Flamingo Cay, some 450 miles to the southeast of Key West. Our objective, to recover treasure from an English pirate ship reported sunk by a Spanish man-of-war at Flamingo Cay in 1632. As we reeled off mile after mile, the days were hot and bright, the nights a dark blue velvet, with a sky full of stars, and a good breeze filled the high white spread of sails. As we sailed the same waters that countless treasure ships had sailed only a few centuries ago, there was a growing sense of excitement and anticipation aboard the Golden Queen. At dawn on the 6th day of our trip, our lookout sighted Flamingo Cay.
Hey, there she is. 3 points to starboard.
Bill, that is Flamingo Cay, isn't it?
That's it, all right. Steady as she goes.
Steady as she goes.
Now, here, hold one end of this chart down.
Sure, Bill.
Now, here's Flamingo Cay, and here's Pirates Lagoon.
Pirates Lagoon?
Yeah.
According to the log of the Spanish man-of-war, that's where the English pirate ship headed in, trying to escape the Spanish.
Uh-huh. The pirate captain sailed across the entrance to the lagoon, and a hidden reef ripped the ship's bottom wide open. Sank with all hands in less than a minute.
And with all its stolen treasure still aboard.
Yep. If that 300-year-old log of the Spanish man-of-war is right, the pirate ship is on the bottom of that lagoon directly ahead.
That lagoon is sort of big, isn't it?
Yeah, it isn't going to be easy to locate the wreck. Steady as she goes! A few minutes later, the Golden Queen drove through the small opening in the jagged ring of reefs and slid into the calm, smooth water of the lagoon. The anchor chain clanked as the big hook splashed into the water and found bottom. We had arrived at our destination. That afternoon, we lowered a small boat and began the tedious job of rowing back and forth across the lagoon, peering down into the crystal clear water, looking for some indication of the wrecked pirate craft. Our eyes began to ache from the reflected sunlight as we scanned the bottom of the lagoon hour after hour. As one day of searching followed another, our spirits fell. It was on the 6th day that our luck changed.
Hey, stop rowing. Bill, look.
What? I don't see a thing.
Now, keep looking at the bottom where I'm pointing.
Well, it just looks like a large mass of coral covered with marine growth.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, but the marine growth. Can't you see the muzzle of a cannon sticking through?
Hey, you may be right. It does look like the muzzle of a cannon.
Do you think that marine-covered mass could be the...
Sure, it's the pirate wreck.
Sam, I think you found it. Chuck, drop a boy to mark the spot.
Right, Bill.
Now let's get back to the Golden Queen and get the diving equipment ready. This may be it. An hour later, I was in the diving suit. Sam gave the helmet the 8th turn that fastened and locked it. The faceplate was slammed shut, and I could feel the air coming through my lines from the pump. I stepped onto the diving platform, and a moment later was descending into the clear, warm water. Fish of all colors darted about me as I was slowly lowered. My weighted boots struck bottom at 130 feet. Following the beam of light over my helmet, I peered into the wall of water around me. Suddenly, my heart began pounding with excitement. For less than 200 feet away was the large marine-covered mass of coral. I began to cautiously make my way toward it, keeping a careful eye out for sharks and morays which abounded in these waters. As I made my way closer, I could clearly see that the marine growth covered an old hulk. The ship lay on its side with a huge gaping hole in the broken hull. Scattered on the floor of the lagoon were ancient barnacle-encrusted cannon, guns, and timbers. Beyond a doubt, it was the wreck of the English pirate ship. I signaled on my line, and Sam sent down the explosives that were to be used to blast the hull. I wasted no time in planting the charges in the hull. It was just as I had finished that I heard his voice.
So you've come for Captain Murdoch's treasure, eh?
I whirled about clumsily, instinctively, but I was alone. Then I heard it again.
They've all come for my treasure. Cutthroats and cut purses, gulls and connies. And they've all left their skins.
Again, I whirled about, seeking for that voice, but there was nothing at all. I could feel a scream welling up within me. As the voice spoke again, I gave 3 sharp tugs on my line. It was the emergency signal.
You'll be back, laddie. But remember, it's Captain Murdoch you've got to deal with. Captain Murdoch!
Keep the pumps going, Pete, until I get the faceplate open. Okay. Hey, Bill, what was wrong? Why'd you give the emergency signal?
He's as white as a sheet. Bill, what happened?
Was it an octopus?
An octopus? Yeah.
Yeah, sure, these waters are full of them. You should have taken a settle and torch down with you. They don't like torches.
Yeah.
You just take it easy for a while.
Bill, did you plant the explosives?
Sure.
Pete, detonate the explosives.
Okay, here goes.
They didn't go off. Bill, you sure you made the connections?
I made them all right.
Well, they must have gotten loose. We'll just have to try again.
What about my going down?
No.
Why not?
Well, because Chuck's only a beginner, and he's never gone down that deep.
You got a point there.
Well, okay. Means we'll have to wait until tomorrow.
Yeah. Bill will go down as soon as it's daylight and plant some more explosives. Right, Bill?
Right. Well, that night I lay awake in my bunk, going over and over in my mind the dive I had made and the strange voice I had heard. I kept telling myself that it had been an hallucination. That must be it. Being in pirate waters, the excitement of the search, going down to 130 feet, all had combined to create this hallucination. It was the only possible answer. What other answer could there be? Morning came and I donned the diving suit. Sam handed me an acetylene torch. And a few minutes later, I was descending into the calm green water. I touched bottom only a few feet from the wreck and signaled Sam to send down the explosives. As I waited, I found myself constantly turning in a circle, peering through my faceplate at the well of water which pressed in on me. The explosives were lowered to me, and I planted them in the hull. As I finished, I heard that voice once again.
So you've come back, have you?
As he spoke, I could feel cold shivers running through my body, and I fought the impulse to give the emergency signal.
Aye, that's the curse of treasure. Once a man kens it, There's no turning back. Ask me, laddie. Captain Murdoch. I'll tell you.
Where are you?
Where am I? Ask the fish that stripped me of me flesh and left me bones as a warning to the likes of you. Look at you, whirling about like a jackanapes to see me. Hey, you fool. Did you think the spirit of a man could be kenned?
What do you want?
For 3 centuries I've haunted this accursed wreck, waiting for the likes of you. And now you've come. I've treasure, laddie, such as you've never seen. Rubies and diamonds, pearls and sapphires, silver and gold. The wealth I tore from a dozen Spanish galleons. I'll share it with you, if you agree to my terms.
Terms?
Aye, laddie, terms. First, I'll share with you and only you. For the others, a dagger or the plank.
A dagger? Or the plank?
Aye. Many's the crew that's felt my steel when there's been treasure to share.
You mean murder Sam, Chuck, and the others?
Aye.
Your voice. What you're saying. It's all an hallucination. It must be. I'm just hearing things.
I cannot words. What manner of weeping is this? What the steel do the men have done?
Stop talking. Stop talking. Do you hear? I won't do it. I won't.
You'll do it, laddie. Or you'll ne'er take my treasure.
Who's to stop me? A voice? A sheer hallucination?
Captain Murdoch, laddie. Captain Murdoch.
You're just a voice. You can't stop me. But no, don't. You're choking me. Stop.
You can't see me, laddie. But you can feel my wrath, can you not?
Let go.
You'll find me a reasonable captain if you follow my orders. But if you don't, laddie, you'll ne'er see the sun again. Now these are my terms. And pay heed to my words.
How is he, Sam? He's just coming to. All right, take it easy, Bill. Just lie where you are.
What happened?
Well, I signaled you while you were on the bottom, but you didn't answer, so we hauled you up, but fast. We didn't even stop for decompression stages.
What made you pass out?
I don't know.
Maybe your airline got snarled in the wreck.
Maybe.
Did you plant the explosives?
Yeah.
All right. Pete, detonate it.
Okay. Hang on to something.
That did it.
Look at all those pieces of wood and dead fish coming up to the surface.
Yeah. That explosion must have ripped the wreck wide open. Ought to be soft pickings from here on in. What do you say, Bill?
Yeah, soft pickings.
All right, come on, boys. Let's get the diving equipment in A1 shape. Tomorrow's the big day.
All that night I lay awake in my bunk, staring into the darkness, trying not to think of that voice. But there was no escaping it. I could hear his every word over and over, relentlessly pounding into my brain, till I could no longer think for myself. As I donned the diving suit shortly after dawn, I could see Sam and the others eyeing me curiously as they helped me on with my equipment. 15 minutes later, I was on the bottom, making my way towards the wreck. The stern portion of the hulk had been blown into hundreds of fragments, and the floor of the lagoon was littered with old firearms, metal armor, broken gun flints, and cannonballs. As I picked my way through the debris, he spoke.
Come for the treasure, eh, laddie? Now that you and me are partners, you're welcome to it. And what a treasure it is.
Where is it?
You'll find 4 chests buried under that wreckage to your starboard.
There?
Aye. It took 12 ships and 1,000 lives to make up that treasure. Wait till you set eye on the precious stones I plucked from the San Cristo Domingo. Worth a king's ransom.
These chests are filled with treasure?
Aye. And well you might gape. Lash that rope around them, laddie. 'Tis heavy they are.
They must each weigh at least 500 pounds.
Aye. Lash them snugly. 'Tis our fortune you have there, laddie. 'Twill buy the world for us.
All right, hold still, will you, Bill? I'm trying to get your helmet off. There. Look at it, boy.
Poor chest, Bill. Filled to the brim with jewels and gold. Just look at it. Sam, what do you think it's worth?
Oh, 5 million, maybe 10, even 20. Who knows? Look at this diamond. Why, it's the size of an egg. There's no telling what it's worth.
Some of the other diamonds are almost as big.
Boy, we really hit the jackpot. Why, Bill, what's wrong? You haven't said a thing.
I guess I'm tired. Help me out of this suit.
Why, sure. Give me your hand, boys. This is the guy who did it for us.
He sure did.
I don't mind helping you, but this is hardly the kind of work for millionaires.
Now you're talking, Pete. And, boy, just as soon as we get Bill out of this diving suit, we'll weigh anchor for Key West.
Swell,
No.
I gotta...
What do you mean, no?
Let's stick around so that I can make another dive tomorrow. I may have overlooked a couple of chests.
Well, that's hardly likely.
Oh, you've done enough diving, Bill. I don't mind telling you that you've had us all worried these past couple of days.
Yeah. You've been acting kind of strange.
Nothing wrong with him that $1 million won't cure.
The sun's already setting. We'll leave tomorrow.
Okay. I guess another night here can't make much difference. We'll weigh anchor at dawn. Now let's get these 4 chests below.
That night I lay in my bunk, waiting, watching. As first Sam, then Pete, then Harry fell asleep. I slipped quietly out of my bunk, crossed the cabin, and stepped out on deck. A full moon shone down on the Golden Queen, and I could see Chuck, who was on watch, standing near the wheel, smoking. As I approached, he turned and saw me.
Hello, Bill. Couldn't sleep, huh?
No.
What about the others?
They're sleeping.
Don't see how they can do it. I'm so excited I couldn't. All I can think of is the treasure and what I'm going to do with my share.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Don't sound very enthused.
I guess I'm just tired.
Those dives you made must have taken a lot out of you.
Yeah. It did. Is that a ship out there?
Where?
There, 3 points to starboard.
I'm looking, but I don't see any.
I caught him as he dropped, and I carefully eased his body over the rail and let go. He hit the water with only a small splash and was gone. When dawn came, the others had followed. I was alone on the Golden Queen. Alone? No, that isn't quite correct. He was aboard. I couldn't see him, but he was with me all right. With his assistance, I weighed anchor. A half hour later, using the auxiliary engine, the Golden Queen slipped through the opening in the lagoon and out to sea. For a day and a night, I stood at the wheel, and when I was exhausted, he took over. It was on the 4th day that the hurricane caught me. Within the first hour, it swept the rigging and cabin overboard and left me helpless. Mountainous waves, one after another, are breaking over the Golden Queen.
And only a miracle can save me. If I go down, as surely I must, at least he'll go with me. I realize now, too late, that... The letter ends at this point.
What do you make of it, sir?
Make of it? Well, it's obviously the letter of an insane mind. Bill Storm, the unconscious man that you found aboard the derelict, became demented when his 4 companions were swept overboard during the hurricane. And, as a result, wrote this fantastic letter.
Sir, while searching through Storm's pockets for the identification, I found these.
3 coins.
Yes, sir. If you scrape the brown crust off him, you'll see they're gold pieces.
I say, look here. These coins are hundreds of years old.
Yes, sir.
Then that part of the letter about recovering sunken treasure might possibly have been true. Did you find any chests aboard the derelict?
No, sir. It was swept as clean as a whistle.
Well, perhaps it wasn't only the loss of his 4 companions, but the loss of the treasure as well that sent Storm out of his mind. Yes.
Sir, do you think there might have been anything to do with this Captain Murdoch he mentions in the letter?
Certainly not. Don't be ridiculous. I'm amazed at you, Warren. Next, you'll be telling me that you believe in ghosts.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Come along to the sick bay. We'll see if Storm has regained consciousness yet.
This fellow Stormy seems to be regaining consciousness, sir. He's opening his eyes. Can't make out where he is.
All right now, Storm. Just lie quietly. Don't try to speak. You're quite safe now. You're aboard a British destroyer. The doctor says you're going to be all right.
He's trying to say something, sir.
No, don't try to speak, Storm. Just lie quietly and take
treasure.
What was that?
He was asking you, sir, about the treasure.
Oh, yes, the treasure. Well, I'll get to that, Storm, in just a moment. But the main thing to remember is that it's a miracle that you survived. You know, I read that fantastic letter you wrote, and I can only attribute it to the shock and grief of losing your shipmates in the hurricane. Never read such utter claptrap. Pirate ghosts, indeed. As for the treasure, I'm sorry to say that the hurricane swept your schooner clean. All that Chief Warren found were these 3 gold coins. The rest, I'm afraid, is gone.
Gone?
Yes, my good man, swept overboard.
Swept overboard? Why,
You sniveling, perfumed, white-bellied girl. Do you think the likes of you can keep my treasure from me? Ask the others that tried it. Black Irish, Billy Bones, the Frenchman, Captain Bull. They felt my steel and left their bones to bleach in the sun. Bring me my chest, or I'll rip your tongue out and hang you to the highest yardarm. As sure as my name is Captain Murdoch.
My good man, go with me. You're out of your mind. Warren, help!
Steal Captain Murdoch's treasure, would you? Let's see out of the world, laddie boy. As I did the other.
Help!
You'll never keep Murdoch's treasure. No, you struggling laddie. You're done for.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Or was the captain of the British destroyer choked to death? Oh, no, he was saved. But he's never been the same since. As for poor old Bill Storm, well, he's now safely under lock and key. He still speaks in 17th century English and insists he's Captain Murdoch. And now and then, he buttonholes one of his attendants and whispers of fabulous loot to be won on the high seas through piracy. But so far, he's been unable to muster up a crew. That reminds me of next week's story, The Accusing Corpse. It's about a murderer who discovered that the dead sometimes arise from the grave to... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the mysterious traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lady Astor presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Astor Screen Guild play tonight, China Seas. The starring players,
This is Clark Gable.
This is Lucille Ball.
Douglas Dumbrill.
And this is Anna Lee.
Tonight, Lady Astor presents the Screen Guild players in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous motion picture, China Seas, a stirring romantic tale of adventure in the Far East during the year 1930. It stars Clark Gable as Captain Alan Gaskell, Lucille Ball as China Doll, Anna Lee as Sybil Barclay, Douglas Dumbrill as Jamesy, and Herbert Rawlinson as Sir Guy. The Lady Astor Screen Guild players in China Seas.
Let's face it, the SS Kin Lung was nobody's dreamboat on the freight run from Hong Kong to Singapore, barnacled, rusty, and down at the heels like everything else in the China Sea. Still, I guess I was sort of proud of her. You see, I was captain of the tired old tub. That particular morning I went on board, I was toting a bit of a cargo myself. A hangover after a 3-day binge. And I wasn't feeling exactly friendly, so I went to my cabin, slammed the door, and...
Hello, Lammy.
Hmm?
Don't stare. It's me, China Doll.
What the devil are you doing aboard? Didn't we say goodbye last night?
Yeah, but you were drunk. I thought maybe you'd kind of like to say it sober, huh?
Come on, get going. We're pulling out in a few minutes.
What's the rush? What is it? Got someone else on board? Alan, I told you if you ever...
Now, just a minute, Dolly. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you're number one girl in the archipelago. But I don't remember making any vows to you, or asking for any either.
Well, I'm sorry. You're round.
Well, that's more like it. Now, come on, Nuisance. Overside with you.
Oh, but Alan, what'll I do with my ticket?
Ticket?
It's all paid for and everything.
I knew you had something up your sleeve. Come on, I'll get your money back.
But I've got a job in Singapore.
No.
It's a contract at the vaudeville.
No.
Honest, I won't come near you, Alan. They won't even guess that we know each other.
No.
Honest, honey. Oh, okay, big boy. You win. Just a pipe dream, I guess, that's all. Only last night you were so nice to me, I thought that maybe you kind of...
All right, all right.
You mean I can?
Well, you've got a ticket and a job. Maybe I've got no right
Oh,
to...
Lammy.
Say, cut it out. Will you
That's
stop
wonderful.
wrestling me around?
Alan, I'm so happy. Wait, I know what I need.
Hey, that's my locker. What's the idea?
Well, relax. I'm just getting one of my cigarettes.
Yours? Well, who put them there?
Well, you see, I was waiting to say goodbye, and I sort of had them in my hand, and I...
A dozen tins, enough to last a month.
Well, after all, I might need them, Lammy. Especially if I sort of happen to make the round trip.
I guess I might have been sore, Dolly, but right then I had my hands pretty full getting the King on ready for sea. We were loaded down to the deck rails that trip. A lot of passengers, too. Important passengers. Mr. Willett of the Royal Canadian Bank.
We've got the gold on board, Captain Gaskell. We've stored it just the way we planned.
Sir Guy, the managing director of the line.
Get her out of the harbor, then come down to my cabin. The way you look, Alan, you need a drink.
And Jamesy McArdle, who shipped a lot of stuff with us.
The only boat the pirates never dared to raid. Gaskell, I wouldn't sail with any captain but you.
Yes, sir, I had plenty on my mind that trip. And then all of a sudden, I had some more.
Captain Gaskell, sir?
Yes?
Port captain told me to report to you, sir. Replacement for your third officer.
You're Davids, aren't you? Tom Davids?
Yes, sir.
I need a man, and they send me a punching bag.
This is my first chance in over a year, sir. I know these waters better than most. My record was as good as any for 10 years. It's only that one thing.
Got a uniform?
Well, nothing clean, sir.
Get one of mine.
Captain, to my guy in Dave.
Forget it. Report to Mr. Dawson.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Must be getting soft and crazy. Anytime I take on a guy like that.
Alan Gaskell. It is Alan, isn't it?
Sybil Barclay.
And this is your ship?
Well, yes. I'm captain of this tub. But you, what are you doing out here?
Just traveling. I've been just traveling for some time.
I heard about Bart. I always meant to write.
I understand. We used to talk about you, wonder what you were doing. And now you can tell me all about it yourself. Oh, not just this moment. I know you're busy now, but later. I'll expect to see a good deal of you, Alan. A very great deal, even if you are the captain.
Sybil Barkley. One of all the people in...
Alan, it's past sailing time. Can't you get this confounded boat out of the harbor? Why, what's the matter? You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
I have.
Greetings, Toots. Here's the girlfriend.
Dolly, you can slam that door again on the way out.
You're busy, huh?
Very busy.
Or too busy for me?
You're catching on.
But not for that snooty English dame.
I thought we'd be getting around to her.
Well, who does she think she is, anyway? She looks like she's smelling a dead fish or something.
In this environment, it's highly possible.
And the way you've been fussing over her, giving her the royal suite, how does she rate that?
We used to be good friends. Her husband, too.
Oh, well, her husband don't seem to cramp her style none.
He's dead.
Oh. Oh, I guess she looks pretty good to you, huh? Sort of different from, well, from the rest of us, maybe, huh?
Maybe. Dolly, did you ever see an English river?
No, I guess I don't get around very much.
Well, it's cool and clear and clean. Put a stream like that alongside any river out here, dirty, yellow, muddy. You'll see the difference.
You mean that... Say, are you trying to call me a
Dolly,
dirty
put that
yellow...
down. Hey, a heavy ashtray like that, anyone would think you were mad.
No, I ain't mad, not yet. But you keep cracking wise like that, and I'm apt to forget that I'm a lady.
No question about it, Dolly had her claws out all right. And she was keeping them sharpened with straight scotch. But I managed to keep her away from Sybil till the second night out. We were sitting in the passenger's lounge, and Sir Guy was on his favorite yarn.
Yes, madam, right in these very waters. The pirates killed every white man aboard except the captain, and then scuttled the ship.
Pirates? In this day and age? Oh, it's incredible.
It's a fact. All kinds of pirates around. Say, James, the old Trambo, another snort?
Sure, Dolly, why not?
Alan, is it really true what the guy says?
Well, Sybil, we keep an armed guard at all times.
Oh, these pirates are blasted clever, you know. You'd never guess how they identify each other.
How?
By matching halves of a 100-pound note.
Oh, I don't believe it. You're ribbing me.
Oh, not at all, my dear. Ask anyone.
All right, I will. Oh, officer,
Yes, madam?
will you tell me about the ship that was scuttled and the one man who escaped?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. I'm sorry, madam.
Oh, that's strange. Did I offend him? He seemed so...
Sybil, that was Tom Davids, captain of the ship we were talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt him.
Oh, think nothing of it, Mrs. Barkley. Anything goes out here. Am I right, Alan?
Quite right. Sybil, if you find us a little rough...
Oh, no, I think it's all very romantic. So very alive. So very primitive, you know.
Primitive? Say, Alan, tell her about that Putang joint. The battle of the century. Jamesy, you were there.
Sure. Gasco must have been out for an hour.
That's libel. I came to in 40 minutes.
What a night. Oh, it was all very romantic. So very alive. So very primitive, you know. Not like a weekend at Lady Spankin' you know.
Cut it, Dolly.
It's all right, Alan. Miss Portland, you must be very fond of him.
Yeah, how do you know?
To humiliate yourself like this. Now, if you'll all excuse me, I'll see you later, Alan.
Sure, he knows where the royal suite is. The first trip down, I had it myself.
Dolly, you keep showing your teeth, and maybe I'll forget that you're a lady.
Oh, shut up.
Sorry, folks. Good night.
Oh, Alan, wait. I'm coming along.
Sure, let him go. Let them all go. Go on, Jamesy, join the parade.
No, not me. I've always liked you, Dolly. I wouldn't quit like some guys we know.
Say, we ought to have a drink on that, huh?
Sure. I got some good stuff in my cabin.
Come on, let's go.
You're sure now you haven't had enough?
Say, I can drink you right under the table for 20 pounds cash. You want to call it that, huh?
Okay, a bet. No, not me, Dolly. No more for me. I got enough.
Then I beat you, Jamesy. Come on, pay off. Come on.
All right. Now just give me a chance to get my wallet out.
20 pounds cash. Count it
Got
out.
it right here. 5 pounds. 10.
Yeah.
50.
Jamesy, no, you can't pass
Right,
out
I'm
now.
not passing.
Come on, wake up, Jamesy.
I'm all right.
Okay, then I'm going to take it myself. Don't worry, I won't take too much. Just this other 5 that I... Gee, half a 100-pound note. That's what they use for...
What's the matter, Dolly?
Oh.
You think I was going to... That my wallet you've got?
I was just taking what I won from you, Jamesy. Honest,
That's all you took.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't all you saw.
I don't know what you're talking about,
A certain
Jamesy.
half of a 100-pound note.
Oh, Jamesy, let's quit joking. I don't want to hear another
You've
word.
got to now. There's a £500,000 in gold in this boat. I've had my share of these shipments before. I'll cut you in on this one, Dolly.
Not me. I'm smart enough to stay out of anything like this.
Okay, but if you're out, you're in.
Oh.
It's awful dark out there right now. Be pretty easy to drop you over the rail.
Well, in a case like that, you know, I think you got yourself a partner, Jamesy.
It's lovely up here on deck, Alan. It's so warm and the moon is so large.
Well, everything's a little overdone out here. Gets a little tiresome after a while. Now, I've been thinking of heading for England this spring.
Oh, Alan, I'm glad. Are you going alone?
Alone?
I thought perhaps that girl.
I'd be a fool to deny her, Sybil. It's all pretty obvious, I suppose.
Rather. But then I didn't expect you to be a hermit out here, not in the China Seas.
Thanks. Sybil, when I knew you 5 years ago, you must have known how I felt. You must have guessed why I resigned and disappeared.
Yes. I might have broken Bart's heart if you hadn't gone.
And now that we've met again, if I thought there was the slightest chance...
Alan, let me undo a lie I told. I'm not just traveling. That's not true. I've been following a memory in my heart. I traced you out here. I found your ship because I love you, Alan. Because I've always loved you.
Sybil.
Oh, Alan. Alan, I'm so glad.
We're going home, darling. We're going home.
Alan,
You in here again?
I've been waiting for you.
Don't you ever give up. Beat it before I...
Don't turn on the light. I've got something to tell you.
It's funny, but I'm afraid of the dark. Oh, pardon me. Were you going?
Alan, you've got to listen to me. I took a big chance coming in here. I might have got heaved overboard.
Well, don't increase the risk by staying. Your little pal, Jamesy, will be missing you.
You fool. I only came here to tell you that...
I'm quite aware of that, but you picked the wrong cabin.
Go on, go on.
Jamesy McCardle is on the next deck.
Go on, keep it up. You're talking yourself right out of something.
I hope so. Good night.
You... Just wait. I'll fix you. I'll take you down a peg or two.
Good night.
You'll be lower than a coolie. Lower than David. You'll be crawling on your hands and knees. You just wait.
The curtain falls on Act One. And now the spotlight is on you. Are you sensitive about your skin? Sensitive about exposing your face to bright lights? If so, listen to this important message from Lady Esther.
I'd like to prove to you that Lady Esther face cream is the most beautifying cream you've ever used. I'd like to prove that this one cream is all you need for the complete daily care of your skin. You don't need one preparation to open the pores, another to close the pores, and still another to firm and freshen the texture of your skin. All you need is one scientific cream that works with nature and really helps nature, that thoroughly cleans out the tiny pore openings, that removes the hidden dirt and impurities which cause enlarged pores. And that's exactly what Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream does. It cleans the skin so thoroughly that nature, in grateful response, shows immediate, exciting improvement in the appearance of your skin. And as I said before, I'd like to prove it. So I ask you to make the Lady Esther patch test. Just rub a little Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream on one part of your face, like your forehead or one cheek. Rub it on, wipe it off, and then see and feel the difference. See how much fresher and clearer that part of your skin looks than all the skin around it. Feel how the dry, rough flakes are gone, how baby smooth and silky that patch of skin has become to your touch. And remember, what happens to that one cheek will happen to your entire face when you use Lady Esther face cream. For one, it thoroughly cleans your skin. 2, it softens your skin. 3, it helps nature refine the pores. And 4, it leaves a perfect base for powder. When you make the patch test, you'll see the translucent clarity of your skin, the new petal-smooth loveliness. You'll see this sparkling difference with your own eyes in just 30 seconds, half a minute, with the Lady Esther patch test.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of China Sea, starring Clark Gable, Lucille Ball, Douglas Dumbrill, and Anna Lee. Captain Gaskell continues our story.
Sure, I was a pretty big guy, all right, kicking Dolly around like that. But I didn't feel so good the following morning. I got the other end of the stick myself. I was on the bridge when it started. First, a few shots. Then from somewhere, old David's yelling.
Pirates! The Thames River swarming!
Then they were swarming all over the ship. Didn't take them long. They caught us completely by surprise. Almost before I knew what had happened, they had us locked up in the wheelhouse. Myself and Sir Guy.
Alan, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I believe that's been said before, Sir Guy.
All these men were hidden in the hold. They had it all worked out. First the wireless, then the crew, and then stopping the boat so that fishing junk could pull alongside with the rest of their gang.
You know, there's something funny about it.
If you have an exceptional sense of humor.
No, I mean, didn't you notice every one of their guns came out of our gunroom?
Ours?
That's right. And that gunroom has a solid steel door. They couldn't break that down, and besides...
Besides what? What is it, Alan?
Look out there. That lifeboat.
Why, there's blood dripping from it. Someone's hiding up there.
Must be one of our men.
Careful, Alan. We've got company.
Now, sorry, old boy. No savvy, Malay. Don't, any of you fellows speak English? You hear that, Sir Guy? They don't know what I'm saying. You know, I could talk to that chap out there.
Alan, don't take any chances.
I'll look right at the chief. He'll think I'm talking to him. You out there in that lifeboat, whoever you are, this is Captain Gaskell talking. There's a pouch of Mills bombs in the seat locker of that boat. If you're not too badly hurt, watch your chance and let them have it. I'll hold these beggars as long as I can.
No, sorry.
Oh, well, don't worry, old chap. You'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, I'm entirely at your disposal.
You understand, Gaskell, I didn't want to get into this. They hauled me down when they found out I could talk Malay.
Yeah, that's all right, Jamesy. No hard feelings.
They say they won't harm anyone on board. All they want is the gold.
Gold? What gold?
They opened the purser's bank. It wasn't there. Gaskell, I wouldn't cross those Malays. They can be pretty mean.
Listen, Jamesy, make it clear to them. If there was any gold, they could have it and welcome.
Now, look, Gaskell, I'm talking to you like your own brother. They mean business. They're going to use the boot, the Chinese boot. It's cruel torture.
The size is 9C.
Don't let them do it, man. You'll never be able to use that foot again.
Look, Jamesy, you've got as glib a tongue as any man. Use it. Tell them something.
I've talked my head off. It's no use.
Well, put your fingers in your ears.
They're tightening the screws. Come on, tell them, Gaskell. Where's that gold?
There isn't any gold.
Gaskell, don't be a fool. They break every bone in your foot. Tell them where the gold is, man.
Oh, there isn't any. There isn't any. I tell you there.
Ah, you blasted idiots. He's fainted. Now we'll have to bring him round again.
I don't know how many times I passed out, but the last time I came to, Jamesy was bending over.
Easy now. Take it easy, my boy. They're going away.
The boot is off?
Little Jamesy talked them out of it. Saved your poor foot. I told them there couldn't be any gold. No one could take that, what you did, and live.
They've gone, huh?
Just getting aboard the boat.
But what about the... Hey, Jamesy, look. Out there on deck. He's got the bombs. It's David's. It was David's, all right, and badly wounded from the looks of it, pulling himself along the rail with a pouch of Mill's bombs slung over his back. And then, something I'll remember as long as I live. He must have figured he was done. He pulled the pin on one of the bombs, let go of the rail, and fell to the deck of the Malay's boat, pouch and all. I counted 2. Then the whole world seemed to come apart. And after that, everything was quiet again.
I'm telling you, Dolly, Gaskell can't pin anything on us. Now, will you quit worrying?
Well, I ain't exactly worrying. I'm just thinking about what they did to his foot.
Well, it could have been a lot worse if I hadn't stopped them. Say, maybe we better burn that half of the 100-pound note. Where is it?
I hid it
Where?
in a cigarette tin in Gaskell's cabin.
In Gaskell's cabin? Are you out of your mind? Are you?
Come in.
Captain's compliments, sir, and will you come to his quarters?
Captain Gaskell wants him?
And if you don't mind, Miss Portland, he wants you, too.
Oh.
Now, let's get down to business. Cigarette, Dolly?
No, thanks.
Go ahead, they're yours. You left them here.
Well, I don't think I want any right now.
Relax, baby. There's nothing to worry about. The half of that 100-pound note isn't in that tin.
Huh?
I have it here, with a matching hat.
Look here, Gaskell. What are you trying to...
Take it easy, Jamesy. Your turn is next.
Alan, I don't understand all
Well,
this.
it's very simple, Sir Guy. Half of this note was found on a dead pirate. The other half was hidden in her cigarette tin.
They most certainly match. These Chinese characters seem so familiar.
Jamesy McArdle, shipping symbol.
Say, now, that's queer. If I didn't know better, I'd swear I wrote those characters myself.
I'll swear you wrote them before any court.
Now, just a minute, Captain Gaskell. It's one thing to insinuate and quite another thing
Save
to...
your breath, Jamesy. We caught 2 of your men. They talked. Now then, how did you get the ship's guns? You couldn't have done a thing without them.
Now, you've been giving all the answers. Don't stop now.
All right, I won't. Dolly, you were the only one beside myself who knew where the key to the gunroom was. You took it out of my cabin, didn't you? You waited your chance and lifted it and gave it to Jamesy, didn't you? What a vicious little snake you are.
What's that to you?
Getting into my cabin because I trusted you.
Trust? When did you ever show any trust?
Sneaking in to do a double cross.
I did not.
Turning on your own people.
I didn't. I tell you I didn't.
You did. You sold out every decent person on this ship.
All right, I did. I took that key and I gave it to Jamesy. But why don't you ask me the reason why? I came to your cabin. I tried to warn you. You kicked me out.
Last night? Is that why you came in?
Yeah, last night. I'd have stuck with you, Alan. I'd have fought the whole darn world with you, but you wised me up to myself, all right. You taught me something last night. When a woman can love a man with every bit of her down to her fingernails, she can hate him in the same way. Now call your cops. Call every cop in the world. If you can dish it out, I can take it.
You fool. You hot-headed, crazy, wonderful fool. So, that's the way it is, Sybil, and I thought you ought to know before you went ashore.
How long do you think you'll be held here, Alan?
Well, that's hard to say. A few months, maybe. There'll be the trial, of course, and then I really should help to get the ship in shape. That's the least I can do. You understand.
Perfectly. I'll take the next P&O boat home. Alan, I came 15,000 miles to find you, and now you're farther away than ever.
Why, I think that's what I've been trying to tell you. Goodbye, Sybil.
Goodbye, Alan.
Well, Alan, the bank messages have come aboard for the gold.
I'm glad to get rid of it, Sir Guy. They'll find it in the chief engineer's toolbox.
Toolbox? Oh, I say, that's awfully good. I should never have thought of looking for it there.
That's what I figured. Excuse me. Dolly.
Okay, I'm ready. You put the handcuffs on here or wait till we get ashore?
There won't be any handcuffs. Jamesy wants to take the whole rap. Says he forced you into it.
I don't want any favors. I'll take what's coming to me.
You'll do what I say.
Oh, yeah? Why should I?
Because I don't want my wife in jail.
Well, if you think that you... Wife? Did you say wife?
Suppose I did.
But what about her, Mrs. You know?
Yes, she's gone. She's taking the next boat home.
Oh, but Alan, you love her.
Well, sure I love her. But not the way I love you, Dolly. When I thought of Jamesy making a pass at you,
Oh, no, Alan, you can't. It wouldn't be fair. A no good dame like me.
I'll decide about that.
You mean you really would? You'd really marry me?
Well, not if you're going to make it such a blasted favor.
Oh, gee, Alan, you great big gorgeous sap.
Thank you. Thank you, Clark Gable, Anna Lee, Lucille Ball, and Douglas Dumbrill, for your delightful performances. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players are grateful indeed that you could be our guests.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. We are all aware what fine work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and Clinic. We know that the benefits from this program support that work, and that makes our annual appearance with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players a real pleasure. We'll be back soon, and now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Ladies, do you know why I keep urging you to make the Lady Esther patch test? Because seeing is believing. And I want you to see with your own eyes exactly what happens when you apply Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream to one cheek or some one part of your face. I want you to see the radiant new look of freshness and beauty that patch of skin takes on compared to the skin around it. And I want you to feel the difference. Feel how the dry, rough flakes have disappeared. So if you haven't made the patch test, please try it. Just rub some Lady Esther face cream on one cheek or some other section of your face. Just rub it on, wipe it off, and that's all there is to the patch test. But what you see in your mirror will astonish you, for that patch of skin will glow with new freshness and clarity, will look brighter and smoother than any of the skin around it. And when you touch it with your fingers, you'll discover that it's taken on a silky, petal-smooth softness, that the roughness and dryness are gone. And remember, you can prove all this so easily in just 30 seconds with the patch test.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present San Diego, I Love You. It will star Edward Everett Horton, Louise Albritton, and John Hall. Be sure to listen. Clark Gable appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Without Love. Anna Lee can currently be seen in the United Artists release Summer Storm. Douglas Dumbrill will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Road to Utopia. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, Mystery Theater, brought to you in part by True Value Hardware, your store of first choice.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. The subject of the story you're about to hear is murder. But the subject is also time. We've all heard of killing time. But have you heard about using time to kill? You will in the next few minutes when Mr. Owen Layton himself tells you his most ingenious scheme for getting rich quick by means of sudden death.
Owen, for heaven's sake, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in Paris.
Nice choice, Harriet. And I seem to have done exactly that. By the way, I met your charming dance although I'm quite sure he didn't see me.
But I don't understand. How could you possibly have returned home so soon?
I was in a terrible hurry to see you, darling. I simply couldn't wait to see you and do this.
Oh, God, no!
Our mystery drama, Sea of Troubles, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Stotts Cotsworth. Our spine tingler begins across the sea, in the delightful city of Paris. They say that you can sit at a sidewalk cafe in one of these streets and sooner or later meet everyone you've ever known. Well, now we're going to introduce you to someone who you don't know, but whose acquaintance you'll enjoy making. His name is Owen Layton, and he prefers to tell you his unusual story in his own words.
I arrived in Paris at 10 o'clock that morning, but I didn't leave my hotel room until well after 4. I knew my brother Gerald's habits only too well. He'd probably be sleeping until noon. So I knew where he would be at 4 p.m., of course, at Patrick's Cafe on the Rue de Montparnasse. Everyone loved Gerald at Patrick's because he was famous for always paying his bills. With my money, of course. Bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour. I chose a table well to the side, but my appearance still attracted considerable attention. And why not? With my rumpled English tweeds, a long gray beard in the style of Ulysses S. Grant, a pair of crutches to keep my monstrously bandaged foot off the Parisian asphalt. I must have been quite a sight. Garçon, un pain d'eau, s'il vous plaît. Très bien, monsieur. Well, what do you know, Owen, for the love of... Hello, Gerald. I'm glad you were able to recognize me under all this hair and bandages.
Well, how are you?
What's the matter with your foot? Oh, never mind about that. Give me a look at you. I haven't seen my kid brother in over a year. You know something? You look more French than ever.
Yeah, come on now. Let's hear about that foot, Owen. And the beard. When did you grow all that shrubbery, huh?
Well, I got the idea from you. The last time I was in Paris.
This thing?
Yeah.
This is nothing compared to you. Now, listen, the last time I saw a beard like that, it was on a $50 bill.
Yes. I guess it got a little out of hand. I'm thinking of trimming it, as a matter of fact. More like your style.
Well, I'll introduce you to my barber.
Hey, do me a favor, Gerald. Finish this Pernod for me. I shouldn't be drinking with my foot.
Well, what's your foot got to do with it?
It's the gout. You remember, I wrote you about it a few months ago. I had an attack just before I sailed for Europe. Well, how's your painting coming along? You sold anything yet?
The only thing I sold is my watch. As if you didn't know.
Yes, I know. You came to Paris to starve in a garret. But you look pretty well fed to me.
Speaking of that, how was Harriet, huh?
Well, speaking of which? The money I sent you or being well fed?
You know what I mean. Now, how is she? Still the same?
No. She's more of the same. She's richer than ever. She's fatter than ever. She's also meaner than ever.
Well, she couldn't be too mean. Not if she let you grow that beard. I still don't see why you wanted to grow it. You always made such fun of mine.
Well, I had my reasons, Gerald. It was part of my plan.
Plan? What plan?
Why, to kill my mean, fat wife. Of course. So, this is your garret, is it? Pretty luxurious for a starving artist, isn't it?
Not bad.
Yeah, and all those canvases. Some even have paint on them. Well, don't tell me you're really working.
Owen, I know you're no saint,
But I don't think you're wicked enough to do what you said.
Strangle Harriet? No, Gerald, I'm wicked enough. Just not foolish enough. My wife's money will be precious little good to me in prison.
Now, don't tell me you got some kind of a foolproof scheme, Owen, because there is no such thing.
Sit down.
And no matter how clever you are, there's always someone cleverer.
In the detective novels, perhaps? Now, sit down before I kick you with my gouty foot. I've got 5 pounds of bandage there. It makes quite a weapon.
I don't understand what you meant about gout.
It's the very cornerstone of my plan. I have established a medical history of the disease if questions arise later.
Questions?
Yes, about the bandages.
Owen, I have never seen you like this. You're really talking wildly. Now, those crutches, the beard, all this crazy talk about killing people?
It's not crazy at all. It's a beautiful, rational scheme. And one that you will be eager to see succeed.
Owen, what's happened between you and Harriet, huh?
Well, nothing sudden. It's been a gradual change. Perhaps the inevitable result of advancing years. You know, I was considerably younger than Harriet when we married. Now it seems I'm not young enough.
Now, wait a minute. Are you cutting me off? Are you going to stop sending me money?
Nothing of the kind. As long as my income can support it, you can continue to develop your artistic talent. The question is, how long will my income continue? It's been 10 years since I married Harriet. The difference between our ages is suddenly not so great. Harriet is discovering that there are younger men in the world. In fact, there's one particular one she's fond of.
You're joking.
Yeah, he's a dancing instructor, as a matter of fact. She met him when I had my first attack of gout. I couldn't move for a month while Harriet indulged herself in non-domestic pleasures like dancing.
But to talk about killing her...
Killing her carefully, Gerald, with due regard to the risks involved. Actually, I thought of the answer when I was flat on my back. I had plenty of time to think then.
About what?
A unique phenomenon of the modern age. The magnificent paradox of transoceanic travel.
Travel?
Yes. A ship makes its journey in some 5 days. A jet plane takes only a few hours.
But you hate planes. You've never been on a plane in your life.
Yes, that's right. They terrify me.
Well, what does all this have to do with killing Harriet?
Everything. For you and I, brother, are going to put that transatlantic paradox to use. We're going to prove that the difference between a ship and a plane is a lovely way to commit murder. It was almost 2 weeks later that Gerald and I stood on the dock at Le Havre and looked at the trim lines of the SS Empress. She wasn't exactly the largest vessel lying at anchor, but on that particular Saturday, she was certainly the busiest. That was fine with me. The more excitement on the pier, the less noticeable Gerald and I were as we made our way toward A deck. Our progress was slow, since I never really managed to use those crutches. Finally, we made our way to stateroom G, and as the door finally shut behind us, I collapsed on the bunk. I looked at my younger brother's face and felt considerably better. Poor Gerald. His complexion was so pale white against his reddish beard, now fuller by 2 barbarous weeks. Relax, Gerald.
I had your confidence, Owen.
So let's take care of the passports first, and then we can call the steward.
All right. Here they are.
Ah, good. Now, we have to do... With infinite patience, I set about the delicate task of removing the small photographs from both passports. I was as precise as a jeweler. Then I squeezed glue from a tiny tube and replaced them. One bearded face substituted for the other one. Yes, my brother and I look quite a bit alike, despite the 6-year difference in our age.
Owen, are you sure nobody will notice? Now, you're not supposed to tamper with these passports.
Yes, that's true. And I understand it's also a crime to kill someone. Nevertheless, that's exactly what I plan to do. Now, let's ring for the steward.
All right.
The man who answered our ring was a perfect delight. An aging cockney with a thin crest of white hair. the mouth of a pixie, and the squinty eyes of a myopic. The latter, of course, was going to be a blessing.
Everything all right, Mr. Layton?
Yes, everything's just fine. Your name, Mr. Pawkins?
Yes, sir, that's me. Sir Pawkins, at your service.
Well, Mr. Pawkins, I'm afraid I'm going to be something of a burden to you on this voyage. As you see, I'm an invalid.
Oh, yes, sir, your poor foot, sir.
Exactly, my poor foot. As a result, I'm going to be forced to take all my meals in here. So you'll have to arrange matters with the dining steward. I trust that can be arranged.
Oh, yes, sir. Don't you worry none about that, sir.
Good. Nor will I be spending any time on deck. The least bit of roll is extremely painful for me. So I'll remain in my stateroom until we reach port.
Oh, what a pity, sir.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. I've got a great deal of business to take care of between here and New York. I'll have enough paperwork to keep me busy. So if you'll just bring me my meals and keep me from being disturbed, you'll be doing your job handsomely. All right? Understood?
Oh, yes. Understood, Mr. Layton.
See you later then, Mr. Pawkins.
Oh, yes, sir.
We were lucky. He seems like a cooperative old geezer.
Yes, but be careful. Always keep your door locked so he can never enter without knocking. And every time he brings you that tray, make sure that you're either dozing or buried in papers. Understand?
Understood.
Yeah.
Well, when I think about what you're going to do in New York while I'm on board the ship,
What I'm going to do in New York is going to be a pleasure.
But you're so cold-blooded about it, Owen. You are going to kill a human being.
No, I never said that. I said I was going to kill Harriet.
Poor Harriet. There she is in her lavish New York townhouse, thinking about nothing but her dancing lessons, while aboard the SS Empress, 2 men are plotting her demise. Of course, we're not yet certain how Owen Layton plans to get away with murder. Even if he does fly to New York and his brother sails in his place, we'll simply have to wait until I continue shortly with Act 2. Now let's return to Stateroom G on A deck of the SS Empress. It's almost sailing time. The first all visitors ashore warning has been sounded on all levels of the great ship. But in Stateroom G, of course, the warning has a special significance, because now the visitor has become the passenger, and the passenger has become the visitor. But let Mr. Owen Layton speak for himself.
Listen to me, Gerald. And listen very carefully.
For Pete's sake, Owen, we've been over this 100 times.
But now I'm saying it for the last time. You must do exactly what I've said. Exactly. The smallest variation can cause total disaster.
Oh, I promise you. I won't move from the stateroom. I'll be a good little rabbit in my cage.
Yes, that's exactly what worries me. Your rabbit-like tendencies.
Don't expect me to enjoy it. When I think of all those cute little bunnies strolling around on the deck.
No, just forget they're there, understand? Let me get this bandage off my foot.
Oh, 5 days. And don't forget the 6th night.
You'll manage, all right?
Won't be any fun, Owen.
Yes. Neither would it be any fun to fill gas tanks in Hoboken. Not as much fun as living on the left bank with those Parisian beauties of yours.
All right, I know.
And don't forget who's really doing the hard work, Junior. Including that plane trip tonight. Oh, for me, that's the worst part of it all. Listen, how high do those bloody things fly?
Oh, 30,000 feet, I think.
Oh, it's preposterous. There, the bandage is off now. Now, let's get them on you. By the time the next all ashore sounded, the transformation had been made. The bandages were on my brother's foot, and the crutches were lying snugly beside his bunk. And I was all set to leave. With Gerald's gray tweed coat belted around me, with Gerald's hat on my head, I strolled to the visitor's gangplank and left the SS Empress to its business. In a way, it was fortunate that I dreaded air travel so much. The thought of being carried aloft some 30,000 feet inside the monstrous machine parked at the Gate 7 on Orlick's Field was completely engrossing. For this reason, I overcame any nervousness I might have had upon confronting the immigration authority. The official merely glanced at the photograph in my passport book, snapped it shut briskly, and handed it back. Mr. Gerald Robin Layton was on his way back home. I don't recall much about the flight. I remember about 10 minutes of sheer terror when we took off on what seemed like a ridiculously short runway. I know there were several more hours of alternating fright, numbness, and drowsiness, helped by liberal amounts of alcohol. And then there was that agonizing half hour following the captain's announcement of our approach into Kennedy International Airport. And wonder of wonders, I was safe. The only one in danger was my wife. It was midnight in New York when I climbed into a taxi and gave the driver our destination, Grand Central Station. In the terminal, I deposited my single piece of luggage in a public locker and took still another taxi to the street where Harriet and I had spent the last 4 years of our marriage. The brownstone was an imposing building from the exterior, but Harriet's money had made it possible to scoop out the interior and transform it into a duplex of cunningly modern design. I had spent several happy hours in this house, about 7 or 8, I think. It was 1:20 in the morning by the time I arrived, and the traffic had gone from the quiet streets of Sutton Place. The street was empty. The shades of the buildings opposite had all been drawn against the night. I felt certain that no one saw me quietly insert the key into the lock of the front door. I went quietly upstairs to the bedroom. It was empty. But that was no surprise. It was Saturday night. Presumably, I was in Paris. Therefore, Harriet was on the town, probably in the company of her dance instructor friend. In a way, I was glad that she was running true to form. It helped me feel justified in taking the drastic course that I was about to take. About 20 minutes later, I heard the front door opening again.
Oh, my feet. My feet. You danced my little tootsies off tonight. You Fred Astaire, you.
Well, that's what you're paying me for, Mrs. Layton.
Oh, that's what you think, lover.
Well, speaking of love...
Oh, stop it now, Douglas. No, stop it, brute.
You mean I don't even get a kiss goodnight?
Oh, tomorrow night, maybe. Right now, I just want to go to sleep.
I thought you looked a bit preoccupied tonight. Is anything wrong?
No. Unless you count a cable from my husband.
Well, he's still in Paris, isn't he?
He sailed on the Empress. He'll be here in another 5 days.
Well, that's too bad.
Isn't it? He can stay tomorrow, all right?
I'll count the hours. Good night, my princess.
Good night.
And then Harriet started up the stairs. I picked up the pretty blue vase that adorned her dressing table and placed it behind my back. Hello, Harriet.
Oh, and for heaven's sake, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in Paris.
Well, I thought I'd surprise you, darling. I seem to have done exactly that.
But your cable, you said you were taking the Empress. She won't arrive for days.
No, actually, I changed my mind about taking the ship. I flew instead.
You were never inside a plane in your life.
No, there's always a first time, isn't there? For everything.
But why? When you're so terrified of flying.
Because I was in a hurry, darling. I simply couldn't wait to see you and do this. It was a shame about the vase. It cost a small fortune. The really distasteful part came now. As you may have gathered, I'm a man of fastidious taste. But when you have 5 days to lose, you can't afford the niceties. I knew it would be easier to lose myself in a region of the city where the lower depths are at their lowest. Discarded my British suit, my Italian loafers, and my continental manners. In an old pair of slacks and heavy wool shirt, I made my way to the Bowery. My first act was to join a shambling, silent line of vagrants outside the Clothing Relief Agency, and I emerged with a costume superior to anything I could have invented. A moth-eaten sweater, a double-breasted jacket with a shredded lining, and 1,000 unironable creases. And then I bought a bottle of Sauterne for 98 cents and rented a bed in a hotel called Miller's for 75 cents a night. And then, the next day, in a steam-filled diner where the coffee tasted like antiseptic, I picked up a mud-stained newspaper from the dirty tile floor. And there on the second page was an item which gave me an appetite even in that place. It said, "Woman found murdered in East Side Brownstone." But the smaller headline beneath it was even more delicious. It read, "Dancing teacher held as suspect." It wasn't something I planned or expected, but, well, why not? Why not? Say, I think I'll have some more of that coffee. And then the 5 days were over. It wasn't very far from the Miller Hotel to the docks. The first glimpse I had of the Empress' beautiful bow on the horizon thrilled me in a way I had never known before. But I couldn't stand about and admire it. I had things to do. I made my way as unobtrusively as possible back to Grand Central Terminal. I removed my luggage from the locker, and then in the washroom I shaved and changed into clean clothes. Then I went down to Pier 16 to greet the arriving Empress. I knew that Gerald would be among the last of the passengers to appear. But then there he was, wearing my green plaid topcoat with a collar pulled around his throat, wearing my Homburg hanging low over his eyes. He was using my crutches, too, and not very well. But with his foot so heavily bandaged, he still made a convincing cripple. Owen, over here.
You know, for a minute I didn't think you'd make it.
Well, how was it? How did everything go?
Fine. Look, when can I get rid of these crutches? They are killing.
Never mind the crutches. What about the steward, Mr. Pawkins? Did you see him before you left the ship?
No, I managed to avoid him. I didn't even tip him either, just as you said.
Good. Now get into that car.
This isn't your car, is it?
It's a rental car. Now get inside so we can switch clothes.
A rental car? Well, weren't you taking the chance?
I rented it in your name, Junior. Don't worry about it.
You really thought of everything. Owen, I have to give you credit.
Now, just give me my clothes and that bandage. And fast. And so we made the switch, as before. By the time I stepped out of the rented automobile, I was dressed in the Homburg and the green plaid coat. And the bandages were back where they had originated. In fact, the crutches seemed like old friends as I hobbled back to the entrance of Pier 16. I spotted the ship's petty officer emerging from the passenger exit. Pardon me, sir.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, it's rather embarrassing. You see, there's a steward that I meant to take care of before I left my stateroom. He was very kind to me.
What's his name?
Pawkins. He's an old fellow. Very nice. I hated to miss him when I left, but somehow I did in all the excitement. Yes. Old Mr. Pawkins was more than pleased when I handed him the two $50 bills. There were actually tears in his eyes.
Oh, this is most generous of you, sir. Most generous.
Well, you took very good care of me, Pawkins. I know I was a nuisance.
Oh, no, sir, you were never. Why, I hardly even saw you, sir.
Well, still, you brought me all my meals and so forth, didn't you?
Well, I was glad to do it, sir. Glad to be of service. And I hope you'll be back on the Empress with us soon again.
I intend to be, Pawkins. Yes, you can be sure of that. As soon as I knew that Mr. Pawkins was remembered properly, and that he remembered me properly, I knew that everything was going to be just fine. I told my younger brother to drive his new car to the village, find himself a small apartment, and lay low. And I took a taxi to my home. I knew there would be company waiting for me.
Mr. Layton?
Yes, I'm Owen Layton. Who are you?
Name is Lieutenant Farley, Mr. Layton, New York Police Department.
Police? What's the matter? My house been robbed or something?
I'm sorry we couldn't meet you at the ship. We knew you were coming back today, but we thought it would be easier to meet you here and break the news to you.
What news? What are you talking about?
Bad news, I'm afraid. Maybe we better go inside.
Yes, come in. Of course, I knew exactly what the bad news was going to be. Now all I had to do was to keep from laughing out loud.
We seem to have been witness to the perfect murder. Owen Layton can't be blamed for the murder of his wife, and for the most natural reason in the world. Owen Layton wasn't in New York when his wife was murdered. Owen was on the high seas. Just ask Mr. Pawkins or anyone else aboard the SS Empress. But before we congratulate Mr. Layton on his cleverness, Owen Layton is a happy man today, despite the fact that he is all alone in the reconverted brownstone on Sutton Place. The smile never seems to leave his face. Even as he hobbles towards the front door to answer the insistent chimes, his bandaged foot and crutches don't seem to bother him in the least. In fact, one has the impression that despite the tragic loss of his wife, Mr. Layton...
Evening, Mr. Layton.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, it's all right, I hope.
Yes, of course.
You were a bit too broken up about that terrible thing that happened to your wife.
Well, I'm sure you don't blame me, Lieutenant. It was a great shock. Here, let me take your raincoat. Raining outside, is it?
Yeah. Well, look. Frankly, it was my decision not to send a radiogram to the ship. About your wife's death, I mean. It didn't seem right to break the news to you that way.
Well, that was very considerate of you, Lieutenant.
We knew you were aboard the Empress because of your cable.
Yes. But you were right not to tell me when I was aboard. It would have been very helpless feeling, knowing that there was nothing I could do about it.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. At any rate, I suppose you've had some time to, think about what may have happened.
No, Lieutenant. The truth is, I still don't understand. That man who killed her, what was his name again?
Douglas Denton.
Oh, yes.
It's not his real name. He called himself that at the dancing school, but he was born Bernard Eubank. I take it you didn't know Mr. Denton.
No, I never met the man before in my life. And why would he want to kill my poor Harriet?
Well, actually, he's still denying that he did.
Well, how can he? From what I read in the newspaper, well, you seem to have caught him red-handed.
Well, no, not quite that good. We knew that he'd been, he and your wife had been seeing each other during your visit abroad, and that they'd seen each other that Saturday night she was killed. In fact, he was seen in the vicinity of your house by several witnesses, not more than 10 minutes from the time when we estimate that she was bludgeoned to death. I'm sorry, that's a little too graphic, I know.
It's all right, Lieutenant. I want to know the details. I really do.
Well, the one detail we don't know is why he would have done such a thing. I mean, frankly, we have Mr. Denton pegged as a rather small-time, gigolo. I'm sorry to tell you that, too.
Oh, it's all right. I'm sure Harriet wasn't to blame. I'm sure that man just did whatever gigolos did and made a fool of her.
Well, did your wife do that sort of thing often?
I don't know. I suppose she's made a few mistakes. Which of us hasn't?
Well, now, if you could be more specific...
No, Lieutenant. I'm sorry. I want Harriet's killer punished, Lieutenant Farley, but not at the expense of scandalizing my wife.
Well, I'm afraid that scandal won't be easy to avoid. We know she was having an affair with Mr. Denton. He's admitted that himself. But that don't give him any reason to break a vase over her head.
Yes. Unless she had decided to end the affair, of course.
Well, it's one possible theory, of course.
Didn't you say you found my cable to her about coming home on the Empress?
Yeah, that's right.
Harriet didn't know I expected to return from Europe so soon. And perhaps when she informed her friend, Mr. Denton, he got angry.
Yeah, that's possible, too.
He might have just acted impulsively. Yes, Lieutenant. I'm sure it happened just that way. They quarreled.
In your bedroom?
Very well, in our bedroom, yes. They quarreled. And he picked up the vase, and he struck her. Somehow, I can't believe it was cold-blooded or premeditated. No matter what the man is, Lieutenant, I hope the law isn't too harsh with him. I'll tell you what wasn't easy. It was the waiting. I had to wait for the outcome of 2 legal actions, the verdicts of both the criminal and the probate courts. But I had every confidence that human and fiscal justice would be done. And then, one night, a little more than 2 weeks after my return... Hello?
Owen, it's Sheila.
I beg your pardon?
It's Sheila. God, I feel terrible not calling you before this, but I just found out what happened. I read the whole thing in the paper, back issue. Oh, and you poor thing, you must be in a state.
Are you sure you're calling the right number?
Of course I am. At least that's the number in the telephone book. 815-5555.
Well, you certainly have the right number, miss, but I believe you have the wrong party.
Oh, come on. Stop it. You're the only Owen Layton in the directory.
Well, that doesn't mean very much.
Hey, what is this? What are you trying to do?
Well, I'm simply trying to find out who you are and why you think you know me.
Wait a minute. Is there someone there with you? Is that what all the double talk's about?
No, I'm alone.
Well, then why the big act? Well, now listen, Owen. I told you not to try any of that shipboard romance stuff on me. I won't stand for it.
Did you say shipboard romance?
You heard me. I warned you that I wasn't interested in the friendly little kiss at the gangplank kind of stuff.
Listen, you're not talking about the ship you mean isn't the Empress.
Of course it's the Empress.
Gerald, you idiot.
Huh? Oh, what did you say?
I said, forgive me, I'm just so mixed up about things right now.
Well, you can't be so upset that you forget about me. Besides, from the way you talked about your wife, she didn't mean a thing to you.
Look, Sheila, I can't talk anymore right now.
You're not brushing me off that easily. Oh, and I warn you.
No, I'm not trying to brush you off. It's just that I'm having visitors, Sheila. Important people, business.
All right, tomorrow then. Early tomorrow.
I'm not sure I can make it tomorrow either. I may have to go out of town. There are things to settle regarding my wife's estate.
Well, there are things to settle, all right. Between us, lover.
Oh, God. Dear God, he's ruined everything. Everything. Pick it up. Pick up the phone, you miserable...
Hello?
Gerald, it's your brother.
Oh, hi, Owen. How are you?
Never better. Never better.
What's the matter? You don't sound well.
Well, why shouldn't I be well? I just had a lovely chat with a no doubt charming young lady.
What?
Her name is Sheila. Isn't that a lovely name, Sheila?
Uh-oh.
Is that name familiar to you?
Oh, no, before you say anything else, will you listen to me?
Yes, that's why I'm calling, to listen to you. To see if there's anything you can say, anything at all, that will mitigate my intention of coming right over there and strangling you.
Now, you've got to understand how it was, Owen. I was a prisoner in that stateroom, a virtual prisoner.
Yes. And that was the idea. I told you never to leave that room. Never to so much as poke your ugly head out of the door.
Well, it was easy enough for the first day, Gerald, but after almost 24 hours of that,
How many other women did you take up with?
Oh, and she was the only one, absolutely the only one I had anything to do with.
And if I know you, you had plenty to do with her.
Well, I couldn't live like a hermit, for Pete's sakes.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't. You knew how important it was to convince everyone that you were me.
But I did that, Owen. I told her I was you.
Aye, that was clever.
No, she thinks I am you, Owen. Now, look, the fact that she telephoned you tonight, doesn't that prove it?
Oh, yes, that proves it completely.
Owen, I was really going crazy in that tiny room, so I took just one little stroll on deck one night.
Yes, and met Sheila.
I swear that I never knew she'd try to get in touch with me.
Your girlfriend, Sheila, is in New York right now. She's demanding to see me. You. Me. What I mean is she's read about Harriet's death. She knows that you... she knows that I... Well, she knows that Owen Layton is free and unencumbered and will soon be very, very rich.
Gee, I'm glad to hear that, Owen.
Shut up. Your friend Sheila isn't going to give up that easily. She's going to track me down. She's going to try to renew our little shipboard romance. And do you know what will happen when she does?
What?
Think about it, Gerald. She's going to take one look at me, and I'll be cooked, roasted, fried. She'll know I wasn't aboard the Empress. She'll know that she spent all that glorious week with another man. And how long do you suppose it'll take for her to put two and two together?
Owen, couldn't you put her off? Couldn't you keep her from seeing you?
How?
Well, if you could leave town, if you could get away.
Yes, it's the only thing that's occurred to me, too. If I left at once...
You could always go back to Paris. You always said it's your favorite city. And guess what? I saw in the papers that the Empress is sailing again tomorrow for Le Havre.
For the first time in my life, I wasn't looking forward to a sea voyage. And I knew that my idiotic younger brother had left me no other choice. The minute I was off the phone with him, I was on again, this time to my very obliging travel agent, who told me that passage aboard the Empress was indeed possible. But for the first time in my shipboard travels, I couldn't get a stateroom. Couldn't even do better than B-deck. But it was an indignity I was forced to accept. This time, my cabin steward wasn't an amiable gentleman like Mr. Pawkins, but a gruff, uncommunicative type who made no promises of devoted service. But then I wouldn't require much service. For one thing, I no longer needed my bandages and crutches. As far as the world is concerned, my troublesome gout was healed.
Pardon me, sir.
Yes?
Aren't you the gentleman who sailed with us a couple of weeks ago? That Pawkins chap?
Oh, yes, that's right. You were the officer who helped me find the steward.
Yes, everything worked out all right there?
Yes, everything went fine. Unfortunately, I couldn't get such good accommodations this trip.
Well, that's a shame, sir. But then I don't think we'll have as easy a crossing of it this time.
Why not?
Oh, a bit of rough weather ahead, they say.
Oh, fine. That's all I need. But rough weather ahead or not, at 4 that afternoon, the Empress pulled slowly away from the pier, and I admit that I breathed a heavy sigh of relief. That evening, I was taking a nap before dinner when someone knocked on my door. Oh, who is it? It must be an unfriendly neighborhood steward. Yeah?
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, was there something you wanted, miss?
Well, I've made a mistake. I thought this was Mr. Layton's cabin.
What it is. I'm Mr. Layton.
Oh, but you're not Mr. Owen Layton. That's the party I was looking for.
But I am Owen Layton.
Well, that's an interesting coincidence. I mean, two people would have the same names and even look a little bit alike. Although, well, the Owen Layton, I mean, is quite a bit younger.
I don't know what in the world you're talking about.
I saw your name on the passenger list, but the man I mean, well, he's about your height, and he has a beard like yours, but he's not you.
Well, and who are you?
My name's Sheila. Sheila Ross.
Sheila.
I met Owen Layton 2 weeks ago, right on the ship. And now suddenly there's another Owen Layton going the other way. There's something very fishy going on here.
You're mistaken. I swear you're mistaken.
Listen, Mr. Whatever your name is, I don't know what this is all about. I don't know why there are two Owen Laytons going back and forth on this ship.
Well, what's so strange about that? I mean, why are you going back and forth?
Me? Because I have to. Because it's my job. I'm a social director.
You mean you work on the Empress?
That's right. And right now, I'm going to work on finding out what this is all about.
I stood rooted to the cabin floor, listening to the melancholy sound of the ship's whistle, warning the seas ahead that we were on our way, heading straight for troubled waters.
As you have heard, Owen Layton's perfect murder had the customary imperfection. But at least he'll be able to enjoy one last ocean voyage before the authorities send him up the river. Isn't it nice to see justice triumph? Oh, beg your pardon. To hear justice triumph. We hope you enjoyed tonight's voyage. We hope you'll be aboard next time the CBS Radio Mystery Theater takes you on a trip to all points mysterious. As you know, we have every means of transport available to us, from ships to trains to planes. And isn't it wonderful to realize that we did drop of gas? Our captain, Dan Ocko, and Ian Martin. Our production was under the direction of Hyman. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to Mystery Theater for adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Lights out, everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
I know. It's dying I am, Father Donahue. And old as I am, I'm not ready to die until... come closer, Father, and hear my miserable confession. You know Mary's a good woman of the village. Yet I've heard what you say. There's no finer old woman in all the islands than the widow Danelle. But that's not so, Father Donahue. And if I'm to meet all my old friends in the island of paradise, then hear me out and pray for me. You know my sons, Thomas and Paddy, born on the same cold winter's night they were. And the firstborn, Thomas, was as good as an angel in paradise. But the second, the one I named Paddy, was evil from the moment he took his first breath of God's good air. It was Thomas that carried the load of the family on his back, fishing from early to late. But Paddy, that rake, drinking and brawling and running from work as if the devil himself was pulling him away. I pray to the good God every night that some goodness come into the man's heart. But with every year he grew worse, stealing what his crooked tongue couldn't talk away from honest men. But his brother Thomas, he repaid me for all the trouble. A good boy. And when he came to me with the word that he was to marry Eileen, the heart in me sang, for the good God always meant for the two of them to be together. Ah, how I remember the day of the wedding. The sun shining, and the sky and the sea smooth as a baby's cheek. I was so happy, little knowing of the horror of what was to come. Oh, it was a happy morning. So happy.
Listen to the mother. Did you ever hear a happier sound in all creation?
Why shouldn't they be happy, Thomas? It's not every day that such a blessed marriage comes in the island. Ah, the prettiest girl in all the Blaskets waiting to be your bride as soon as the sun starts setting.
My bride. Oh, Mother, that's a grand word.
I'm happy for you, my son.
I wonder where Paddy can be.
Paddy.
Yes, he isn't around. You know where he is.
Oh, that rake. It'll be a better wedding without him.
Oh, now, Mother, don't say things like that. After all, he's your son and my brother.
I've got a sorrow in my heart as he's drinking and brawling.
Paddy, you did come.
Speak of it, Gibbon. And why shouldn't I be here? Is it honest strangers that are welcome at your wedding?
Oh, no, Paddy, that's not the way to talk. There's food and drink and...
No, wait a minute. I've got more important things to do than to be filling me belly. Listen to me, Brother Thomas. Is your head that full of weddings that it can't hear a chance of making us all richer than a Yankee?
What do you mean?
Yes, speak up, Paddy. What devilment are you up to now?
Devilment nothing. It's honest money I'm talking about. And may the next pipes and tobacco be at me on wake if I'm not telling you the truth.
I'm listening, Paddy. Let's hear what you have to say.
Do you remember the hulk of a ship that was wrecked off in East Nabro a bit ago?
Well?
Well, I went there yesterday to see if there was anything worth having. Oh, listen to me, brother. In the bottom of a pool no deeper than this room is lying enough bolts of copper and brass to make you and me the richest men on the island.
What?
Ah, you can believe your ears. Wouldn't you rather bring the bride a pocketbook filled with gold sovereigns than the empty leather you've got now?
But, Paddy,
I wish you, Mother. You talk to the man.
But if it's in the sea, it'll wait until after the wedding.
Oh, wait, will it? And with those Inish boats sailing out around the place, I tell you it's now or never. And may my sword to the devil if I'm not saying 2 words.
Thomas, it would be nice to have a bit of money in the house.
Yes?
Well, then what are you waiting for? You've got a boat big enough to handle the stuff, and I'll be there to help you. And in 3 hours you can be back here dancing.
Oh, it's Eileen. Let her have the word whether you stay or go.
Stay or go where, Mother Donnell? What's going on, Thomas?
Well, you see, Eileen...
you're the day short. Let me say it. Eileen, there's a fortune in brass and copper bolts waiting for us in water no deeper than a man's neck, over off Inish Nabro. And Tommy here thinks you'd be fool enough to say no to his going.
But must he go now?
The sea doesn't wait.
You'd be back in 3 hours, Eileen.
I just think, Eileen, you'd have it just for every day of the week.
Thomas, do you want to go?
We could build a new house with the money.
Mother Donnell, do you think Thomas should go now? I mean, with all them out there?
Well, we're so poor, and Thomas, young as he is, so worn and weary from work. Maybe this is God's blessing, a gift from heaven for putting our faith in him who watches over all of us.
God's blessing is right. £100. And we'll be the kings of the island. Come on now. We can take the side path down the cliff.
Wait, brother. Eileen, is it your wish?
I'd be a poor wife to you, Thomas, if I stood in your way of making a living before our marriage.
My darling.
There'll be time enough for that now when we get back. Come on, Thomas. Let's get out of here.
Hurry back to me, my dearest.
The sea will take me to our good fortune, and the sea will bring me back.
Out this way, Thomas. Come on, hurry up.
Yeah, I'm coming. Until the wedding, darling.
God go with you.
Thomas! Yes. I'll be back in 3 hours, Mother. As rich as a Yankee. Bye.
Oh, Eileen. Oh, little baby, why should you cry? Thomas is proud to see so many times. Why should you cry this time?
Oh, Mother Donnell, I'm frightened.
Frightened? And tell me, why should you be frightened?
I don't know, but when that door closed behind him, it seemed as if the waters of the sea were closing over. Oh, Mother Donnell, hold me close. I'm so afraid.
And soon, Father Donahue, Eileen and I left the dancing and the fiddling behind and climbed the long path up to the top of the cliff so our eyes could see far out over the water. And all the time, Eileen kept crying that she'd never see Thomas again. That she'd never see Thomas again.
Oh, Thomas.
Oh, stop crying and saying the things you're saying, girl. It's tempting the devil to do his evil work. Oh, I haven't climbed this path for a minute. It's a little too steep for me old bones.
Thomas, where are you?
Oh, now stop that, girl. Our Thomas has found so much copper and brass, it's taken him longer than he thought.
Oh, Thomas wouldn't come back, He wouldn't.
Oh, well, Paddy would if there was a shilling extra to be made, and he's talked Thomas into it with that sharp tongue of his. The last tip. Now we'll see them. They're both weighed down with good fortune. Eileen, stay away from the edge. You'll go over the cliff.
Oh, Mother Donnell, to the west.
What?
To the west, where they went. The water.
Oh, Mother, that wind. Where did it come from?
Oh, to the west, where he was.
But in all my years, such a wind has never been before.
The water. Look at it swirling and tossing before the wind. He's dead.
No.
My Thomas dead.
No.
Dead.
Stop saying that. He's not dead, my Thomas. Eileen, come back here. Come back to me. Oh, that was a time, Father Donahue. The wind grew wilder and wilder. In a minute, the sea was pounding at the base of the cliff. And the girl shrieking she wanted to die with Thomas. And me fighting her back from the edge and praying to the good God to give me old arms the strength to hold her back until she came to her senses. None of us got a wink of sleep till the light of morning. Oh, that wind. I can hear it now. Snarling and talking.
Widow Donnell!
What?
A boat. Your son's to the west.
Why, my son?
Aye, come on.
Dead?
No, the boat's coming and there's living hands on the oars. Come on.
Oh, to the Scotterman, he's a thank you for their mercy.
Mother Donnell, I heard someone say...
Oh.
Mother Donnell, on your knees.
Eileen, the merciful God has brought them back.
Oh.
Come on, quick. They're trying to get into land. Hurry now.
Oh, Mother Donnell, quickly.
No, wait, child. Your shawl there. Now give me your arm. Oh, my old leg trembles so I can hardly walk.
Yes, lean on me.
Oh.
Hurry, Mother.
Yes, I'm moving fast as I can. It's hard against this wind.
It wind. Let him live.
You bless it for the life of one, and I bless it for the lives of two. Good neighbors, let us through. My son.
That's the Widow Donnell now.
Let us through.
Get inside for the Widow Donnell now. Come on.
Oh, I can see nothing. The waves in the dark. Uneasy, you see.
Oh, yes, Mother Donnell. I see them.
Where? Point it out to me, girl. Where?
Oh, over there. Follow my finger.
Oh,
Mary, they're coming back.
Yes, I see the boat. Oh, blessed boat. I see it. Praise God, I see it.
One. There's only one in the boat.
No, what are you saying?
Thomas, Teddy, Mother Kate, come back. The waves.
The girl's right. There's only one in the boat.
Wave!
The boat's in.
Thomas.
Oh, no, Eileen, wait for me. My son, take me to him.
Oh, yes, forgive me. Come, I'll help you.
Ah, good girl, Eileen, good girl. Oh, which one?
Thomas, I know it. Thomas, I know it.
Yes, Thomas, the good Thomas, he lives.
Stand aside, everybody. Let the Widow Donnell and the girl through now. Let them through.
Let
Some
me
of them.
through.
I know what I
My
say.
son, which one?
Well, I'm back, Mother. Are you pleased to see me?
Paddy.
Oh!
Please, stand back now.
You, Paddy.
Yes, me. Ain't I got a right to live?
Tell me quick, where is my son? Where's Thomas? Tell me, Paddy, where is my Thomas?
Where do you think he is, old woman? Dead at the bottom of the sea.
Aye, Father Donahue. That was what he told me. My good Thomas was dead at the bottom of the sea. Dead. The good Thomas dead, and Paddy the evil one, alive. Oh, it wasn't right, Father. And in the days and nights that followed, I cried to God, why did you do it? Why? Why did the sea take my dear Thomas from the boat and leave Paddy? Was there no reward on earth for goodness and sweetness of soul? And in the seventh night of my sorrow, there came an answer. I was lying on my bed. Outside, the sea was singing and whispering. My window was open, and I could hear the sea talking as I lay there crying. Crying from a long time.
Do not cry, Mother. Mother.
I heard a voice.
You heard me, Mother.
Thomas's voice. Oh, no. No, it's some wildness in my weary head.
Mother, I am so weary. You must listen.
Oh, dearest God. Why do you do this to me? My son is dead. Dead in the sea. Why do you bring me the memory of his voice?
Mother, believe me.
If I could only see you, I would believe.
Oh, no. The horror the sea made of me
Wind and wave and grinding rock against my flesh.
Oh, I wouldn't care, my son. Just let me see that it is you, not my own voice speaking in my head.
Oh, Mother, you don't know what you ask. But if there is no other way, close your eyes until I give you a word to open them.
I've closed them.
Now open, Mother, and have no fear. I beg you.
Oh.
This was Thomas.
Oh, no.
Mother, why did he murder me?
Murder?
The sea was calm. We reached the pool where he set the copper and the brass lay. I stripped off my clothes and dove under.
Oh.
And when I tried to come up for another breath of air, oh, Mother, he wouldn't let me do it.
Oh, no.
With his hand, he held me under. My hands, they tore at his arm. But he held me down until at last I screamed for mercy. And the water filled my mouth, my lungs, and killed me. My own brother killed me. And that is why I tore myself out of the sea. I want to know why he did it, Mother. Why? I cannot rest in peace until I know and understand. You tell me, Mother. Oh, speak, Mother. What gain could come to him for such a horror?
I do not know. Oh, believe me, my son, I do not know.
Then I must go back. I cannot stand this pain.
Oh, my good Thomas.
Look at this, what was Thomas Denere's face, Mother. Look at it and give me your oath you will not tell my Eileen or my brother of this night.
Oh, but
Your oath, Mother. They must not know. You hear me? They must not know.
I swear, Thomas.
Oh, merciful one, this pain. I go, Mother.
Where?
Back to the sea.
Oh, and will we ever meet again, my son?
Yes. The day I find out why he made me drown, I will return, Mother. I will return.
Thomas, my son, come back. Oh, my son. My son. But he was gone, Father Donahue. Gone back to his nameless grave in the sea. Then it happened. Paddy talked his way into the good graces of the girl. Simple little Eileen. What did she know of the evil of men? That devil Paddy and my good Thomas's Eileen. It took the life out of me and made me long for the quiet of my grave. And then came the day of the wedding. Again the fiddler was playing. Again the good people of the islands were happy. I alone was sad, weeping the twaddling.
Oh, Mother Danelle, why do you sit here apart from all the rest and weep?
I'm not weeping, girl.
For weeks you've been so sad. Can't you find a little joy in your heart for this day of my marriage to your own son?
My son.
Well, I do not love him as I did dear Thomas. May he rest in peace. But Thomas himself told Paddy that if he died, he wished that Paddy'd care for me. And Mother Danelle, what is it? Your face so strange.
Now he knows. I just remembered. Now he knows.
Who knows? What are you saying?
There you are, my little bride to be. Why waste your wedding day with this old woman? Mother of mine though she be, her face is sour enough to curdle milk. Come on away now.
No, wait, Paddy. Mother Danelle, you must tell me. What is it that makes you stare at Paddy with such an awful look?
That's the look she's always had. Look how the sun glints on the sea. It's a day for a king. And I'm a king marrying the girl I've always wanted. Come, kiss me, Eileen. Kiss me so that all shall see me kissing the prettiest bride in all Ireland.
No, please.
Kiss me. Let the sky and the sea...
Mother Danelle!
What did you make that sound for, old woman?
What's going on around here?
No, what? Now then, speak up, Mother. Why did you shriek like that?
The sea.
What of the sea? What are you pointing your bony finger at out there? What are you...
Look! At the water's edge!
Say, what is...
Something's coming out of the sea. Look.
Yes, something's coming out of the sea. Yes, that's right. I see it now. It's a seal, that's what it is, a seal. Where's the club? I was looking at...
It's not a seal!
Huh?
It's a man!
Look, man.
Bones. Just bones. Let's get out of here.
Eileen, do not look. Do not look. Oh, Blessed Mary, she's fainted. She will not see.
What? What is it? I can't move. I cannot move.
No, you cannot move, my brother. You cannot move.
That voice.
Bones and little flesh, and yet you know the voice.
Thomas.
Thomas, your brother Thomas, come back again.
No.
Because now he knows.
No.
Now he knows.
No. Knows what?
Why you murdered me. Your flesh and blood. I heard it from your own lips. You wanted my Eileen always. That's why you did it. Your clever tongue can no longer save you, brother of mine. I have come a painful way to get you.
No, you won't get me, dead thing. No, I'll get away. I'll run.
And so he ran, Father Donahue. He turned and ran up the path that led to the top of the cliff. And behind him, slowly sobbing with the pain that tore at his dead bones, climbed my dead Thomas after him. And after Thomas, dragging my old bones, I went. Oh, for they were my sons. And I had to see that right was done. Up until at last Paddy stood on the very edge, the sea 500 feet below, shrieking, yelling, and wailing. He stood there shrieking at that horrible thing that once was his brother. No, thing, stay back. You bones and bills, stay back.
I come for you, my brother.
No.
I come for you.
No. He fell. Mother, see, he didn't get me. Those rotten bones gave way beneath him. He didn't get me, Mother. Mother, what are you going to do? Mother!
Over the cliff Paddy went, turning and twisting, and into the sea where the water covered him over. When the others of the village came up there at last, I told them that the old bones of Thomas had done it. Had clutched Paddy close to and thrust him over. Oh, Father Donahue, listen. It was I that gave that final push that sent the evil son of mine to his death. Thomas tried and failed before he had his last measure of revenge. So I did it, Father. I gave Paddy the new life, and I gave him death. Oh. Is there any forgiveness in heaven for what I did?
welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Even before Phoenicians first sailed out of the Mediterranean and opened up the seven seas to mankind, the rolling waters of the world have boiled from their depths some of the greatest stories of adventure, romance, and mystery. And of all the stories dredged up from old Davy Jones' locker, I think my favorite is the strange and seemingly insoluble puzzle of what happened to the Annabella. How best to start the story? Oh, yes, of course, why not? Let's read from the log of the ship that found the Annabella becalmed in the doldrums. August 7th, 1865. Log of the Penguin, Captain Brisket commanding. No wind again this day as we drive through the doldrums, moving by paddle and steam to find becalmed a merchantman named Annabella. No answer to repeated hails. Sent Mr. Bascom to board her. His report as follows. Not a living soul aboard. The boat's still snug in the davits. The captain's table freshly set for 6. The crew's meal warm in the galley. All shipshape. The log records an uneventful voyage with no clue as to why she should have been deserted. Not a living soul aboard. Not even a rat. What can be the answer to the mystery of this ill-fated ship? I cannot even guess. I fear no one will ever know. Our mystery drama, Sea Fever, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars George Matthews and Brett Morrison. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The Annabella set sail from Charlestown Harbor on the 13th day of July, 1865. Her captain was Josiah Adams, a huge and forbidding giant of a man. And all the rest on board were as choice a crew of cutthroats, thieves, and murderers as you could set between bulkheads. There was one woman aboard and 19 men, including the cook and 2 passengers. And the mood of all of them was ugly. In the forecastle, the boatswain led the grumbling.
I tell you, Briggs, I saw them. 6 of them, running down the after hawser like old Nick was after them. 6 of them, Briggs.
I don't like it. When the rats leave a ship, it's a nasty sign.
No, I don't like much about this ship. 7 men on the crew shanghaied, no cargo aboard, and sailing on the 13th.
Still, the pay is good.
When we get it. If we get it.
Now, you don't think we're the owner of board?
No. It ain't Mr. Ames that worries me. It's Captain Josiah Adams. Not much gives a turn, but he does. I'm big, but he'd make twice of me. More like an ape than a man.
Strong as one anyway.
Yeah.
Or like a bull, as you might say, if the liquor hasn't rotted his vitals. He's got a scowl on him like the colic was at him.
Colic? There's no colic that's eaten him. Have you ever seen him without his cap?
Huh. How often does a forecastle hand see a captain bareheaded? What do you mean?
It was when I piped Mr. Ames aboard. I went to his cabin to tell him the owner was on ship. He opened the door and I saw him. His head, bald as a white turnip, and his scalp as chewed up as the riptide off Chatham Light.
I don't get you.
They say he lost his last ship in Hudson Bay. He was washed ashore and found his way back to the States overland. The Indians caught him and...
You mean?
Scalped him.
And he lived.
You see?
So that explains his sour face. He mightn't be a bad master at that.
I wouldn't count on it. I I think his heart is as black as his skull is white. Don't forget the rats. There's 4 bells. Your trick at the wheel. Let's not keep Mr. Peabody waiting.
Come on. What more do you know?
Why don't you ask the captain himself?
I think you're full of wind. I'd best get to the helm.
You're afraid to ask the captain, Briggs. Why don't you ask the mate? Just this way. Tell me, Mr. Peabody, where are we sailing with no cargo? Why did we have to Shanghai half a crew?
Take a leg there, Briggs. Charlie, 4 bells sounded and gone. Stand to the wheel.
Aye, sir, Mr. Peabody. Mr. Peabody, sir.
Yes?
It's like I was wondering to myself, as it might be, where are we headed for, sir?
Africa. The Gold Coast.
I knew it. I knew it in my bones.
You knew it? Why did you ask?
It's blackbirding. That's what it is. Slave trade, ain't it?
The slave trade is dead, I believe, Briggs.
In America, legally. But not in Brazil. They still pay fancy prices in Brazil. That's what it is. I might have known.
And if it is, would you object?
Me? Not if the pay is high enough. One question, sir?
Any further questions or answers you'll have to get from the captain. Mr. Ames or his fellow passenger, Mr. Rogers. After you've stood your watch. They're in the cabin if you'd care to risk it.
Ah, sir. So it's blackbirding, eh? Just what Christopherson guessed.
Wine, Rogers? Sherry from Spain. Sharpens the appetite before dinner.
Something will have to wet mine. This miserable tub rolls like a horse in mud.
Well, you'll soon get your sea legs.
Small need of them I'll have where I'm going.
You'll need them to get there. To the Gold Coast, Mr. Rogers.
The Gold Coast. Heat and dust and flies and traffic in human bodies. Slave trader Rogers. A fine job for a fine gentleman.
Would you prefer a prison cell?
The past is dead. I stole from you and was caught. You let me choose whether to rot in jail in poverty or in Africa in luxury. I chose the second. Now, in heaven's name, let's forget the first.
Gladly.
More wine.
As much as you desire. There's no lack of it.
Mm-hmm.
More than enough for the voyage.
If the captain doesn't drink it.
Captain Adams prefers a lustier brew.
He must be the biggest man I've ever seen. And that head...
I wouldn't refer to it in front of him. He's tender about that scalp plate.
I wouldn't blame him. How he ever survived.
A tribute to his magnificent constitution. The man is all steel.
Not all.
What?
No, he has at least one soft spot.
You mean his wife?
Well, you know, the old legend is that it's bad luck to have a woman aboard.
A woman aboard? Are you trying to tell me that Mistress Adams is aboard this ship?
Why, of course. I thought you knew.
This is no place for a woman. Oh, damn it, Rogers, I won't have it. The woman must be put ashore. I want to talk to the captain immediately.
If you want the captain, you'll find him on the bridge.
How do you know?
My reputation as a ladies' man, Mr. Ames, remember? I make it a point to determine first when the lady is available.
You better be joking, Rogers. I wouldn't give that for your life if Captain Adams discovered you toying with his wife.
Wind's freshening, Captain.
That's God's worry and mine, seaman, not yours. Hold it to the point.
Aye, sir.
Captain Adams.
What is it, Mr. Ames?
A word with you, sir.
No.
What?
You heard me and get off my bridge. No one sets foot behind the wheel except on my orders or invitation.
Dear sir, I take umbrage at your attitude.
Take what you will. My only concern when I'm on this bridge is the sailing of this ship. Now, will you take yourself off it? I'll meet you after the watch. 6 bells in the saloon, and you can have your word with me.
I'm afraid that's not good enough, Captain. You forget...
Good enough or not, it will have to serve. Now, will you go below, or do I have to throw you off bodily?
What time is dinner, Cook?
Oh, Captain said 6 bells for you and Mr. Rogers and the mates. He and his lady will eat later.
Well, they don't join us?
No, sir.
Really? Neither one?
No, sir.
Curiouser and curiouser. Why is this lady so afraid for us to meet her?
I couldn't care less. She won't be with us long enough to trouble about it.
Well, still, it's intriguing. Whitey, you've shipped with the captain before. Is it always like this when his wife is aboard?
Mistress Annabella has never sailed with the captain.
Ah, till this time.
And this time will be a short voyage.
Tell me, Whitey, what does the lady look like? Is she fair? Dark?
Whitey, you talk too much. This is the last time I warn you. Now, hustle those old bones of yours to the galley and tend to your own affairs. You want to know what my wife looks like, Mr. Rogers?
Oh, a natural curiosity, surely?
Then let me satisfy it. Once and for all, Annabella is as lovely as I am ugly.
Ah, and we are not to meet the lady?
No, we dine alone, tonight and always. One further word to you, Mr. Rogers. My wife is on board this voyage because I've decided that I will never go anywhere without her, nor will she go anywhere without me. We cling to ourselves, Mr. Rogers, and need no other companionship. I want you to understand this very clearly.
You need have no fears for your wife's privacy. For by tomorrow, I want her off this ship.
What?
I'm ordering you to turn about. You could have saved time and trouble had you let me tell you earlier on the bridge.
Turn about for where?
Back to port. I don't want your wife on board.
This voyage has begun. The course is set, and it will not be changed.
May I remind you, Captain, that this is my ship?
This is my ship, Mr. Ames. My ship. From port to port. Your ship in the harbor, mine on the sea. My ship. Here I give the orders. Here I expect to be obeyed.
In the name of all that's reasonable, man, in view of our business, can't you see this is no place for a woman?
There's only one place for Annabella. My wife remains at my side.
But on a slave ship.
By my side, do you hear? By my side. Now, we'll hear no more of this. Or by the living God, owner or not, I'll clap you in irons.
So began the voyage of the Annabella. Distrust and fear below and 'tween decks, with bad luck hoving in the shrouds like a storm gathering. Her bow cut the water with good speed, but it was towards the wake the crew's eyes turned. For the legend is that Davy Jones swims the wake of any vessel marked for his locker on the bottom of the sea. I'll return shortly with Act 2. For the first week, the Annabella sailed southeast by south, beating down towards the tropics. The crew still grumbled, and Rogers strove to drown the irresistible temptation to try and catch a glimpse of the captain's wife by drinking steadily. 2 things served to deter him: the captain's wary vigilance and his fear of the sheer brute strength of the man. But once the ship veered due east and the mounting seas demanded more and more of the captain's time on deck, Roger's courage and desire began to grow.
Well, it's time to turn in.
Really? What time is that?
8 bells. I'd take a turn on deck if the sun wasn't down. Instead, I'm for my bunk and a book. And you?
Oh, the only book I care to open is the closed one that lies astern of us.
If you're wise, you'll steer clear of both the captain and his wife. And that Spanish sherry, it's stronger than it seems. Good night, Rogers.
Good night, Mr. Ames.
Oh, good evening, Captain. Off for the bridge.
It's making up some dirty weather out. I won't sleep much this night. Batten down tight, Mr. Ames. We may be taking some seas. Are you now for bed, Rogers?
No, Captain, I'm not quite finished the bottle.
I'd take it with me to my bunk if I were you. You'll be safer on your back when the swells begin to lift.
Aye, aye, Captain. But you'll bring us through safe and sound, won't you?
I won't leave the bridge till I know all's secure. I want you to sleep sound this night, Rogers. Who mans the wheel, Mr. Peabody?
Hazard, sir. Soundest hand we have.
And the second mate mans the bridge?
Aye, aye, sir.
Good enough. Follow me aft.
Right, Captain.
Here. Help me to move this hatch. Here. That's well enough. Now batten down tight when I've dropped through. Make sure she's watertight.
Aye, aye, sir.
Who's that? Who's there? Oh, Josiah. I thought you were going to the bridge.
I intended you to think so, Annabella. Disappointed to find me back so soon?
Disappointed? No. But how did you come back?
Through the stern hatch.
But why?
I had my reasons. You're sure you're not disappointed that I returned?
No, dear.
You don't find it lonely shut in here in the cabin?
Well, sometimes. I'd like to go on deck and feel the fresh salt breeze on my face.
And meet the crew or the passengers, perhaps?
Perhaps. At least the passengers. The owner of the ship and... Mr. Rogers, isn't it?
You know his name.
Whose name?
Rogers. You said it just now. How did you know his name?
But you've mentioned it to me yourself, Josiah. How else would I know?
And you love me, don't you?
Of course, Josiah.
And you'll never leave me?
Never.
Oh, forgive me, please, my dearest. You mustn't mind my jealousy. That Rogers, I see that look in his eyes. A hunger. A burning hunger for the sight of a woman and the feel of her body beneath his hands. Annabella, you knew his name. If you've been deceiving me...
I've never even seen the man. How can you accuse me of ever forgetting I'm your wife? How can... What is it?
Someone's coming to the cabin. Who is it?
I don't know.
Who is it?
Josiah, what's in your mind? Whoever it is, I swear
Go in the inner cabin.
But you...
Do as I say.
Very well, Josiah.
Mistress Adams, are you alone? Come, I know you are. I saw the captain off to the bridge for the night. Would you allow me to introduce myself? Thomas Rogers, gentleman, at your service. Can I persuade you to share tonight's vigil and join me in a glass of sherry? Oh, how kind of you. The sight of a pretty face.
A pretty face, Rogers?
Captain Adams.
Mine was not the face you expected to see.
Oh, you see, I thought you'd gone to the bridge.
So you did. Won't you come in?
Well, I think
I said come in. You wanted to meet my wife, didn't you?
Well, yes, I must...
But not with me present, right?
Believe me, Captain, you do misunderstand.
Oh, no, Rogers. The misunderstanding is all yours. Your first sea voyage, you said. You should have said your last.
No, in the name of
God, wife. Do you hear me? Mine, and no one shall touch her but me. No one will take her from me. No one.
What happened? I heard... Oh, you killed him.
Should have snapped his neck like a chicken. I wanted him to suffer.
But how could he? He was nothing to me.
No one shall have you but me.
Josiah, aren't you afraid?
Afraid?
The owner, the crew, everybody on board. When they find
They
out...
won't find out. No one knows he's here. He'd make very sure of that. His body will go out the stern window and into the sea. Men have fallen overboard on a rough night like this, especially drunken men. No one will know what happened to him except you and me. Trim her a little, Briggs. You're losing wind. Bring her nose up, man. God, rot you for a clumsy fool. Here, let me have the wheel.
Aye, sir.
Your eyes, you've lost way on her.
Sorry, Captain. The wind just veered a couple of points.
Sailor should smell a wind change.
Yes, but I
Save your excuses. Do you think you can hold her on this tack?
Just try me, Captain, sir.
Yeah, then. But keep her running, all right? Yes, Mr. Ames.
Like a word with you below.
I can't leave the bridge.
Have I your permission to join you?
If you insist.
Searching for you, sir. I thought you were below.
Are you in my cabin?
Well, I knocked at the door. There was no answer.
Are you inside?
Of course not. It's not my custom to invade the privacy of others.
My wife is resting. I didn't want her disturbed. What is it you want?
Can we get out of this cursed wind?
I don't want to leave the wheel. This fool handles it like a landlubber.
You can trust me, Captain.
I wonder. Come after the taffrail, Mr. Ames.
Lead the way, Captain.
Over here on the lee side. You'll find the breeze a little more to your liking.
You know, I've been concerned since Mr. Rogers' mysterious disappearance last night.
Mysterious? A drunken sot who never found his sea legs? I warned him to steer clear of the deck. We did every mortal thing we could to find him.
Yes, I know. But without him now to leave as my agent on the Gold Coast,
Go on.
Well, it's deuced awkward. Without someone to recruit the next batch after we leave, there's little point in continuing on.
So, you think we should put back for America?
Or the nearest port where I can pick up a suitable man for replacement.
And perhaps put my wife ashore.
Well, since you mention it, I don't trust women too much in a business like this. They talk too much.
Just drop her at whatever port we touch.
Oh, I should be glad to make sure she's suitably settled, if you wish it.
If I wish it. Do you take me to be mad, Mr. Ames?
Mad? Why, believe me, sir, nothing...
Don't you think I see through your childish subterfuge? Leave Annabelle with you while I sail off to the ends of the earth?
No, please,
You, too, trying to steal her away from me. But you can't have her any more than Rogers could.
Captain, your wife means nothing to me.
I'll make sure she doesn't. Just as I made sure with Rogers.
Then it was you who...
Yes, I killed him with these two hands. And he disappeared. Just as you will.
No!
She's mine. Only mine. No one can have her but me. Into the sea, Ames. Like Rogers. The sea can hold her secrets.
You all right, Captain? I thought I heard it...
Briggs, I told you to mind that wheel.
Well, I put the lash on it, sir. I thought I heard it cry, and
Said I could trust you.
Well, you can, sir. Where's Mr. Ames?
He's left. Why?
Well, it was just that I thought I heard a splash, and... Oh. You can trust me, sir. No, Captain. No.
Let go.
I wouldn't trust you at the wheel.
No, Captain.
I wouldn't trust you with my life.
2 more overboard. 19 men the Annabella sailed with, and now there were 17. Evil men, all of them. And Davy Jones swam the wake, waiting for them. For the captain, mad with imagined jealousy, had crossed the line of sanity. His obsession convinced him that he would know no peace till everyone on the Annabella was gone, save himself and his wife. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The squall that blew up so suddenly on the Annabella proved to be a full-fledged hurricane that so fully occupied all aboard that there was no time to question missing men. Indeed, 2 other hands were blown out of the rigging or shaken loose before the Annabella found calm waters in the eye of the storm. Now again, discontent grows in the forecastle. The talk of a haunted ship resumes. The word mutiny is on everyone's lips.
Mr. Peabody, sir.
Oh, dinner so early, Whitey?
No, sir, it's mutiny.
What?
You heard me, sir. Mutiny. And about to break out.
Oh, Whitey, forecastle grumblings. You know it's all talk. They wouldn't dare.
Mr. Peabody, sir, I've been at sea, man and boy, for over 60 years. I know when it's talk. They say the ship is cursed.
Who says?
The bosun, sir, Christopherson. He says he saw the rats leave the ship before we sailed.
And for an old wives' superstition, he's ready to mute.
It's a great deal more than that. There's 5 men lost already.
I'm aware of that.
And most of all, it's the captain's wife. Bad luck with a woman aboard, particularly one that he keeps it away.
Well, do they expect the captain to parade his wife in front of common seamen?
No, sir, but they wonder.
Wonder what?
Some say she's a witch, that she's ugly as sin. And some say she's sick of the smallpox.
Smallpox?
It's aboard, sir, I'm feared.
Now you do allow me. I'd best have a look at him.
If he has it, he has it. I'll put him in the lazarette so it don't spread. The first thing is the mutiny, sir. That has to be stopped.
It has to begin first.
It'll begin unless the captain puts about.
You know how much chance there is of that. You of all people.
Yes, I've sailed with the captain before. I always found him a hard man, but a fair man. Not this voyage. Something happened when he brought his wife aboard. He's not the same man. I think the captain means to kill everyone, as he did the owner, and Rogers, and Briggs. Aye, and even Paget and Breen.
And we're blown out of the rigging.
Perhaps, sir. Perhaps the captain shook 'em loose by luffing.
Whitey, I think you're the one whose brains are scrambled. The men were lost overboard.
And the 2 passengers and Briggs.
Rogers fell over, obviously drunk. A wife took the other 2.
Then why is there not one mention of any of them being lost in the ship's log?
That's kept in the captain's hand. How could you know that?
He was writing in it. Here in the saloon last night. I was clearing the table. He left to get fresh ink, and I looked at it.
You can read?
In 60 years at sea, a man has a lot of time on his hands. I taught myself long ago.
You're sure of what you're saying?
On my oath, sir.
And by God, we'd better turn back. Now. I'll not risk my neck to the hangman's noose by mutinying.
Maybe if you was to speak to the captain's lady, she's the only one to influence him.
By damn, you're right, Whitey. Look, go hold off the crew till I see if the lady'll come to our help.
Aye, aye, Mr. Peabody.
Mistress Adams, Mistress Adams, it is Mr. Peabody, first mate under the captain. Can you hear me, Mistress Adams? I wouldn't disturb you, but the matter's urgent.
Mr. Peabody, may I ask what you are doing?
Captain, I wanted to talk to your wife.
My wife is indisposed. She's a poor sailor, and these last days have worn her out. How dare you disturb her?
I felt the matter urgent.
Attend me in the saloon, Mr. Peabody. First, let me see to my wife.
Aye, aye, sir.
Fortunately for my peace of mind and your welfare, you did not wake Mistress Adams. Now, why did you wish to see her?
Well, I didn't think you'd be willing to bring the ship about and head for home.
You're quite correct. I would not.
Feeling sure of that, I hope to enlist Mistress Adams' aid in persuading you to change your mind.
That was the only reason you chose to disobey my orders? That no one was to approach my wife?
What other reasons?
What other, indeed? Why would you be so anxious to turn for home, Mr. Peabody?
Because otherwise you face a mutiny, Captain.
Mutiny? Damn. I could ask for nothing better than to cut down some of the forward scum. If I didn't wear my pistols at all times, I'd have a knife between my ribs before this. Mutiny, eh? And if they do, where do you stand, Mr. Mate?
I'm an officer, sir, but unarmed.
We'll remedy that. Fetch the second mate while I break out the arms. Then we'll muster the crew on deck and have this out.
Aye, aye, sir. What about the bosun?
Christopherson? No. I won't put firearms in his hands. The three of us can stand them off.
Turn back,
Turn back! Turn back, rough pack of lily-livered swine. I'll see us on the bottom first. Now, hark to what I tell you. This voyage can make us all rich. No owners split now. The profits are all ours. Sail on with me to Africa, and we'll all reap our reward.
Aye, Deep Sixth in Davy Jones's locker.
Speak for yourself, Mr. Christopherson, or all.
Or for both. This ship is cursed. Turn back and we'll make you captain.
You question my orders?
I say to hell with your orders. Mr. Peabody, sir, you know what's happening aboard this ship. We'll sail under you. Will you stand by us, sir?
Well, Mr. Peabody, where do you stand?
You see where my pistol is aimed, Captain?
At me. I suspected something like this when I found you below at my cabin. What would you do now?
I'll ask for your pistol, sir. I'm taking over the ship. But I guarantee you safe conduct home.
And my wife?
Your wife, too, of course.
And if I refuse?
Don't make me pull this trigger, sir.
That's just what I intend to do.
Don't come any closer.
You fool. Do you think I'd have handed you a loaded gun, knowing what was in your mind? Punishment for mutiny is death. Well, who's next? Who else wants to go on trial? I thought so. We'll smell the wind. The hurricane's coming back. To the rigging, all of you. And reef sail, or by heaven...
Reef them yourself, old baldhead. We've taken our last order from you, you murdering devil. Go back to your cabin and tell your wife...
I warned you, Christopherson.
Captain Josiah, some are armed. You should never have started this.
Never started it. It's just what I want. I want to be rid of you scum. Now I have my chance. Turn back to where I will lose Annabella forever. Never! Never! Not a puff of air, Whitey. In the wake of the storm, we'll lie here wallowing in the doldrums for God knows how long.
It's as well, sir. There's scarcely enough men left to sail the ship. Well, what there is dog-tired and half alive.
How many left?
Timmins died this morning. 4 killed in a mutiny. 1 more lost overboard. And Rudge, who died in a fall from the crow's nest. That leaves 5, sir.
Are they counting you, Whitey?
You're counting me.
5 of you still between us.
We're woeful short-handed, sir.
Yes.
I have a mess cooking for the crew. Can I sit him down to eat?
Huh? Eat? Oh, yes, of course. We must all eat. But first, serve all hands a double ration of grog, including yourself. I'll put a cask of rum out in the saloon.
Oh, sir.
Before you serve the crew, though, set the table in the saloon.
Yes, sir.
For 6.
For 6, Captain?
Certainly. The passengers, the 2 mates, myself, and my wife. Oh, at last, my darling, I can bring you to the table as befits a captain's wife, for they're all dead. We have nothing to fear from them anymore. Only 5 left. And they'll be gone soon, Annabella. You understand, don't you? It's all to keep you. To hold them from taking you from me, beloved. To hold you forever.
Josiah?
Anne, what are you doing on deck?
I'm looking for someone I once knew.
Who?
Josiah Adams. You?
But I'm here, Annabella. Here.
If only you were. The Josiah I knew.
I still am.
With the blood of all those men you killed on your hands.
They stood between us.
And the ones that were left, whose drinks you poisoned, who are dying now.
I had to kill them so we could be together always.
Don't you see? That's what's tearing us apart.
What were any of them worth to deserve to live? Blackbirders and thieves, riffraff and murderers. They stand between us no longer.
Only one thing stands between us, Josiah. Why are you too blind to see?
No, Anne. No, I took you from America with me. We can be safe on the other side of the world. I can sail the longboat, just the 2 of us across the seas. We can scuttle the ship. And even if she were raised, no one would know her secrets. I've kept the log as though the voyage was calm and uneventful. Let them find the ship. We'll be gone. Tonight, at last, you can dine at the captain's table, as you always should have. And then we'll sail away.
No, Josiah. Search your heart, and you know it can never be. It's all a dream. It's all a dream. Never,
Hannah, speak to me. Answer me.
Call for her, Captain. Call for her.
Whitey.
Don't be afraid. I'm still alive, but not for long.
I thought you were
a ghost. No, only one ghost sailed with this ship.
Be quiet.
You can't scare me anymore, Captain. I'm dying. But your wife...
What about my wife?
She's dead, Captain.
No!
She always has been. Long before we ever sailed.
No.
Yes. Killed when the Indians got you. Dead for over 2 years.
No.
It had to be, Captain. It had to be. There's nobody in your cabin. Never has been.
Don't you think I didn't know? Didn't I see her die before my eyes? But I cheated death, and I cheated him of her. I took her away with me to the ship. I had to keep her alive. I had to.
You had to kill all of us to do it. Because all of us, alive, were proof that she wasn't.
It had to be.
And you're alone at last. Or will be. All of us are dead save me. And I'm almost gone.
I'll be alone at last. And I can bring her to my table like the lady she is.
The table is set for 6. But there'll be only one of you there, Captain. Or 5. The dead don't mix with the living. There's only one way to find your wife again. Only one way.
The last of them. Annabella, we're free. Annabella, where are you? Anna, come to me. Annabella. Annabella. I know you died long ago in America. But you lived on in my mind, in my heart, and in my blood. I thought if I took you with me to the sea, away from the land where I dug your grave, you could still live and breathe for me alone. There's only one way to find you at last. Oh, Annabella, forgive me, love, for all that I've done. I'm coming home to you.
Men sailed with the Annabella, and 19 men went to the bottom of the sea. The ship weathered all the storms, but then a ship is a woman, which only goes to prove that on land or sea, the ladies have the better instinct for survival. I'll be back shortly. Somewhere in the green depths, I wonder if the captain sits presiding at his table. But if he does, there's at least one empty seat. For Mistress Annabella died on land. She'll never come back to the sea, or him. Which seems fair enough, wouldn't you say? He didn't exactly deserve a happy ending. Our cast included George Matthews, Brett Morrison, Marion Seldes, Leon Janney, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale. Lightning strikes again. I never dreamed it would, did you?
Well, it's a slightly different bolt of lightning this time. Not the devil, the white goddess, I believe the notice said.
I copied it down. On February 8th, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the white goddess will run naked through the members' lounge.
Naked, eh?
Cudworth, just who is the white goddess?
Daughter of Astarte, I believe.
And, just who is Astarte? I'm sorry not to be up on these things, but...
I believe Astarte is the goddess of fertility and sexual love.
Don't say. You don't believe she'll run naked across the members' lounge, do you?
I didn't believe the devil would come down the chimney.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama.
In today's Lux Radio Theatre, we feature the story The Cruel Sea by Nicholas Montserrat, adapted for broadcast by Stephen Grenfell and starring Jack Hawkins.
My name is George Eastwood Erickson, and I spent my war at sea. This is part of that story. It's a long and true story of one ocean, one ship, and about 90 men. It's a true story because that is the only kind worth telling. First, the ocean. The steep Atlantic stream. The map will tell you what it looks like. What the map will not tell you is the strength and fury of that ocean. Its moods, its violence, its treachery. Next, the ship. The doomed ship. In November 1939, she's brand new. She's a corvette, a new type of escort ship. Her name is Compass Rose. Lastly, the men. The 90 men. They're very nearly all amateurs. Bakers, bank clerks, farmers' boys, lorry drivers, shop assistants. One day, the war and the Navy will have welded them into a company of sailors. They come onto the stage in 2s and 3s. Some are early, some are late. Some, like this pretty ship, are doomed. They have women, at least 90 women, loving them or tied to them, or glad to see the last of them as they go to war. The men are the stars of this story. The only heroines are the ships. The only villain, the cruel sea itself. Job number 2891, movable stores. Oh, heavens, I'm out of practice. Come in and shut the door very firmly.
Reporting for Compass Rose, sir, to Lieutenant Commander Erickson.
I'm Erickson. You're Lockhart?
Yes, sir.
And you're Ferriby?
Yes, sir.
First trip?
Yes, sir. We've just come up from King Alfred.
And how long were you training there?
5 weeks, sir.
Oh, and now you know it all.
No, sir.
Well, that's something anyway. What was your job in peacetime?
Journalist, sir.
And what about you, Ferriby?
I worked in a bank, sir.
Ever been to sea?
Only across to France, sir.
Oh, well, you might find that useful. You two subs know what you're in for?
No, sir.
Well, gentlemen, the particular war you've elected to join isn't a very pretty one, and the place has been hot.
Yes, sir.
And it'll get a damn sight hotter before we're all very much older. The Germans hang about off the coasts of Scotland and Ireland and in the Bay of Biscay on the lookout for stray ships that they can pick off at their leisure.
Rather like jackals, sir.
Yes, some rather like jackals.
We weren't looking for a cushy war, sir.
Good. All right. I'll take a look at the ship and report to the first lieutenant. His name's Bennett. He's somewhere aboard.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be damned crowded. You and I share a cabin, I suppose.
I wonder what the first lieutenant's like.
Below!
We shall soon know.
Below!
Is that us?
Come up here and double up! Names?
Lockhart.
Ferriby.
Sir.
Sir.
Which of you's senior?
We passed out together.
I know that, but one of you was ahead of the other on the Navy list.
We're not in the Navy list yet.
You're not out of the egg yet by the sound of it. Well, we'd better find out what you can do. You ever been around the ship?
Yes.
How many fire hose points are there?
14.
Very clever. You, Ferriby.
Yes?
What sort of guns have we got?
4-inch.
4-inch what? Breech loading, quick firing, Mark 4, Mark 6, fixed ammunition?
4-inch. I don't know.
Find out. I want to know next time I see you. I got work to do.
You two subs get back to the hut and start checking CBs.
Oh, my, an engaging character. Come in here.
He's, not really what I expected.
Gold dust baffles brains, my lad. And CBs happen to be confidential books. See what I mean?
How on earth did you know there were 14 fire hose points?
I didn't. And I was damned sure our Antipodean mastermind didn't either.
I liked the captain.
He loved you. Yes, he's all right. The good R&Rs are really good.
By the way, Lockhart, which one of us is senior?
I think I'd better be.
Lockhart?
What is it?
I wonder if I could get my wife up here.
Why don't ask about it?
Who?
Bennett, I suppose, or the captain.
Bennett would say no.
Probably.
You know, I was just getting used to being married.
Must be very satisfactory.
Oh, it's more than that. It's meant everything to me the last few weeks. I don't know how I could have got through otherwise. Mavis she's someone you can tell everything to without feeling ashamed. She's someone who's the other half of yourself. That's why it's so rotten being separated.
Why don't you see if you can get her up? After all, the captain's wife is staying with him, so I was told, at some ghastly hotel on Kelvin's side.
She'll not be a happy ship. Or my name isn't Chief Engine Room Artificer Watts.
Oh, she'd be lovely, you know.
And she's not got the makings of a happy ship. I'm not saying the skipper's not okay, and you as coxswain will make a great difference, Bob. But that Jimmy the one's a proper Aussie bar steward. He was round my engine room tonight, blathering about a watch-keeping bill. And me with the ruddy main shaft still opened up.
Makes you wonder what sort of country Australia is, doesn't it?
The sooner I get my ticket and settle down on pension, the better.
Well, there'll be no tickets in this war, mate. If you won, you're in, for the duration.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, you could hoist the old outfit aboard me old ship repulse and not feel the difference.
I hope your repulse will be handy if we run into trouble.
Well, what have we got in the way of armament? One perishing little 4-inch pop gun and a couple of rows of depth charges. To make rings round us.
What gets me is the accommodation. There's stokers messing alongside seamen, and you know they don't like that. There's no canteen, no refrigeration, no forced draft. And the galley's right aft, so that everything will be stone cold by the time we eat it. Whoever designed that ship must have been blind drunk.
Wish the basket had to sail in it. We won't be able to do that. I have a feeling we're going to move soon.
Well, gentlemen, we go down river tomorrow, which happens to be Christmas Day.
A nice present, sir.
I hope so, Lockhart. Well, here's the rough program, anyway. We'll be towed to the oiling berth about 5 miles downriver. We'll oil there and then steam the rest of the way down to Greenock.
How long do we stay there, sir?
About a fortnight, taking on stores and ammunition and adjusting compasses. Then we go north to Ardnacresh for our working up exercises.
How long will they take, sir?
Well, 3 weeks. But if we don't put up a good show, they can keep us there as long as they like. So it's up to us.
Do you hear that, subs? We don't want any mistakes from either of you.
We don't want any mistakes from anyone, whether it's me or a second-class stoker. They're a commodity I'm not going to have aboard. I'll be in my cabin if I'm wanted.
That means that in less than a month we can be at sea. In the Atlantic, perhaps.
Which is plenty cold at this time of year, subs.
You know what I was thinking? I was thinking that perhaps one might stand a better chance of survival in very cold weather, swimming in the water supported by a life jacket, than sitting wet through in an open boat exposed to the wind.
Rot. Wait till the first time you're fished. You'll soon change your mind.
How do you know? You can hardly have been torpedoed yet.
You talk to me like that again, and I'll crown you.
That would get you into a great deal of trouble.
Just watch it, that's all.
Station! We're leaving harbour!
Number one?
Yes, sir.
Are we ready to move?
Yes, sir, any time you like.
Well, you should come and tell me. I can't guess at it, you know.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Are all the hands on board?
I reckon so, sir.
Well, are they or aren't they? Didn't you have it reported to you?
There was only the postman, sir. I know he's aboard.
Well, what about the mess caterers? What about the leading steward? What about the berthing party?
I'll check up, sir.
Well, find out and come and tell me here on the bridge. And next time, remember that you report to me that the ship is ready to sail with all the crew on board at the proper time. That's part of your job.
I'd better detail Ferriby.
You won't detail anybody unless you want to change jobs with them. Leading Signalman Wells, I want to send a signal about our leaving.
Yes, sir.
To Flag Officer in Charge, Glasgow. From Compass Rose. Sailed in accordance with your 0945-23/12. It was not particularly impressive, that first tow downriver to the oiler, save for one odd accompaniment, which I, like many others on board, found moving. As Compass Rose edged outwards from the quay, with a tug at either end, a small cheer broke out from the knot of dockyard workers lining the quayside. It was ragged. It was... but that made it preliminary gunnery and depth charge tests. Then Compass Rose weighed anchor and sailed for the open sea.
Shortened into 2 shekels, sir.
Way!
Aye, aye, sir.
Wheelhouse, stand by engines.
Clear anchor, sir.
Wheelhouse, half ahead. Port 20. Steer 348.
Holy cow, what a week.
I must say it has rather been a state of continuous tension.
The old buzzard. When his signal came this morning, half the crew were ashore on some mad scheme of his. And I found myself hauling on a rope like any ordinary metallo. I'll be cleaning out the lavatories next.
Signal from the Admiral, sir.
Oh, hell, what is it this time?
Here, sir.
Compass Rose from Flag Officer in Charge. You are being bombed by... Holy cow! Captain, sir.
What is it, number 1?
Signal from the Admiral, sir. You're being bombed by long-range heavy bombers. And German parachutists have been landed on the beach 2 miles north of Ardnacreche.
All right, I'll be up in a tick. Sound off action stations and detail Lockhart and the forecastle party to stand by as an armed landing force.
Aye, aye, sir. Lockhart.
Sir.
Get your forecastle party to stand by Port Whaler.
Aye, aye, sir.
Ferriby, sound off action stations.
Aye, aye, sir. Stand by to lower Port Whaler.
Holy cow, he expects a lot, doesn't he? Action stations 30 minutes before we go on a gunnery exercise.
There's the tug, sir. Red 80. Calling us up, sir. Take it down, Harris. Compass Rose from Basher. My course and speed 270. 7 knots. Length of tow 750 yards. Ready for you.
Right. Wells, make. On our first run, we will close in from 4,000 yards and fire 3 rounds. Please signal hits.
Aye, sir.
Basher. Singular name for a target towing tug, sir.
No, well, it gives you fair warning.
Reply from Basher, sir. If any.
No, the humorous. Bridge wheelhouse. Starboard 20, steer north. Lockhart.
Sir.
Sound off action stations. We'll start this from the beginning.
Aye, aye, sir.
Gun crew closed up, sir.
Very good, Phillips. Low.
Target bearing. Red 45. Range 3,000. On target, sir.
Shoot! Well short of target. Up 400. Shoot! Down 200. Shoot! What's the matter?
Still half in and half out of breach, sir.
Clear it.
Aye, sir. Next one would have sunk it. Hey, what's the matter with you, Greg? Moving over your old woman again? Look here, my lad, if you do that in action and they land a couple of 14-inch bricks while you're fiddling about clearing the gun, I'll never forgive you. Ceasefire, sir.
Check! Check! Check!
Not bad, Lockhart. Get ready for the next run.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain, sir.
What is it, Wells?
Secret signal, sir. Signal boat just brought it aboard, sir.
All right, thank you. Being in all respects ready for sea, HMS Compass Rose will sail to join convoy AK-14, leaving Liverpool at 1200 the 6th February 1940. What do you think of your first convoy, sir?
I never realized it would be so big, sir. 46 ships.
Yes, and our job is to shepherd them through the most treacherous waters in the world with a 15-year-old destroyer Viperus, 2 corvettes, a trawler, and a rescue tug that bunches about like a pea on a drum. Still, as they're never tired of telling us, there is a war on, and we shall have to do the best we can. Lockhart.
Sir.
Have you loud hailed all ships regarding that alteration of course?
All except one, sir. I'm just calling up number 32 now.
Hello, number 32. Hello, number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please. Hello, number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please.
You'd think they wanted to get lost. Try again, sir.
Can we use the siren, sir? They don't seem to hear the human voice.
We'll use the gun in a minute.
Well, that's raised somebody, sir.
Yes, a man in a bowler hat.
Number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please. Oh, God, the old fool's deaf.
I'm afraid you've hurt his feelings, Sub. You forgot to switch the loud hailer on.
Mistake, sir. Sorry.
Message for you, number 32. Important alteration of course. Please take it down.
Keep at it, Sub.
Well, well, well. The officer of the day, if you can call him that.
The captain's taken over for a bit. Evening round's correct, sir.
I'll bet. Have you been up to the bridge?
Yes.
Did you check the position of the nearest ship?
The nearest? I'm afraid I forgot that.
Oh, you forgot, did you? What do you think we're doing on this convoy, Ferriby? Mucking about all over the Atlantic Ocean just for the fun of it? We're supposed to protect the convoy. Anyway, we're supposed to know where the goddamn thing is. And you forgot to check whether there was any convoy there. You know what your trouble is, don't you, Ferriby? If you stop drooling over that picture of your wife and thinking about her 24 hours a day, you might make a sailor.
I'm sorry. I'll go and make the check now.
Oh, get out of my sight. You make me sick.
Why don't you leave him alone?
What did you say, Lockhart?
I said, why don't you leave him alone? He's only a kid. He's doing his best.
It's not good enough.
Would be if you gave him a chance.
That's enough. You keep out of it. I don't have to argue with you.
You don't have to argue with anybody. Can't you see it's no good going on at Ferriby like that? Only makes him worse instead of better. He's that sort of chap.
Then you better change pretty quickly.
He's doing his best.
He's not. He's been no use ever since I stopped him having his wife up in Glasgow. That's been the trouble all along.
What a horrible man you are.
One more crack like that and I'll report you to the captain.
Try it. Captain's not a fool. He knows how you treat Ferriby.
Now I will report you. Get your cap and come along.
Well, it's a damned awkward time, number one. What's the trouble?
Sub-Lieutenant Lockhart has been impudent to me regarding Ferriby, sir.
Well, Lockhart?
I think Ferriby gets a rough deal from the first lieutenant, sir.
It's not your concern whether someone else gets a rough deal or not. You've got your own job to do.
I realize that, sir, but if you think a friend of yours is being unfairly treated, the natural thing to do is to try to help him.
Now, look here, Lockhart.
This is not going any further. It's bad for you, and it's bad for the ship. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Just forget about the whole thing. There's plenty to do without this sort of scrapping.
Yes, sir.
May I have a word with you, sir?
All right, number one. Now, what's the trouble?
Sir? I think Lockhart got away with it.
You've got to make allowances, number one. He's a very new officer, and we've all been working pretty hard. I don't think it'll happen again.
I've had a lot of trouble with Lockhart. I hoped you'd pull him up, sir. He needs stamping on good and hard.
I want to avoid having to stamp on people as far as possible, number one. There are other ways of getting them to work properly. All right, number one, that's all. The first convoy was a bloodless affair. We met no U-boats, only because they were probably thankful to stay submerged and escape the fury of the weather. And the weather turned out to be the most violent enemy of them all. For 8 days, we steamed straight into a westerly gale, buffeting through a weight of wind that seemed to have a personal spite against Compass Rose. She seemed doomed to ride this terrible ocean forever. But no voyage, save for the ships that are sunk, can last forever. As soon as we got in after our first trip, I applied for another officer. There was far too much work for a first lieutenant and 2 subs to handle. And the Admiralty appointed Sub-Lieutenant Morrell to Compass Rose, fresh from the training establishment. In peacetime, he was a junior barrister.
Well, do you think you're going to like the ship, Morrell?
Yes, the ship. And the captain. I understand the first lieutenant hails from one of the Dominions.
Australia.
Ah. Do we often have tin sausages for dinner, by the way?
Very often.
In that case, whether this war is long or short, it's going to seem long. You know, the first lieutenant used an expression which is novel to me. I wish you'd explain what it means.
What was it?
He said, don't you come the acid with me. Come the acid. I must confess that even as a barrister, I've not heard that before.
What are we talking about?
We were discussing the best way of dismantling the firing bar on the Aztec set. It's not too technical for you.
No, but it may have been too technical for Bennett. He's been trained in a rougher school.
Well, that may well be the case. So, coming the acid...
It means that you probably corrected him without wrapping it up enough.
I could hardly have been more diplomatic.
Well, then you must have overdone it.
How strange to meet Scylla and Charybdis in Atlantic waters. Perhaps I should explain the allusion. They were...
Don't come the acid with me.
Ah, now I understand. He really is a monstrous man.
Well, of course he is, unique. Very few Aussies are like him.
Oh, God, how can we get rid of him?
I have an idea he might get rid of himself. He didn't like the convoy at all. I shouldn't be surprised if he gave this job up.
How could he do that?
Oh, there are ways. If I were him, I think I should get a duodenal ulcer. For some inscrutable reason, the Navy takes them very seriously. If they suspect anything like that, they put you ashore straight away in case something blows up while you're at sea.
One of us had better tell him. I wouldn't like him to be in any doubt as to how to go about it, just for want of a word of advice.
The first few convoys followed the pattern of our initiation. The cruel sea was our only enemy, but this was not to last.
Captain, sir.
What is it, Ferriby?
Burst of tracer bullets from the far side of the convoy, sir.
I'll come up. Sound off action stations.
Aye, aye, sir.
Release clear away, sir. Close up, sir.
Very good, Wainwright.
That's close up, sir.
Right, Phillips.
What is it, sir?
Low-flying aircraft attacking across the convoy, sir.
As I see it, too far away for us to have a crack at her yet.
Yes, sir.
She's coming our way.
Another few hundred yards.
There goes a bomb. See it?
Yes, sir. In the moonlight. Oh, God.
It must have been a tanker.
Poor devils.
Will we pick them up, sir?
Yes, we're their escort. If there are any, that is. Bridge, wheelhouse.
Wheelhouse, sir. Coxswain on the wheel.
Starboard 20, steer 145.
Starboard 20, steer 145, sir.
Full ahead.
Full ahead, sir.
So presently we found them. With 20 years at sea behind me, even I was not prepared for the pity and horror of their appearance. First came the ones who could climb aboard themselves. Half a dozen shivering, black-faced men, shot and silent. This was war at sea with all its pitiless vengeance. One came aboard with his scalp streaming with blood. Another had been scalded from head to foot with steam. They looked round them in wonder, dazed by the swift violence of the disaster and by their rescue. And to these pitiful human beings, the solid deck, the fellow men, the warmth of Compass Rose, was sanctuary from the cruel sea.
Easy, Charlie. To you. Mind your backs there. Right.
Hallows, hold him down.
Aye, sir.
Why doesn't he die, Sub?
I wish he would.
Do us all a favor. Die. Please, die.
Bennett will be back late from leave.
He probably can't tear himself away from some disreputable tart.
Oh, evening.
Evening, sir.
Evening, sir.
Number one back yet?
I think I hear his approach now, sir.
Evening, sir.
Evening, number one.
What's laid on?
Snorkers.
Good out?
Oh.
Had a good leave, sir?
Yes, thank you, number one. Everything under control, Lockhart, while I was away?
Everything, sir. Boilers clean to treat, as the dockyard lady said.
Good.
Holy cow!
What's the matter, number one?
Hell of a fight. I feel pretty crook.
Oh. Well, you'd better lie down and take it easy for a bit.
Holy cow, it's agony. I reckon I will go and lie down. Mate, pass off.
Well, what are you all grinning at?
Oh, sorry, sir. I was thinking of something.
Oh, it hardly does you credit, Lockhart, at a time like this. If the first lieutenant is in pain, I should hardly have thought you would be able to laugh at anything else.
Come in. Oh, come in, Lockhart. Sab, here are two signals.
Yes, sir.
The first is our sailing orders for 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
The second concerns Bennett. The first lieutenant won't be back for some time.
Suspected duodenal ulcer.
Oh.
He's left to sail without him, and there's no chance of getting relief by 4 o'clock either.
I see, sir.
You'll have to take over as number 1 and organize the watches on that basis.
Yes, sir.
I'll help you with it. You should be able to carry on until a relief arrives.
I can carry on anyway, sir.
Can you?
I know I can, sir.
All right, then. I'll see. Do your best this time anyway.
You can count on that, sir.
I think I can. Now, off you go and get those watches sorted out. So Compass Rose sailed on through 1940. Sometimes to Iceland, sometimes to Gibraltar. Sometimes to a pinpoint in mid-Atlantic that was our rendezvous with the incoming ships. Another, and what was obviously to be a longer year, was born. And it began in port with a piece of domestic drama.
You know, Bob, I've been doing a wee bit of thinking.
Well, why don't you have a bush at your beer before you go crackers? Well, you got 2 bucksheep pants lined up already.
I'll get to them. You see, Bob, I'm a widower with grown-up children.
Well, what about it, Jim? We both know you know Clark Gable.
Well, I was wondering about after the war.
Well, let's get through the lovely thing first before we start sorting out the piece.
But if I do get through it, I want to get fixed up.
And so say all of us, Jim. Well, what are you worrying about? There's bags of shore billets going for old-timers like you.
I was thinking more about a home.
Oh, you old basket. Got your eye on some little Wren glamour pants, eh?
No, she's no Wren. And no glamour pants.
Oh. Well, cheerio, Jim.
Cheers. No, she's a widow.
Well, a good tune played on an old bottle. Do I know her?
Well, yes, you do, Bob. Here, haven't you ever,
Glad. Blow me capper. Gladys, my sister. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Well, you see, Bob...
Oh, well, that's marvellous, Jim. That's all. Marvellous. Here, come on, shake on it. Oh, it's the best thing that could happen to her, that. Here, I'm for you and all.
Thanks, Bob.
Well, have you asked you?
Well, sort of. We've got a understanding.
Hmm?
The only thing is...
Well, come on, what's the trouble?
Well, she's a wee bit worried about you. I mean, she's been housekeeping for you for a long time, hasn't she?
Oh, don't be daft. Don't be daft. Might get married myself one of these days. I might. You never know. Oh, you go ahead, Jim. I'll give the bride away any time you like.
I can't see it happening soon, not with the war going the way it is. It's the longest job I ever saw.
It was on one of our journeys home from Gibraltar that Compass Rose justified the men who had designed and built her and the men who sailed in her. Toward the end of the morning watch, the light began to grow to the eastward, blanching the dark water.
Bridge. Captain, sir.
Captain, yes?
Lockhart, sir. I think we've got a submarine on the radar screen.
I'll be up at once, number 1.
Sure it's not a straggler?
I don't think so, sir. This thing's at least 10 miles behind the convoy.
Have you had an echo like this before?
Not exactly, sir. It's about the size we'd get from a buoy or a small boat.
A trawler or a drifter?
Oh, it's smaller than that, sir.
Right. Sound off action stations. Bridge, wheelhouse. Full ahead. Steer 10 degrees to starboard.
Left charge crews closed up. Guns crew closed up. 2 by the gun closed up. Action steaming stations.
Oxen on the wheels, sir.
Action stations closed up, sir.
My God, number 1, I think that this time... There it is. See it? That black speck on the horizon.
Yes, I got it, sir.
On the surface, too. Something I thought perhaps we'd never see. The conning tower of a U-boat.
Captain must be blind.
Morel! No. A U-boat on the surface, dead ahead. It's far out of range at the moment, but be ready. We want to get a couple of shots in before she dies, if we can get near enough.
Aye, aye, sir.
I can see it, sir, dead ahead. Shall we send a sighting report, sir?
Yes, Wells. WT signal, warn the office. Take this down. Admiralty repeated Viperus. Submarine on surface 10 miles astern of convoy TG-104. Course 345, speed 5 knots,
am engaging. Number 1?
I kind of overheard, sir. Too far away from me at the moment.
We'll need that Asdic box of tricks before long. You can stand by for the quickest crash dive in history as soon as they see us.
Let's make the most of it while their trousers are down, sir.
Ferriby, stand by for immediate action. Crack it on, Chief. We haven't much time to play with.
Aye, sir.
I think I can reach him now, sir.
That German in the conning tower must turn round.
He'll say God in Himmel or Donnerwetter and crash and she'll be gone. Right, Morel.
Fire!
Damn! 30 yards over.
Fire!
Blast! Sure!
She's crash diving, sir. Nearly down.
Fire!
She's down, Lockhart!
In Asdic contact, sir. She's moving quickly, sir.
Every inch of steam you've got, Chief.
Aye, sir. If I have to split her apart.
Moving right, sir.
Now! Fire depth charges!
Aye, sir. Pattern 1. Fire! Depth charges gone, sir.
Depth charges gone, sir.
But we must have got her. The damn thing was there.
Get back on that search. We haven't finished yet.
Sorry, sir. Target stationary, sir. Third pattern. Fire!
Any minute now. We've got her! We've got her!
Like a ruddy, great, dead, unwieldy fish.
Open fire!
There they come. The bastards.
Machine gun. No, one of them's got guts anyway. Well, that's that. Cease fire. Wheel amidships. Stop engines. And stand by with those scrambling nets.
See how they swim. The staunch apostles of total war.
This is my favorite kind of survivor. They invented the whole idea themselves. I want to see how they perform. That was our moment of triumph. How soon it was to be tarnished. Even far down the Mersey, at the Crosby light vessel, we knew that something was wrong. And as we sailed upstream, we began to smell the acrid tang of smoke.
Get out the mooring wires.
Aye, sir.
Can you train your glasses on the city, sir? It looks funny.
Huh?
There's an hell of a lot of smoke about.
I can see the liver buildings.
There's a ruddy great piece missing out of the skyline, though.
Oh, it's a copter packet.
What's it like, sir?
Not too good, I'm afraid. Looks as though they've been raided several times.
Look at those houses.
Hope to heaven they didn't get our oiler. She'd go up like a Roman candle. I was just getting to like some of those rather rugged types.
Stop talking and get on with those wires. Aye, sir.
Ship secure, sir.
Number 1.
Sir.
There'll be a lot of requests for special leave, probably. You better cancel ordinary leave and give it to the ratings who have homes or relatives here.
Aye, sir. What about yourself, sir?
See that those wires are squared off. Sir. I'm going ashore to phone. Now, it'll probably be some time because there'll be a queue as long as a wet week for that dockside telephone.
Couldn't get through, Bob. But then they might just have damaged the telephone wire.
Yeah, I know. It might be that, Jim. Well, this is the Jack Road, all right.
There's not a great deal off it left.
No, there isn't. Number 33. 31. Oh, my God.
Well, that's that.
Yes, Jim.
Let's ask those rescue blokes.
How did it happen? How about the people inside?
I was at the warden's.
Yeah, I know, but what about the people inside? I mean, you know, don't you?
They were dead.
I'm very sorry. There were two of them.
Probably Mrs. Crossley. She used to sit with Glad in the evening.
There's any oath I can give.
What did they do with it? When was the funeral?
Oh, 2 days ago. There were some others, you know. 21 altogether.
21?
Where was it? The funeral, I mean.
Croft Road Cemetery. It was very tasteful. They were all together in one big grave. The mayor and the corporation attended, and the floral tributes. They can't have known anything. It was all over in a second.
That voyage was a tough one. 6 ships in 2 days, including Sorrow, our sister ship. We asked permission to search for survivors. We didn't get that permission till dawn. We found them without difficulty towards the end of the morning watch. 15 out of a ship's company of 90. The men on the rafts were stiff and cold and soaked with oil. Some alive, some dead. Sorrel's captain, Ramsay, my friend for many years, was holding in his arms the dead body of a young sailor. The whole story, the lost ship, the lost crew, the pain and the exhaustion, all these were written on Ramsay's grey face. It was a true captain's face, a captain in defeat, who mourned his ship and who bore alone the monstrous burden of its loss. But the enemy hadn't finished with us, that convoy.
That's the 3rd ship tonight. She's settling down.
None of her boats away yet, sir?
You've got the best eyes in the ship, Wells.
Aztec echo bearing. 225. Moving left.
Increase revolutions.
Aye, aye, sir.
What's it look like, number 1?
Submarine, sir. Can't be anything else.
Ferriby?
Sir?
I'll take over here. Get down to your depth charges.
Aye, aye, sir.
I'll take her in at attacking speed and drop a pattern of depth charges on the way.
Very good, sir.
Starboard 10.
Starboard 10, sir.
Steer 135.
Steer 135, sir.
Captain, sir.
Yes, Wells?
Survivors in the water ahead, sir.
I can see them.
Sorry, sir.
What's it look like now, number 1?
The same, sir. Solid echo, exactly the right size. Must be a U-boat.
Is it moving?
Very slowly.
There are some men in the water just about there. 600 yards from those men swimming in the water. What's it look like now?
Just the same. Seems to be stationary. It's the strongest contact we've ever had.
There are some chaps in the water.
There's a U-boat just underneath them.
All right, then. Attack at all costs. That's what it says in the book. We'll go for it. Depth charge positions aft. Attacking. Stand by.
Good, they're waving. The bloke's in the water. You can't do it, sir. You can't.
Do you think I'm enjoying myself, Wells?
But those blokes.
Drop first pattern.
Aye, aye, sir.
Depth charge is gone, sir. Depth charge is gone, sir.
Oh, God.
You all right, sir?
No, number 1. I don't mind telling you. I don't mind telling you I'm not.
You've got to forget all about it. No good worrying about it now. You can't change anything.
There was a submarine. I'm sure of it. It's all in the report.
It was all my fault anyway. I identified it as a submarine. If anyone killed those men, I killed them.
No one killed them. It's the war. We've just got to do these things and say our prayers at the end. Have you been drinking, number one?
Yes, sir. Quite a lot.
So have I. First time since we commissioned. Good night.
You poor old devil. You've had just about enough, haven't you? Can't get you properly to bed, my dear and revered captain, but at least I can snug you down for the night. You have quite a head when you wake up. God bless you. Oh, get your legs out straight. Yeah, that's the best I can do for you. Wish it could be more. Wish I could really cure you. Drunk or sober, Erickson, you're all right.
Number one, I heard that.
That's all right, sir. I meant it.
Number one, when we get back after this trip, I'll buy you the best dinner in Liverpool. Our next convoy was our worst ever. It fitted into the whole interminable, messy pattern of that seemingly endless war at sea, and its cost was very great. I've never known a Gibraltar run like it, number one.
No, sir. Simply a steady wastage.
Signal from Viper, sir.
Read it, Wells.
Following ships were sunk last night. Fort James, Oriskey, Bulstrode Manor, Glen McCurtain. Amend convoy list accordingly.
Thank you, Wells. But the next convoy to Iceland was even worse than the Gibraltar run. Compass Rose was running southward past the frozen coastline after delivering 4 ships independently to Reykjavik. It was cold, and it grew even colder as night fell. Looks just as Iceland ought to look, doesn't it?
Plenty of snow. Black cliffs, white mountains, broad glacier.
But peaceful. Cold and peaceful.
Well, sir, call Viperus on RT. Plain language. They torpedoed in position 050 degrees, 30 miles astern of you.
Aye, aye, sir.
Number one, clear away boats and rafts, but wait for the word.
Aye, aye, sir.
She's going down already. Poor little Compass Rose, just like sorrow.
The RT smashed, sir.
Stop engines, Chief. Aye, aye, sir. Chief? Sir. Leave it, Chief, and come up. Aye, aye, sir. Nothing can save her now, number one.
Nothing.
Shall I ditch the book, sir?
Yes, well, throw 'em over. Coxswain, sir. Pipe abandon ship.
Aye, aye, sir.
Abandon ship! Abandon ship!
What's the chances, sir?
Oh, not too bad.
Well, it's time to go. Good luck to you all. She's going.
Shorty. Aye. Did anyone see Jameson?
He were in forecastle.
None of them got out.
Lucky devils. Better than this any road.
We got a chance still.
It's getting lighter.
That's the moon.
Shorty, wake up.
Are you all right, Rose? Rose? Damn, he's gone.
Shorty, wake up.
Trefoil will have seen us on her radar screen.
Wilson's dead, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir. It's stone cold.
All right. Tip him over, then. Who's going up on the raft next?
Any more for the Skylark?
Must be pretty near Iceland.
Some men died well. Some men died badly. Some men just died, having nothing to live for. And so in the first light of early morning, Viperous found us, 11 men on 2 rafts. She brought us back to our home port and safety.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Another pink gin.
Pink gin, sir?
Oh, no. Here's my captain. Make it 2 pink gins.
Yes, sir.
2 very large pink gins. Sir, congratulations.
My very new brass hat. Thanks, number 1.
2 large pink gins, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Well, the lordship's only told me last week the passage of time, of course.
Oh, nothing else, sir. Well, here's to it all the same.
I really am sorry.
Thank you. I know, sir.
It's a damn silly question. Any better?
No, not very much.
I didn't think it would be.
Did you go and see Morell's wife?
Yes, I did.
How was she?
In bed.
Taking it badly?
I think she was taking it very well. There was someone with her.
Damn the war.
Yes. To hell with it.
Tell me about your new ship.
Oh, no, she really is something. It's a new class, frigate, same size and shape as a destroyer.
Is she?
8 or 9 officers and about 160 men. She's got everything, but everything. Now, this time, we're going to give them more than they can cope with. You know, we've got turbines, twin screws, 3 big guns, new ASDIC, new radar. I'll be commissioning her in about 2 months' time.
I hope we'll be commissioning her, sir.
Thank you, number 1. I wanted you to say that. Well, let's raise our glasses.
Good idea.
To Watts, and Tunbridge, and Tallow, and Wells, and all the others.
And all the others. Oh, and to Compass Rose.
Yes, to little Compass Rose.
We present Rachel Gurney and Richard Herndl in A Day by the Sea by N.C. Hunter, adapted for broadcasting by Molly Greenhouse. A Day by the Sea.
Lily, look what I found. Mattie, where's Lily? I can't find her.
Shh. Not so much noise, Toby. Your Uncle David's asleep.
Asleep? He's only just got up.
Never mind. When you're over 80, you'll want to sleep too. Now, run away now and take Lily up to the field and fly your kite. Here's your mother and Mrs. Anson, and they'll be wanting to talk.
All right. Lily!
Not so much noise, I said.
But why, Francis? Why? Good morning, Mattie.
Good morning, Mrs. Anson.
Oh, Mattie, don't let me forget to go through the children's school list with you before you pack, will you?
Very good, Mrs. Farrer.
Really, Francis, if you hadn't come this time, I should have despaired of ever seeing you again. I should really have been offended.
I felt so ashamed, I only wanted to hide. Do you know, when I got out of the train last night, I imagined people were staring at me and saying, "Look, there she is."
Oh, my dear girl, I don't suppose anyone gave it a thought. You're not the first woman to be divorced.
No, but the circumstances, Laura, you must admit, were... And then to come back here, where the village people knew me as a child.
Yes, but do remember that's nearly 20 years ago. Why did you never come back, dear? We were all so fond of you, and you left us married and simply disappeared into thin air. Why? Mysterious creature.
It's so difficult to explain. You must have thought me dreadfully ungrateful, but it wasn't that.
Really, I began to wonder whether you'd been unhappy here.
Unhappy? Oh, this is the only house that's ever meant home to me.
I dare say it looks much the same. I'm too old to make any changes, and of course Julian never suggests anything. By the way, how do you think he's looking?
Not very well, rather thin and harassed.
Well, of course, he works far too hard. Simply ridiculous. He's ruining his health, and for what? He could hardly take life more seriously if he were the Foreign Secretary. And the fact is, he hasn't been particularly successful.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, he doesn't talk about it much, but I know he's disappointed. If only he wouldn't worry so. If only he'd be a little more tolerant and easygoing.
He was never that.
Really, the way he talks sometimes, you'd think the fate of Europe depended on him. However, when he's at home, I take good care to bring him down to earth. After all, although I run it, this place is actually his. Ian made it over to him years before he died. So I insist that he takes an interest in it and goes through the accounts with old Gregson. You remember Willie Gregson, Ian's solicitor? Julian can't bear him.
Poor Julian. I'm afraid he wasn't very pleased to see me.
Oh, really, I felt extremely angry with him last night. When one remembers that you and he were brought up here together like brother and sister.
He disapproves of me.
Oh, how can he be so stupid?
I don't blame him.
And of course, he's absurdly single-minded. Julian! Oh, if only I could have persuaded him to marry. Just think of the difference it would have made to him. Julian, dear.
Yes, I'm here.
No, not you, David, dear. Go to sleep again.
What about my medicine? He's getting very forgetful.
Doctor? He worries about his medicine, and it's probably only peppermint.
I keep hearing children. Whose are they?
I've told him half a dozen times. They're Francis's children, David. You remember Frances, the Ledward's little girl who came to live with us after her parents died? You remember, surely.
Yes, of course I do. You've been away some time.
I have indeed, Mr. Anson.
Some time.
What's funny about that?
Nothing, dear. Here's the doctor with your medicine.
Here I come with my elixir. There you are. Well, swallow it up.
Filthy stuff. Still, I don't suppose it does me much harm.
Much harm? It's making a new man of you.
Very funny.
Now for your little walk, dear.
I don't want a little walk.
Just to the pond and back. Up you get. You always feel better after some exercise, don't you? Then this afternoon you shall sleep. We shall all be out, and no one will disturb you.
Where are you going?
Just to the beach for a picnic. It's the children's last day.
Can't I come?
You wouldn't like it, dear.
Yes, I should. I'm sick of the garden.
But there's no shade. You'll get hot and uncomfortable.
Hot? My dear girl, I've been in places where a day like this would be considered bitterly cold. 1 year old, of course, no one knows what the devil to do here. Well, come on, Doctor. Come to the pond. And this afternoon to the picnic.
18 years he's been here. When he first came, he was wonderfully active. But now, of course... Julian, do come out. I promised Ian that David should live here, but you've no idea how difficult it was to find someone suitable to look after him. It had to be a man of a certain education, and if you want that, then you've got to pay. In this case, the price is gin.
Gin?
Rows of bottles we found behind his dressing table this morning. Julian, dear, didn't you hear me calling?
I'd forgotten we had all those azaleas. When was I last here in May?
Oh, you may well ask. He's never at home now. Never. He's always organising Europe. Oh, do for goodness sake relax, Julian. Sit in the sun and put your feet up. You look as if you lived underground for the past 6 months. Francis thinks so, too.
I'm perfectly well, as it happens, and sitting in the sun doesn't agree with me. After 10 minutes, I'm simply exhausted.
Oh, nonsense, dear. And this afternoon we're going for a picnic on the beach.
A picnic? That's a good idea. I'm only sorry I shan't be able to come.
There. You see, Francis? He instantly dissociates himself from our childish amusements. Why can't you come?
I told you surely last night. Humphrey Caldwell is coming over to see me.
Well, then he shall come to the picnic too. Why not?
I gathered he particularly wants to talk business. He isn't motoring 30 miles to eat jam sandwiches on the shore.
Well, if you must talk business, nobody's going to stop you. You can go off together and whisper your secrets behind a rock. We shall be very disappointed indeed if you don't come, won't we, Francis?
Yes, very.
Mother, dear, how can we possibly discuss
of course
business?
you can, dear. Now, come and help me with the flowers, Francis.
Yes, of course.
Now, just forget the troubles of Europe for half an hour anyway. Oh, now, Willie, what do you want?
Oh, just a few matters.
Oh, do stop chasing him about with bills and accounts. Sit down, both of you, and enjoy God's sunlight for once.
A great character, your mother, Jules.
Yes. I sometimes think she believes I selected my profession solely with the idea of annoying her. Every time I come home, it's the same story. For about 10 minutes, she seems pleased to see me. And after that, she never stops making derogatory remarks about my work and interests. You and your ridiculous foreign politics and so on.
Oh, I see.
And her ignorance of everything that goes on outside this house and garden is simply astonishing. Mention Europe or America, and she instantly looks bored and changes the subject. Ask her the simplest question about world affairs, and she couldn't answer it. Yesterday, for instance, she said to me, "Let me see, who is the foreign secretary nowadays?"
Well.
To my mother, no doubt. This tiny world of hers seems very peaceful, very secure. No doubt it's pleasanter to saunter in a rose garden than to face the facts of our situation. That's why she derives such pleasure from obliging me to do rather trivial things, with the excuse that it's teaching me about human nature. Now she insists on inviting you here every time I come home, in order that I may be shown the accounts. Oh, well, please don't think I'm not delighted to see you here at any time.
Oh, thank you.
But to be perfectly frank with you, Gregson, I'm just not interested in playing the part of a country squire. The business of running an estate seems to me an irrelevance, an anachronism. I can assure you that sometimes, after a day's work, I have the feeling that all of us are like a lot of children, absorbed in a game of marbles at the foot of a mountain, while overhead a great avalanche is beginning to rumble and slide.
Matty! Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you want something?
No, thank you. It was just to tell Matty we found the spotted flycatcher's nest.
I see. I dare say she's in the house.
It doesn't matter. Thank you.
How long have these children been here?
Oh, about 10 days, I believe.
Seems rather curious.
Well, I think your mother likes having them. I remember their mother when she first came here from India. A little orphan girl of 10 or 12, very pale, nothing to look at. Well, you'll remember, of course.
Yes.
She's certainly grown into a fine-looking woman. But what misfortunes. Her first husband killed in the war, and then this other unhappy affair. Oh, it's bad luck.
Bad luck? That's certainly a charitable way of describing it. However, it's no business of mine. Well, we may as well finish these accounts and have done with them.
There are just two matters. Firstly, your mother promised Adams to rebuild their pigsty. The drainage is the trouble. With pigs, it's essential to have a good runaway, as you can imagine, and the ground necessitates... let me show you the plans.
Oh, never mind about the plans. If it's necessary, do it. I agree. What's the other matter?
Now, this, I fear, is rather unpleasant.
I can't read it. Looks like gin.
It is gin. Now, I can hardly believe that your mother and the old gentleman consume that quantity of spirits.
Of course not. The doctor drinks it. Surely you know that.
I've suspected it for months. Oh, really? This has been a most unsatisfactory appointment. I do think the time has come when we should consider getting someone more suitable. A doctor who drinks in a house with a lady and an elderly gentleman. I beg pardon?
The governess was listening.
Oh.
We've discussed all this before. The difficulty, as you know, is to find anyone else. Besides, Uncle David likes him.
Then what's to be done? Are we to continue to tolerate his behavior?
We must keep a sense of proportion. He drinks, certainly, but it's not the end of the world. He only talks too much and gets boring.
When one remembers that your uncle only asked him for the weekend, and now he's been here 7 years.
A long weekend, certainly.
Oh, really? I must say I consider this a very serious situation.
Oh, my dear fellow, don't let's use such enormous words to describe a trivial annoyance. I mean, look what's happening to Europe. What's a drunken doctor, more or less, in such a world?
Well, yes, by comparison, no doubt.
Before he came, my mother was run off her feet looking after the old man. Peace isn't too expensive at 30 bob a bottle.
Yes, I dare say, but am I to pay this, then, without a word?
You're not disputing the fact that the gin has been consumed.
No, but
Then pay it, of course. I'll speak to my mother about the doctor. It'll be absolutely useless.
I hope I'm not disturbing any serious business.
Not at all. I was just saying, I remember when you first came here from India, a little girl with a pigtail.
Don't say how long ago.
You were shy at first and rather serious and thin. But how you used to run and climb trees, perfectly astounding. Do you remember, Julian?
Yes, I do.
And swim. I remember Mrs. Anson standing at the sea's edge shouting for you, and there you both would be, 100 yards out, splashing away as happily as anything. Oh, that takes us back some time. Yes, well, I'm here to work. I shall have a few papers ready for your signature later, if I may trouble you.
Certainly.
Then, if you'll excuse me, I expect you have a good deal to talk about.
Your mother put me back in the room I always used to have. When I woke this morning, it felt as if I'd never left here at all. It's a curious sensation to come back to a house after 20 years and see one's children playing where one once played oneself. It's rather eerie, so one were watching one's own ghost. What do you think of my children?
They seem very nice.
Their father was a very nice man.
I never met him.
No, you did. I was forgetting. Of course, he hardly knew his children. They were so young when he was killed.
I believe he was a good deal older than you.
Yes, he was nearly twice my age.
I should hardly have imagined that that was altogether satisfactory.
No, not altogether. On the other hand, he possessed what was to me at that time an exceptional virtue.
And what was that?
He wanted to marry me.
I see.
And you? You've been all over the world, I suppose. I heard of you from time to time. Weren't you second secretary in Rome when Michael French was there?
Yes, I was.
You've enjoyed it all? The travelling, the life, the work? Has it all come up to expectations?
I don't know whether enjoyed is the word. I've never regretted my choice of profession, if that's what you mean.
Yes, that's what I mean. Oh, it's peaceful here. You must find it a pleasant change from Paris.
I'm fond of Paris. One feels at the heart of things. To come back here is like stepping out of the world into a kind of never-never land. People who live permanently in the country seem to inhabit a sort of vegetable world. It's another civilization.
Yes, everything's so slow and quiet. I like that.
Evidently you like Paris, too. I saw you there a few months ago.
Oh, where?
Dining in a little restaurant near the Madeleine.
And you never came to speak to me.
You were not alone.
Would you expect to find me dining alone in a Paris restaurant? What an odd person you are.
Well, to be perfectly candid, I didn't think it would be very profitable to either of us to renew a friendship after so many years.
I see. Then my coming here must have embarrassed you. When I accepted your mother's invitation, I didn't know you would be at home. But we are going tomorrow.
I've no objection to your coming here, but surely you must understand that in the circumstances, it is a little difficult.
Yes, it was nearly tragedy. For a whole day they were doubtful whether he'd live.
You talk about it so calmly.
I've lived with it for so long.
It's true, then, he attempted suicide.
Oh, yes, quite true. He poisoned himself with sleeping tablets.
Dreadful.
For 24 hours he was on the danger list.
Such a young man.
Yes, he was very young.
I really cannot understand how you could possibly... However, no doubt you prefer not to discuss it.
Well, there's nothing to discuss. I was to blame entirely.
Julian, I must tell you, this morning the housemaid found 6 empty gin bottles behind the dressing table in the doctor's room. Now, what am I to do? Ignore it? Oh, why on earth must people drink? Filthy, disgusting habit. But yet, if I ask him to go, what are we to do? I can't look after the old man. Julian, are you listening?
Hmm? Oh, yes, Mother, of course.
Well, then what am I to do? Can't you speak to him?
Me?
Well, you could do it tactfully with your experience. It isn't much to ask.
Very well, Mother, if you wish.
Why should I be plagued by these miserable old men? They spoil everything. Oh, I really must put a few scarlet rhododendrons over there to brighten that expanse of mauve. There's a lovely new variety with some name like Eastern Seas. Oh, I can see you're thinking of something quite different, Julian.
Excuse me, Mrs. Farrer. I think you meant to run through the children's school lists before I started packing.
Indeed I did, Mattie. I'll come now. I think we'll need some new handkerchiefs.
Yes, I'm afraid you will.
Julian, why are you so uncivil to Frances? I really don't understand it. I thought you'd like to see her again, instead of which you simply ignore her.
What seems extraordinary to me is that you should invite her here after what happened.
Well, it's not extraordinary at all. She's gone through a most unhappy experience. And to whom else should she turn? I elected to bring up that girl because I was fond of her mother. Do you think I can ignore her existence now? She's never been very communicative, and I think she's behaved outrageously. All the same, I'm fond of the girl, and I don't care what people think.
Well, it's hardly a comfortable situation, is it? After all, she and I were brought up together here from the time she was 10 years old. There's not a corner of this house and garden that doesn't hold some memory for me of Frances as a child. And naturally, I've always had a particular sort of affection for her.
Well?
What has she turned into now? A woman who takes some stupid youth as a second husband, leaves him after 6 months, gets involved in his attempted suicide, scandal, divorce. Well, really, it's difficult to imagine that she has anything in common with the girl who used to run in this garden. We're simply strangers. What am I to say to her now? Are we to sit and chat about old times? It's embarrassing. Her very name seems to stick in my throat. How could she bear to come back here?
She came because I insisted she should. I thought it might help her. Now I'm beginning to regret it. Oh, you're very like your father in some ways.
If I'm being impolite, I'm sorry. I'll apologize. But really, when one thinks... Ever since she left school, her behavior has been quite incomprehensible to me. I could never understand why she had to rush off and marry Edison before she was out of her teens. He was old enough to be her father. And since the war, if half of what one hears is true...
Oh, poof! Everybody talks scandal about a pretty widow. Don't be so puritanical.
I'm not puritanical.
Then you're jealous, perhaps.
Jealous? Me? Oh, that's very good.
Here comes the doctor with David. Now, please don't say anything about the gin. If he feels he must drink, then drink he shall, and that's all there is to it.
It took us another 4 days steady climb, and there we were, over 19,000 feet up, on the highest pass in the world, looking away north to Tibet. They call it Nangpa La. Mountain peaks as far as the eye could see, white and barren, like the surface of the moon. Few Europeans have ever made that journey. In those days I could walk.
Now sit down, dear, and I'll read to you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, these damn legs of mine are worn out. The whole bag of tricks is falling to pieces. And so, from hour to hour, we rot and rot.
Oh, he's gone to sleep. Now I can get on with my book.
Oh, what a household. Round and round we go, day after day, like elderly goldfish in a bowl. Oh, mark you, I'm not complaining. If your good mother hadn't employed me when she did, I should probably be in a home by now. At one time, you know, I acquired an unfortunate taste.
Oh, yes?
Yes. Oh, you'd be surprised what a devil of a habit it is to break. One's disgusted with oneself, one makes up one's mind never to touch the stuff again, but by God, when the craving comes, I tell you, it's overwhelming. Yes, people don't quite understand. However, all's well that ends well.
You, succeeded?
Oh, yes, I mastered it, I'm glad to say. That's a good noise to hear. I'll be perfectly frank with you. I do take a drink occasionally.
Yes, I imagined you did.
Well, where's the harm? Cut out every pleasure and one might as well be dead.
You're wanted on the telephone, Mr. Anson.
Oh, thank you. Excuse me.
Can I speak to you, Doctor?
Oh, go on.
What?
He's asleep.
They were talking about you, he and Gregson.
Ah, enumerating my virtues.
Gregson was saying you were unsuitable to stay here because you drink.
You saw what I drank at dinner last night, barley water.
And what was it you had before you came downstairs that made you so talkative and your face so red? Was that barley water?
Oh.
Well, why do you take us all for fools?
Well, let them sack me. What do I care?
You've taken a drink just now. I can always tell.
I felt dreadful this morning. You wouldn't understand, of course.
What will become of you? Where will you go? How will you live? You'll just end in the gutter.
Well, who cares?
I do. It's terrible to see an educated man slipping into degradation. Have you no willpower? I mean, surely, for your own self-respect.
Oh, this damned Scottish Calvinism. Man has a couple of drinks and it's a tragedy. Degradation? Leave me alone, will you?
It seems I'm very clumsy. I meant to help you, to encourage you, and I only succeed in making you angry.
Oh, there, I'm not angry. You're a good girl. Don't take it to heart. Bless you, it's not worth a frown to anybody. You've got a pretty face. Now, let's see it smile.
Don't touch me. Oh, what's the use?
Oh, my dear girl.
Is something wrong with Mattie? She looks as if she was crying.
It's nothing.
She hasn't been looking well lately. I've asked her twice to see a doctor.
How old is she?
35. She's been with me 7 years. And all that time I don't believe she's made a friend or had an admirer. I feel sorry for her.
Yes, there it is. God knows some of us make fools of ourselves, fall in love stupidly, marry the wrong person, are disappointed, suffer. But, Lord, better that 1,000 times than to be 35 and still waiting.
She's been so loyal to me in spite of everything. But lately I've noticed her looking at me in an odd way, as if she hated me.
Well, perhaps she does. The fact is, there's no equality of opportunity in sex, no fair shares for all. She's one of the have-nots. She's probably envious.
Envious? If only she knew how gladly I'd have changed places with her sometimes.
I dare say, sometimes.
Oh, you think me hypocritical? Oh, I don't deny I've sought admiration and enjoyed it. And I never thought that one day I'd become the sort of woman that respectable people are embarrassed to meet.
You don't embarrass me. I'm not offensively respectable. Well, mark you, I wasn't struck off the register or anything of that kind.
Of course not.
There's no of course not about it. One night, I was called out to a case when I was drunk. I blundered out to the car, drove 5 miles, swerved all over the road, and what happened? Nothing. Nothing at all. Well, we all take risks, my dear girl, and as long as we're lucky, we're respectable. Use every man after his deserts, and who shall escape whipping?
There'll be no more risks for me from now on, that I promise you. Never again.
Never is a long time.
I mean it, never.
Now, where has Julian gone?
He was wanted on the telephone.
Oh, why can't they leave him alone? You know, he used to be quite interested in the place, but now his heart's in Whitehall. Oh, I've no illusions. When I die, he'll sell it.
It's disappointing.
What can one do? Where are the children? Coy! Toby, Lily.
That was Humphrey Caldwell. He hopes to be here about 3 o'clock.
Who is he exactly, dear? What does he do?
We were in Stockholm together some years ago. Now he's head of the personnel department. His brother has a house in Dorchester. I couldn't quite make out why he wanted to see me.
As a diplomat, he would naturally be reluctant to make himself clear.
I'm afraid it may mean that I shan't be able to stay here very long.
You've only just arrived and now you're talking of going. Oh, it's all such nonsense. No, here they are. Well, dears, what have you been doing?
The cat has just killed a bird.
Oh, the wretch!
Look, a young thrush.
What a shame.
We chased the cat and shouted. But the bird was dead.
It just fluttered in my hand for a few seconds and then it died. The cat shan't have it anyway.
Certainly not. Now come with me and I'll show you where you can bury it deep in the ground and safe from any cat.
Yes.
And you know, we're all going to the beach this afternoon for a picnic.
Oh, lovely.
Do you think we could make it a tombstone?
Yes, there you are. There's nature for you, red in tooth and claw. And that's a nice pussycat, too. A gentle, friendly, furry creature. But show her a bird or a mouse, and she's a murderess, a ruthless killer.
Yes, it's horrid.
Ah, but don't forget the other side of the picture. Think of the poor, innocent little worms that pretty bird would have torn from the ground with its cruel beak and swallowed alive. Murder most foul, wherever you look. Yes, and what about man? He's tarred with the same brush. The instinct's there. Give him an excuse. Dress him up in a uniform, tell him he's a hero, and he'll go out and kill with no more conscience than that cat. Oh, you look as if you didn't altogether agree with me.
I hardly imagined you were serious. To draw an analogy between a cat killing a bird and nations going to war... Well, really, Doctor, isn't that a little far-fetched?
Oh, what's a nation? Just a pack, just a herd, ready to follow the loudest voice or the sharpest teeth. Let's have no illusions. We inhabit a jungle. Wolves, that's all.
Oh! Damned noise.
I'm sorry, old man. We were having a discussion.
There's no need to howl like a blasted hyena.
It was a wolf.
Oh.
It's no good. I'm for the individual. For instance, I like talking to you. I like talking to Mrs. Farrer here. I recognize civilized, intelligent persons with whom one can reason, joke, and argue. But put 2 million of you together, and I'd hate the sight of you. Now, take my advice. Leave the masses alone. You're wasting your time, my dear fellow. You might as well go and bang your head against that tree.
Oh, thank you very much, Doctor.
Oh, you don't believe me, of course. You're an idealist. I know. You'd much better resign, believe me. I can suggest a dozen better jobs.
Very kind of you.
Ah, I was an idealist once. Now, I'm an Epicurean. I think I might guess what you are, Mrs. Farrer.
Easily. I'm a middle-aged widow trying to bring up 2 children without very much money. And don't expect me to answer philosophical problems, please.
Just as I thought. A good, sensible materialist. My congratulations. I dare say David here might be on your side, the mountaineer. He's spent all his life toiling after the inaccessible, too.
If someone would tell me what the fool's talking about...
He's talking nonsense, Uncle.
Oh, nonsense, you think? And suppose I tell you that you and your kind are dangerous meddlers.
Oh, don't be so stupid.
You play with matters you don't understand, and what happens? Other people suffer for your mistakes. Yes, you're not as clever as you think.
Doctor.
It's true. They don't know what they're doing. They plot and plan, confer and scheme, sign treaties, build armies, and where does it get us all in the end? You're ignorant, the whole lot of you. You don't know what you're doing. You strut and pose and play your games, and other people pay. Yes, that's the end of it. Young men die, and you can't deny it.
This is intolerable.
Doctor, please.
Infernal bore.
Oh, no, don't go. Please. I apologize. No, don't go. I was just talking. I didn't mean it. The fact is, I've had a drink or two. You see, and, then one talks. Oh, don't go, please.
Then I suggest we change the subject.
Yes, of course. I talk too much, I'm sorry. I won't say another word.
There was a huge moth in my room this morning. It had greenish wings and stripes, and there was a reddish color on the underwing. Now, what would that be, what do you say?
It might have been a poplar hawk moth, Uncle.
Yes, that's possible.
We used often to find them in the garden in May, sometimes on the trunk of that tree. Do you remember, Francis?
Yes.
I used to collect moths when I was a boy. I still remember some of the names, though it's a longish time ago. I was born in 1897. My birthday falls on a rather curious date, November the 11th. So, by the inescapable logic of arithmetic, I was exactly 21 on Armistice Day 1918. You'd scarcely remember that, I suppose, Julian.
Vaguely. Flags in the village, I remember, and bells.
That's right. Flags and bells. And I was 21. Of course, it all seemed very significant of something or other. Oh, yes, a new era seemed to be dawning for me, for the whole world. When my son was born, some years later, I actually said to my wife, "He's a lucky little devil," I said, "to come into the world in 1924, with all the horrors of war behind him." In those days, of course, nobody dreamed, even in their wildest nightmares.
But surely, in spite of everything, we go forward. If only by infinitely slow and painful stages. Surely there's evidence of that. Oh, it won't be in our time, Doctor, but these children, for instance, or their children perhaps, may actually live to see a world in which war is spoken of as we speak today of burnings at the stake, as something that had its place in a barbarous age and is now unthinkable, impossibly obscene. I can't believe that man is doomed to destroy himself. I can't believe it. We must work patiently. We must have faith.
You're getting quite eloquent, dear. We must find you a soapbox, then you can get it all off your chest in Hyde Park.
I beg your pardon. I'd forgotten that such subjects were taboo in this house. Excuse me.
Oh, no, I suppose he's offended. But I do get tired of these highfalutin speeches, this everlasting talk of politics and war. You never find something agreeable to talk about. Why must we have these wearisome world problems dragged into the garden, amongst the flowers? Oh, really, I won't have it.
Oh, it was my fault. I started it.
Well, it was very stupid of you, Doctor. You ought to know better.
I remember when he was young, when he was still at school, how excitedly he'd talk when something fired his imagination. Quite often I didn't understand half of what he was saying, but I was perfectly happy just to sit listening and watching, especially when he was indignant or delighted. And the words would come tumbling out, and his eyes were shining.
And you can imagine what the poor man suffered, Mr. Caldwell, inside his costume.
Dreadful. I didn't catch that. What was inside his costume?
A jellyfish, Uncle David.
Ah, thank you. Very amusing. Very amusing.
There was a very strong bloater in that paste. More tea, please, Matty.
Oh, there's not very much, I'm afraid.
I saw rather an attractive-looking pub on the top of the cliff.
Caldwell, you interest me strangely.
I remember once
Look, there's a porpoise.
Oh, they're very graceful.
Yes, you should see them when they get among salmon at the mouth of a river. They fly through the waves like torpedoes. And you see the unfortunate salmon jumping high out of the water to escape them. Of course, a porpoise is a mammal.
What is a mammal exactly, Matty?
I'll tell you later, dear.
Nellie, if you and Toby have finished, I'm sure Mrs. Anson would excuse you.
Of course, of course. Off you go.
Oh, thank you.
Be careful of the slippery rocks.
Yes.
There they go. Gradually one forgets how it used to feel when one could run like that, flying along, hardly conscious of one's body at all.
Now, last year, we took the children to a little place in Brittany. We simply lived in bathing suits.
Ah, you're a married man, Mr. Caldwell. You've got interests outside your work. Oh, I wish you could persuade Julian to marry and stop him working so hard.
Marriage is Mother's panacea for everything. If only I were married, I should be more successful, richer, taller, more handsome.
You can laugh, my dear boy, but you work too hard. In the old days, at a picnic like this, he used to be the life and soul of the party.
Who, me?
It's true, isn't it, Francis? Yes. I remember him sitting there, exactly where he is now, juggling with tennis balls.
Juggling? Oh, you must be thinking of someone else. I never juggled in my life.
You can deny it, but it's true.
This chair is very uncomfortable.
If you'll excuse me, I'll just go and keep an eye on them.
Thank you, Mattie.
The children will miss her.
Yes, they will.
And I know somebody she'll miss. The doctor.
Oh, me? Oh, ridiculous.
I keep my eyes open. Francis, if you've digested your tea, we'll take David for a stroll and leave these men to talk politics.
Mother, I...
And to think they get paid for their clumsy blunderings. My cook could do as well.
The cook's not bad. She can't do rice, though.
What's wrong with her rice, dear? This is something quite new.
It's sloppy.
Oh, come now. Now, we'll all go for a walk. We shall give you about 10 minutes, Mr. Caldwell, and then we shall come chattering back and disturb you again. No, that way, Francis, dear.
Oh, right.
Come along, Doctor.
Oh, I don't like to be beside the sea.
Well, I hope I haven't spoiled the picnic by coming over.
Well, not at all, Caldwell. I tried to arrange that you and I should stay at home, but my mother was very anxious that we should come. I'm home so seldom, I didn't like to disappoint her.
Well, I've enjoyed it. House by the sea. I've always dreamed of that. As I happen to be down here, I thought I'd take the opportunity of having a chat with you. It's nothing of any great importance, anyway.
What is it?
Well, we had a conference last week to make a few staff appointments and changes.
Yes?
Amongst other things, the question of extending your appointment in Paris cropped up.
My appointment? Well, how do you mean? Surely that was settled months ago.
Yes, that's
Well, the
true,
ambassador was perfectly agreeable, and I had your letter confirming it. I really can't see why the question was raised.
You understand, in the ordinary course of events, your term in Paris would finish about the end of the month.
Yes, of course, I know that perfectly well.
We came to the conclusion that it might be as well in the circumstances not to interfere with the normal routine replacement arrangements.
Do you mean...
Yes, we're going to bring you home at the end of the month. You'll get an official notification, of course.
But it's senseless. I took all the trouble to explain. You know perfectly well I'm serving on the Refugee Committee and shall be until the end of September.
Yes, I know.
Then why?
Extensions do mean a certain amount of disorganization on the establishment.
Oh, rubbish, man. That was all settled months ago. I cannot leave Paris yet. It's out of the question. I've important matters to deal with, and I cannot leave.
Yes, but it's difficult to...
Difficult? And do you think it's going to be easy for Chesterton to take over from me at this moment?
Well, we discussed it very fully before coming to a decision, I assure you.
Of course, there's some reason for this.
Oh, it's just an ordinary matter of staff readjustment.
Do you think I believe that? At least give me some credit for not being a fool.
Look, really, Julian, I don't think you want to look for some sinister design behind what is, after all...
Oh, for God's sake, Caldwell, stop being tactful. I'm sorry. But surely we know each other well enough, can't we? Forget our official positions just for a moment.
Yes, of course.
It was agreed that I should stay on so long as the committee was sitting. And that's a perfectly normal arrangement. If you've changed your mind, it's because for some reason or other you're determined not to keep me in Paris a moment longer than is absolutely necessary. It has nothing to do with establishment difficulties. It's evidently a question of my own personal inadequacy.
Oh, look here. You're simply imagining things, Julian. There's really no point in bringing up this kind of thing. Each of us has his own personality and idiosyncrasies, and since these can't be changed, I never see that there's much to be gained by discussing them. You've got a very good brain, for instance, but then you don't happen to be the kind who goes out of his way to make himself agreeable.
I've no time for stupidity and incompetence, if that's what you mean.
Well, certainly your standards are very high.
Is that a reproach?
Of course not. The fact is, I suppose, that in our profession, a man's usefulness may depend to a certain extent on the success of his personal relations.
Quite so. In plain language, they dislike me in Paris.
You know, you're putting words into my mouth that I had no intention of using.
Oh, split hairs if you must, but the truth is I'm unpopular. Do you think I don't know what they say of me behind my back? I'm unpopular and unsuccessful.
Well, I should hardly describe your career as unsuccessful. Although we can't actually give you a department at the moment, I feel fairly certain that before long...
Oh, my dear Caldwell, please.
Well, look at me, if it comes to that. I haven't exactly set the Thames on fire. But isn't that the same in every profession? There isn't room for everybody at the top of the tree. And we all have a great regard for your integrity.
Haven't I worked? Damnation, haven't I worked?
Yes, you know, that's just it. Some of us think you work too hard. For instance, you're entitled to 56 days leave a year. Have you ever taken it? Last year, you had 29.
I was busy, as you know.
It was the same when you were in Stockholm, I remember. You don't play games, do you? And I know you're not one for entertainment.
I didn't join the Foreign Office for its social amenities.
Really, Julian?
Well, it gets on my nerves to see them all so infernally sedate. Talk about British phlegm. Huh. People profess to find it a virtue, but to me there's nothing more exasperating. Why, only take Maynard and his pipe, for instance. Go to him for the simplest decision, and what happens? Always the same interminable pantomime. Ums and ahs, and clouds of blue smoke, and the whole world can wait while he fiddles and sucks and chews and blows and dribbles. If they dislike me, let me tell you what I think of them. They're second-rate, the whole lot of them. Second-rate.
Well, I dare say that's true, according to your standards. For the matter of that, the vast majority of human beings are second-rate. Now look, can an older man give you a word of advice? Don't expect so much. Try to live in the world as it is, and not dream all the time of what it may be in 500 years when we're all of us wiser and kinder and cleverer.
What do you propose to do with me?
Well, for the time being, you'll be attached to the Permanent Under-Secretary's department.
Where I can do no harm.
Oh,
I object to being treated like this. You're simply recalling me as if I were an incompetent clerk.
Oh.
And why? Because I work too hard, if you please. Well, why should I accept this decision? No. I shall see the ambassador. I shall appeal against it. It's grotesque.
Oh, come now.
Oh, leave me alone. To hear this kind of news at a picnic, well, it's a bit incongruous among the donuts.
I'm really very sorry. But I hope you won't take it too much to heart.
Oh, no, of course not. No, the truth is, it's not so much leaving Paris that matters to me. It's just that now I understand Colwell. Now I understand exactly what my position is. Well, at 40, it's about time to come to one's senses.
Don't you think that you're rather exaggerating the importance of this affair?
Very likely. The plain truth is that I've exaggerated the importance of my whole career. It's a misfortune in life to be a success at 21. Just win a few scholarships at the varsity, and the old fools nod their heads and say, you've got a splendid future before you, my boy. And at that age, too, of course, one believes it. Nothing's out of reach. One sees oneself working miracles. It's amusing to consider the reality. First secretary, and a misfit at that.
Yes, a lot of your work has been greatly appreciated, I assure you.
Oh, thank you, Colwell. Thank you.
Look, you need a change. I suggest you take a month's leave pretty soon.
Change? Yes, you're right. Yes, by heaven, it's time for that. When I think of the way I've lived, and for what? People call me clever. But what have I to show for my 40 years of life? Why, the first fool you stopped in the street with a home of his own and a wife and a dog would have more to boast of than I. Well, what have I? Oh, a lot of his work was greatly appreciated. Epitaph on a well-meaning civil servant. Do you see the children playing? When one is young, one looks at the world, touches it, and enjoys it. But as one grows older, so gradually one turns away from it, scarcely sees it from one year's end to the next. I've been in America, Sweden, Italy, France, and all I've seen, all I've touched is another office desk, a different sort of ink pot. That's true. This sun, the air, the sky's brightness. I've taken care to shut myself away from them for fear they should distract me from the business of meddling in humanity's affairs. Think of the stupidity. Deliberately to shun all wonder, all pleasure, even love itself. Isn't that to qualify for a madhouse?
You're still a young man. You've time.
Time. Yes, but what have I wasted? What have I lost?
Please. Oh, I wonder if you'd mind putting these in your pocket until we get home. I've nowhere safe to put them, and they keep dropping out of my hand.
Shells. Yes, I'll look after them.
Thank you. There are 6 periwinkles and 14 cowries. Oh, and 1 dog whelk. Thank you. Toby, wait for me!
Yes, well, I must be getting along, or I shall miss my train.
Go gather by the humming sea some twisted, echo-harboring shell. Years ago, when their mother was quite young, she and I, I'll come with you up to the house.
There. He's asleep again. Go on, dear. Tell me.
That summer I was 28. He'd been away off and on for so long that his death made hardly any difference to my life. I wrote 1 letter less a week, that's all. Of course, I was sad for a time. But I always had it at the back of my mind I'd marry again.
Why shouldn't you? You were quite young.
The truth is, I wanted to be admired and courted. I wanted to find a husband, so I started to look for one. I did it quite deliberately. Perhaps that's why I wasn't very successful. Meanwhile, the years were passing.
Then you met Farah?
Yes. As he came to live in the flat opposite mine. We used to meet in the lift occasionally, and I never even looked at him. Oh, why should I? He was years younger than I. A boy. It was weeks before I discovered he used to wait and listen for my door to open and then step out to meet me. Eventually I snubbed him. Oh, quite mildly, but he blushed and stammered and was so apologetic I felt I'd been too unkind, so a day or 2 later I invited him in for a drink with some friends.
Ah, yes, of course.
And from that day he never left me alone. He sent me flowers, he sent me books and invitations. He even copied out bits of Shakespeare and Ronsard and pushed them under my door.
Couldn't you discourage him in some way?
Oh, I said all the usual things. I was far too old, we must just be friends. I meant it too at first. And then gradually, as he insisted, I began to think, well, after all, perhaps...
My dear girl.
Did you say something?
Nothing, dear.
Chatter, chatter, chatter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Nothing, dear.
He can't hear.
I suppose I was flattered. I was tired of living alone and told myself that other women had married men much younger than themselves. It isn't invariably disastrous, surely.
If only you'd come to me for advice.
You've made up your mind to do something stupid. You avoid good advice. Oh, I knew it was stupid, but I couldn't stop. And so we were married. He'd have been happy enough with a girl of 21, but with a widow of 36... He didn't seem able to treat me as an ordinary creature of flesh and blood. For a woman of my age, it was simply embarrassing. And when I tried to bring him down to earth, I could see he was hurt, shocked.
Yes.
After 3 or 4 months, the situation was so getting on my nerves, I could hardly speak politely to him or bear him near me. At last I told him that I was afraid we'd made a mistake, that I was to blame. I'd go, give him a divorce, and arrange for everything. He kept saying, but what have I done? What have I done? A few days later, they found him unconscious, and a long letter that was published in the papers in which he forgave me.
People read about these things, but no one understands.
Oh, I know I deserved it all, but did he? What'll become of him? One thinks one lives in a vacuum, that one's sins are one's own concern, but that's not true.
Julian, dear, what have you been doing?
Nothing. Nothing.
I hope Mr. What's-his-name hasn't ordered you off to Timbuktu by the next train.
No, quite the reverse. I'm being recalled to London.
I thought you were to stay in Paris for another 6 months.
That was the arrangement, yes.
Then why has it been altered? Are they promoting you, dear? Well, it's certainly high time.
Not exactly, no.
Of course, no one can expect to understand the machinations of the Foreign Office. Aren't they pleased with your work, or what?
Oh, simply delighted.
Then why, may one
Really,
ask?
Mother, it's not worth discussing. I dare say I've trodden on a few toes, that's all.
I must say, I think they treat you quite disgracefully, considering the way you work, never sparing yourself, never taking proper holidays.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Never mind, dear. Why don't you appeal?
Appeal? It's merely a routine move. Besides, I'm perfectly satisfied. They were a dull lot in Paris. I shall be glad of a change. It's not bad news at all. On the contrary.
How much longer are we going to sit here?
What did I say? Do you want to go home, dear?
Yes, I do.
Doctor? Where on earth is he? Doctor?
Bet you £50 is with Gregson in the pub.
I might have known this would happen. Why we go on employing anyone so hopelessly unreliable? It's simply throwing money away.
Oh, he's all right.
Well, it's all very well to say that.
Let me take him for you.
No, dear, you please stay here. He's my responsibility. Now, come, dear. And when the doctor comes, Julian, tell him we wanted him and he wasn't there.
I don't want to upset anyone.
Perhaps we should all go. I'll call the children.
Certainly not. Now, the children are enjoying themselves. I told you it was going to be a long day, but you wouldn't listen to me.
There must be an end to it.
For years, my mother has been telling me that I work too hard, and now when she's proved to be perfectly right, she's indignant.
Does that surprise you? You don't know much about human nature.
No, perhaps not. I had no business to speak to you as I did this morning. I hope you'll forgive me.
Of course.
Do you know how long it is since you and I were together on this beach? It's nearly 20 years. Nothing's changed. People who think their lives important should look at rocks. Rocks that have stood, say, for 400 million years. It's pathetic, isn't it, to think how long some of us continue to deceive ourselves. Of course, my leaving Paris will not make the slightest difference to anybody or anything.
I always thought it was the wrong profession for you. You should have been a painter or a writer and worked off all your romantic notions harmlessly on paper.
Look! Look! I found this in a pool.
What is it, darling?
It's called Ascidian, Matty says.
Oh, yes, Ascidian.
Is Matty really leaving?
Yes, darling, she's going to her sister.
When?
Tomorrow, when you go back to school.
Can she come back sometimes?
Yes, I expect she can, if you'd like her to.
Yes, I should. When can she come? Can she come next summer holidays?
Yes, I dare say. Yes, I dare say she could come for a week or so next summer.
Do you mind if I tell her that?
No, you tell her if you'd like to.
Oh, thank you.
Don't go too far away. We'll be leaving soon.
Not yet, Matty!
She's an attractive child.
What will become of her? Is she a friendly star? I often wonder.
When I went to Washington, you were still a schoolgirl. Hearing of your engagement came as quite a shock.
I was 19.
Yes, I know. All the same, it seemed absurdly young. Nobody could be expected to know their own mind at that age.
I did.
I confess it rather annoyed me at the time. Well, how many men had you met, and why the hurry? Of course, it was none of my business. I realized that. And in any case, I could hardly have interfered from the other side of the world.
And suppose you'd been here. How would you have interfered? I've always been obstinate, you know.
At least we might have discussed it sensibly.
Sensible discussion. Do you think that would have made any difference?
You know how one daydreams? Imagining what might have happened had one made some different decision at some time. Well, I've wondered occasionally how you would have answered if I'd asked you years ago to marry me.
Years ago?
Say, before you met Miles Edison.
Oh, then. Oh, well, then I'd have married you if you lifted your little finger.
Is that true?
True? Oh, Julian, don't be ridiculous. Surely you knew.
But of course I didn't.
Oh, and the trouble I took to please you.
But I never thought
No,
that you...
Of course not. Why should you? There was so much else to excite and interest you in those days. I remember the morning you had the notice of your appointment in Washington. How delighted you were. Everyone said how splendid it was, and all I could think of was that it was 3,000 miles away and that I'd lost you.
I didn't know.
No. Oh, you didn't know. I remember we went to Southampton to see you off. You kissed your mother goodbye, and then, for some reason or other, you turned to me, gave my hair a little pull, and said, "Goodbye, behave yourself." That was as near as I ever got to a kiss from you.
But surely you knew I was fond of you.
Fond? Were you fond? Oh, if only I'd been fond and not lost, not damned past saving in love.
But our whole lives might have been entirely different if only I'd realized.
If. That's a silly game to play. Here comes the doctor and Gregson.
Oh, those boring old men. Let's go.
No, I think we'll stay.
No, why? Come for a walk with me, please. Please.
No, Julian, no.
Why not?
Well, I never saw her again until she died. I'm talking about my sister, Mrs. Farrer. And he actually came up to see me in the hospital and said, "Now I hope you're pleased with yourself." That's true.
Dreadful.
It's been going on like this for 20 minutes.
It's all very well to sneer, but what would you have done? I mean, imagine it. Your own sister dying in poverty.
Oh, why think about it, my dear fellow? It doesn't help.
She might be walking the earth today.
Ah, she's probably much happier where she is.
That's what I tell him. Of course she's happier, far happier.
What's the matter? Is he hurt?
It's his sister.
His sister? What do you mean? She died years ago.
Exactly. That's just it.
Sometimes it comes back to me. I just can't help it.
Really, Willie, come now. You've been giving him drink, Doctor.
1 glass of beer.
Well, you know what he's like. Now, that's quite enough, Willie.
Yes.
You did all you could for your sister. We've been through the whole story before, several times. Now, you please cheer up.
I'll try.
Well, we're here to enjoy ourselves. A beautiful evening like this, too. Meanwhile, since you were nowhere to be seen, Doctor, I had to take the old man home myself.
I'm sorry.
You might think.
I beg your pardon.
Excuse me, Mrs. Anson. I'm afraid we've lost the kite. The wind dropped as Toby was pulling it in, and it swooped down and stuck halfway up the cliff. You can see it from here.
Oh, dear, yes, what a nuisance.
Something like this always happens just when one wants to go home.
Can't we climb up to it? If the old man was here, he'd be up that cliff.
I think I can get it.
Yeah, of course you can.
Of course you can do nothing of the sort. You're not a climber. One slip and where would you be?
I've climbed these cliffs a dozen times.
I dare say, when you were young.
Well, I'm still under 80, Mother. It doesn't look particularly difficult.
Julian, will you please oblige me by not being stupid and obstinate?
Nobody need be alarmed. Broken legs are my speciality.
That's not funny. Julian, dear, I forbid you to do it. It's so steep.
This way to the amazing exhibition. Daredevil diplomat dices with death.
Doctor.
What? Yes?
May I speak to you?
What now?
There won't be another chance.
Oh, very well. Speak on. You have our ear.
Please don't joke.
Oh, my dear girl, what is it? You're trembling.
Don't laugh, that's all.
Of course not. Come and sit down.
No, I'd prefer to stand. We've no time. Doctor, it may not be very long before your employment here is ended.
Well, yes, that is so.
I believe you are quite alone in the world.
True.
So you'd have nowhere to go from here.
Oh, as to that, a nomad existence suits me. I'm an independent old cuss.
Doctor, would you not consider letting me make a home for you?
Oh, my dear girl.
I'd not interfere with you. You could come and go as you liked if you wanted to drink, if it gave you any pleasure. I'd not try to stop you by lecturing or nagging, as long as I could look after you and make a home where you were comfortable.
Mattie, please, I beg you. My dear girl, you're not thinking what you're saying. It's out of the question. Why, consider our ages.
I'm 35.
Exactly. I'm 56, 21 years older. You're a fine young woman. You should be thinking of a man who could offer you some sort of future. A young fellow with energy and prospects.
Do you think there are many young fellows with energy and prospects who'd want to marry a penniless governess of 35?
Oh, when I say young...
I've never had a proposal of marriage in my life, not one. Of course, I'm not pretty, but uglier women than I get married, plenty of them.
Oh.
Maybe I've not the right way of speaking to men. My sister always says I'm too solemn, too serious, and I dare say she's right. But am I never to be married because I've no great sense of humour? And what have I to joke about, will you tell me?
Now, Mattie.
Some women have only to lift their eyes and take a pick of a dozen. Look at her. How many men has she had, and young, too? It's not fair. It's not fair.
Shh, now, there. Shh.
Oh, sorry. I just thought, before it was too late, I might as well offer to live for someone who'd not be too particular, perhaps.
Not too particular? This is simply unheard of. Well, what can I say?
You don't need to say anything. I'm not so dense I can't understand.
Could I let you throw yourself away on a waster, a drunkard? Look at me. A nice sort of bridegroom I'd make for any woman.
What do I care that you're poor or a drunkard? You're kind, gentle, understanding, and you'd be someone that belonged to me at last. You'd be mine. If you knew how tired I am of loving other people's children and losing them and starting again, and never a soul that's mine to keep.
Oh, come now, come. Now, let's talk this over calmly. Now, let me say, first of all, that I don't see in your situation any need for such desperate remedies as you suggest. Because a young woman has reached the age of 35, that's no reason why she should throw herself away on an old fool who can be no help or comfort to her.
Why do you speak of yourself like that?
Because it's true. I've had my life, marriage, a career, a child. I've had it all. In what's to come, I am not particularly interested. And to live with a man who's uninterested in life would be dreadful, depressing. But at 35, good heavens, there's hope. A chance meeting, a letter, some trivial little incident may suddenly transform your whole life. And I believe it will. Yes, I have a strong conviction that your star is in the ascendant.
You're very kind.
Your day will come. I'm certain of it. You know, there's a certain sort of tree that only flowers every 12 years, or 10 perhaps, I forget which. And so it is with certain lives. For years they're grey and monotonous, and then, one day, unexpectedly, they blossom out in happiness. Oh, yes, he's rescued the kite. Ah, how absurd. You can see he's quite delighted with himself. Oh, very clever, very daring.
Got it! He got it! Oh, why didn't you come? Why didn't you? Halfway up, we all thought he wasn't going to be able to get any higher, and then
we should start packing up now, dear. It's nearly 7 o'clock.
If that little bush hadn't been there, what would you have done?
I should have rolled down the cliff.
Roll down the cliff, roll down the cliff.
What a feat. Now for Everest.
I still say it was very stupid. Just one slip, and look at his trousers ruined.
Oh, that's
I
nothing.
think we could mend that.
Ah, there, you see. Willing hands attend to the hero's every need. What can I do? Surely you require some medical attention. Let me feel your pulse. 98, 99, 100. He's alive.
Roll slowly down the cliff.
Shush, darling, you're too excited.
It's clear that I should have been a mountaineer. I've wasted my life, Doctor.
Now, pack up, please. Pack up, children. It's time to go.
That was a shabby trick you played on me, Doctor. Very shabby.
What do you mean?
There was something in that beer.
Oh, don't be such an ass.
Willie, your spectacle case.
What? Oh, thank you.
Julian, take the rug, dear.
Yes, Mother.
Bring the chair, Doctor. Come on, everybody.
To Babylon, 70.
Next summer, shall we be able to go to the sea? Shall we?
Perhaps, darling. We'll see.
It's all right. I asked her, Mattie, and she said you could come next summer. Next summer.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Look at this flower. There used to be a lot in the wood, owing to the heavy clay soil. It's called Herb Robert, or Geranium robertianum. The leaf has a rather peculiar scent.
I don't care for it.
It's pungent, certainly.
It looks as if there'll be more trouble in the east.
Oh, very likely. You know, I got up early this morning and went for a walk. Everything was absolutely motionless, as if asleep. The light wasn't bright like this, but gold. And the shadow of that tree stretched all across the lawn. Such stillness.
Why get up early? Couldn't you sleep?
No. Doctor, I must tell you something. I have decided to marry.
Oh, what?
Yes. All last night I thought of what my future was to be, and at last it became absolutely clear. No more ambitions for public life with its arid frustrations. Marriage, a home, children.
Does this mean you approve of marriage in a general way, or that your affections are already fixed on some particular object?
Well, of course they are. There's only one person in the world I would dream of marrying. Frances Farrer.
Oh, my dear boy.
Well?
Oh, nothing. She's a fine woman of the world. She has courage and dignity. I congratulate you.
Thank you. Thank you. You're a good fellow. Oh, I feel so absurdly excited.
Have you declared yourself?
Well, I've had no opportunity yet, but I mean to speak to her presently. She has suffered a great deal. You can see it in her face and movements, and hear it in her voice. And do you know who is partly responsible? I am.
You?
Yes. For the way she's lived, for the way she's suffered. I'm very much to blame, Doctor. I realize that now perfectly well.
Oh, we're all involved, my dear boy, one with another. We're all involved.
It's extraordinary. When I first saw her again, I only thought that she looked older. But yesterday, on the beach, her face seemed to have changed and grown more beautiful.
Oh, that's very extraordinary, of course.
Have you got 2 10-shilling notes for £1 by any chance?
I might have. Yes. Here.
Thank you.
Ah, I see.
What?
Oh, when a man wants to make himself agreeable to a widow, he starts by bribing the children.
How is David this morning, Doctor?
Oh, he's all right.
How can you say that when last night he nearly collapsed?
Oh, you know, he's a very old gentleman. We shall have these frights from time to time. Probably the sun was too much for him.
Oh, it worried me. I couldn't sleep all night. I kept thinking, suppose he dies in his sleep. Suppose I never can speak to him again. I should never have forgiven myself.
He wanted to come with us. It would have been unkind to have left him at home. It wasn't your fault, Mother.
No, you don't understand, dear. I've been so short-tempered with him, so quick and impatient. How can he help being slow and deaf and easily tired? He's coming to the end of his days, and we must never forget that. God knows his life is dull enough. He has no one of his own generation to talk to, no one's interested in his stories, and if he makes an attempt to join in the life that's going on round him, he's soon made to understand that he's a nuisance, in a way. It's so cruel.
Age, I do abhor thee. That's the law.
No, please don't say that. I don't like it.
It's Shakespeare.
I don't care who it is. Oughtn't he to have a heart tonic?
No.
Doctor, are you thinking what you say?
You can always flog a tired horse, but you can't prolong its life. His heart is old, that's all, like the rest of him. Of course, if you care to call in another opinion...
Oh, no. You do usually help him to dress, don't you?
Why, fasten his shoes and pull on his trousers. He likes to do the rest himself.
Well, perhaps this morning he was so tired last night, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, as you wish.
Why are you up so early, dear?
I couldn't sleep either. I was restless.
We must be friends, Julian.
Of course, Mother, of course.
I was worrying so much last night about your future.
There's nothing to worry about.
You say that, dear, but I think otherwise. You must remember you're 40 now. I don't like to think of you going on into middle age unsuccessful and alone. Such a bleak outlook. Independence is all very well for a young man, but as you grow older, you will find it's just another name for loneliness.
Mother,
I'm talking, Julian.
I'm sorry, but could we discuss all that later? Do you mind?
Yes, I do mind. I'm speaking for your own good, and I'll be grateful if you'll allow me to finish.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
You think me a fool, of course, because I don't happen to interest myself in politics. Nothing that I say is worth your attention.
Oh, there's a spider on your collar.
Oh, take it away.
There, it's gone.
Why won't you let me help you, dear? Why? You'll never make an effort on your own behalf, but now that you've to be at home for a time, I could easily do some entertaining for you. I should enjoy it. And you could meet a few nice people. For instance, however long is it since you've seen the Clintons? Elizabeth is 26 now, and she's grown into such an attractive creature.
Yes, I dare say.
Very well, then I shall arrange.
Mother, will you please try to understand that I am not interested in Elizabeth Clinton?
Oh, I can see what it is. You'll never marry, never.
Mother,
You'll simply end up as one of those pathetic creatures who spend their days in clubs for company and go home night after night to empty flats. Very well, I shall say no more. But if you imagine that's a happy way to live... well, what is it, Willie? We were having a private conversation.
Oh, I beg your pardon. It was just these plans. Excuse me.
No, you needn't go. Now, we've finished.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, now, I said I'd show you these plans and the estimate.
Oh, yes, the pigsty.
The scale is 1 inch to 1 foot. Now, here, for instance, is the sectional view, and you can see the rather complicated drainage system.
Yes, I suppose so.
That's all very well, but how much will it cost?
The estimate is £105, but I dare say...
Oh, it's out of the question. Perfectly absurd. Why should he have such a luxurious pigsty?
I understood that you had more or less promised him.
Then I've changed my mind. £105 indeed? Well, for half that he could buy enough pork to last him for the rest of his life.
Yes, but one can't promise a person a pigsty 1 minute and then simply change one's mind the next.
All right. I'll let him have it. It's your money, after all, not mine. Let him have it by all means. And don't let's discuss it any more.
Oh, very well.
I'm tired of it all. Yes, I'm tired. There's everlasting struggle year after year to keep the place in some sort of order. And for whom? I fuss about, make plans, spend money, and who cares? Who appreciates it?
I do, Mother. I assure you I appreciate it very much.
You? What good is it to you? You never live here. When I die, you'll have to sell it.
On the contrary.
Don't argue, dear. You know you will. It will be sold. All my work will be forgotten, disappear. Fact is, we should have left years ago when Ian died, and I should have taken a flat in London.
But I've suggested London a dozen times, and you've always said you would hate to live there, that your only interest was in this house and garden.
Have I? Oh, well, I dare say I have. One says anything. Anyway, what does it matter? My life will be over soon, thank goodness.
Mother, dear,
don't
listen.
speak to me. Leave me alone. Everybody can go away and enjoy themselves. I'm tired of you all.
Oh, Mother, darling, please.
There. I'm all right now. I apologize. Thank you, dear. I'm all right now. My back ached all night. I didn't sleep. And then that fool, that lunatic in the kitchen has broken the refrigerator again. And now, with the hot weather coming on, it really is too much.
What's this tomfoolery about my not being able to dress myself, Laura? The day I can't put my clothes on, you can knock me over the head and have done with it.
We all of us like to be helped at times, dear. Johnson always used to pull off your hunting boots, don't you remember?
Hunting boots are entirely different. I hate being messed about.
Anyway, dear, I'm glad you're better. We were so worried.
Oh, well, where's my geographical magazine?
In your chair, dear.
Oh.
Well, Francis, dear, so you're ready?
Yes, all packed. Oh, we have all enjoyed it here so much.
You must come again, with the children. You must all come again.
How kind of you. Are you better, Mr. Anson?
I'm all right. Can't kill me. I go on boring everybody year after year. Is it 8 years I've been here, Laura, or 7?
7 or 8? My dear David, it's 18.
What on earth are you talking about? It can't possibly be more than... it can't be 18.
Yes, dear, it is.
Of course, I'm such an old fool now. Time means nothing to me. The years pass and pass. But 18, really, I apologize.
Don't be so silly, dear.
I'm a sort of blasted Methuselah.
You're nothing of the sort.
Come on, Doctor. It's time for my walk.
Now, let me take you for a walk this morning, dear. Up we get.
Oh. Very kind of you. 18? Is there no end to it? One begins to feel there's been some mistake. One's been left behind, so to speak, while all one's friends...
Shh, dear, now don't. Now, where would you like to go? Just to the pond and back?
Yes. The pond and back. The pond
Doctor,
and back.
if you see Willie Gregson, tell him I'll be with him in a few minutes.
What? Yes, very well, very well.
Francis, I've so wanted to speak to you. Twice yesterday evening I tried, but each time it seemed as if you were anxious to avoid it.
We all talked so much yesterday. Too much, perhaps. Oh, really, you've changed so little, Julian. Watching you climb that cliff, you might have been 25. Do you know what it is that makes people grow older than their years? It's not hard work. It's not even failure. It's shame. Disgust with oneself. Living vulgarly. Dear, I didn't mean to talk seriously. You were out very early this morning.
Yes, I went for a walk. In the wood, I saw a tree that was blown down in a gale some years ago. Although it still lies on the ground and most of its roots are broken, its branches are covered with young leaves, and fresh roots are growing in place of the old ones.
Is that a parable?
It might be. I can't help thinking that a life, like a tree, might renew itself and put out fresh roots, as it were.
Yes. But would it ever be quite straight again? Wouldn't it always be twisted in some way? Oh, I'll be out of our depth in a minute. Yes, and it's nearly time
No,
to...
don't go. You keep evading me, and I must talk to you.
Well, then, let's talk of the past. Let's talk of what's pleasant.
And the future? Couldn't that perhaps be pleasant, too? Last night, after you'd gone to bed, my mother told me something of what had happened between you and young Farrer. And the more I thought of it, the more I realized the extent of my own responsibility.
Oh, but that's nonsense.
On the contrary, my thoughtless behavior 20 years ago drove you into an unsatisfactory marriage with Edison, and all that followed was a direct consequence, and that's undeniable.
Julian, you can't go through life feeling responsible for the actions of a girl who happened years ago to fall in love with you without encouragement. You can explain my behavior in 100 different ways, but nothing excuses it. Oh, I meant to show you rather amusing photographs.
Yes, but do you mind, please, not changing the subject? We've little enough time as it is, and before you go, I must tell you that... Oh, there now. I'm talking to you as if I were giving orders to a clerk. And what I want to tell you, what I want to say, is simply to beg you to consider becoming my wife.
Julian, no.
Why no?
You hadn't thought...
I've thought all night, and I'm sure. And the certainty and the longing to speak to you made me so impatient. And the hours till morning passed so slowly. I walked because I couldn't stay still. I felt so exhilarated. And the morning seemed to be shining entirely for my benefit.
No.
Surely it's simply providential that you and I should have met here again now at this particular moment.
Julian, it's not providential at all. It's only an accident. You're reading into our meeting some significance that isn't there. Oh, don't think I'm not flattered and grateful. I am. But really, it wouldn't do, Julian. It's not possible.
I've been too awkward and abrupt. I understand that now, but in a year, say, when you had enough time to...
It isn't that. It isn't time I need.
Oh. Then you can only mean that it's not possible for you to love me, or to think of living as my wife. Is that it?
You think we'd be happy, but we wouldn't. You think we can go back to the beginning and start again, but it's not possible, Julian. You're making a mistake.
You say that with such appalling certainty. I know what you feel. Because you've had so much unhappiness, you can't believe in a new life,
Oh,
but...
a new life. How like you that is. Do
do you know how it would end? I should disappoint you, Julian. You believe so much, and I so little. You think of me as the girl you used to know grown older, but I'm not. I'm quite different. I'm changed. Some sort of flame seems to have burned out, and now I'm just cold and old and empty-hearted.
I don't believe it. And if you are, I'll change all that. Oh, for God's sake, believe it. Do you know that the only times that I remember with pleasure are the days when you and I spent our summers together here, in this house, on the beach, before I went away? It was always fine then. Or so it seems now. Oh, those days are gone, I know, and we've changed. But surely there's something left of them still alive that might grow into a new kind of happiness. No? Is it so impossible? Say something.
Oh, I shouldn't have come here. This should never have happened. If I hadn't come back, you'd never have thought of me, never have wanted to see me again. That would have been so much better.
I'm not fit to share your unhappiness, is that it? Have I really so little understanding? Stay with me, Francis. Please.
It's too late, Julian. It's too late. But don't say any more. Here's Matt.
I think I'd better give you the keys now, Mrs. Farrer, before I forget it. And these are the lists you wanted.
Oh, thank you, Mattie, yes.
Toby's box will want mending before he goes back next term.
Yes, he needs a new one. It's really too small.
It would be better.
Now, we arrive at Paddington at 2:30 with the children. What time's your train north?
Oh, not until 5:30.
We shall all miss you dreadfully, of course.
Partings are never very agreeable. I hope the children will continue to make progress at school.
Come and see them sometimes, Mattie.
That would be very nice. Oh, excuse me, I have something for the doctor. Here's the address you asked me for.
Address? What address?
That's the one. The luggage is all packed and downstairs, Mrs. Farrer.
Her hand was shaking. What can be the matter?
It's nothing. It will pass.
Finally, you come to the dwarfs. The only ones that can exist at such altitudes.
Yes, dear, of course. Now, you sit down, and one of us will read to you for a bit.
Thank you.
Doctor, I was reading an article on Lapland or Canada to him. Here, you will find the place marked. Dear, not so much noise.
I'm sorry. Can I go in front with the driver, Mummy? Can I?
I'll come and see you off. Say goodbye nicely to Uncle David.
Goodbye, Uncle David.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Come again and cheer us up.
I shall be back in a minute, David.
Goodbye.
No, I'm not going. I shall be back in a minute. Read him the bit about the dog race, Doctor. Goodbye, Mr. Anson.
Yes, goodbye.
I'll be back in a minute, dear.
I know. Everybody shouts at me this morning. Do they think I'm deaf?
Now then. Morning saw the whole population agog with excitement to witness the great Canadian husky dog race. Again and again, the strangely thrilling cry of mush echoed and re-echoed on the frosty air.
Mush?
That's what it says. Again and again...
whose children were those?
Mrs. What's-her-name's. How do you feel?
Well, a bit of a pain in my chest and my head.
Have a rest. They're all gone.
A lot of noise and talk. I'm too old for it.
There'll be no noise now. You can have a sleep.
My ties...
Oh, too tight, is it? Here, I'll do it. There.
Thanks.
You're tired, old man. You asleep.
What's the matter?
He's had enough.
When Julian comes back, don't mention Francis Farrer. Talk of anything else. I'll explain later. Oh, it's one thing after another. poor Julian. It seems as if nothing can go right for him. It's worrying. It really is. I mean, is it my fault? There are times when I wonder. Well, Julian, they've gone.
They waved to me all down the drive. Delightful children, really.
But noisy.
Oh, no, there is no...
Don't.
You know, a girl like that governess really ought to get married and have children of her own. Why doesn't she? She's not bad looking.
One can never understand these things. She'll be an old maid, though. One can see it coming.
Oh, very likely. Oh, well, medicine time. Oh, no, my friends.
I never realized, dear. It never occurred to me.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Evidently, she didn't feel able... She's very changed, isn't she?
Yes. She's changed a great deal. Really, dear, I don't think it would be very suitable now. Years ago, of course, it might have been a different thing.
Yes, that's right.
I'm so sorry.
Well, naturally, I'm disappointed. I had hoped, in spite of everything, that she and I... However... Meanwhile, it was good to see children about the place. Living and working continually among older people, one is apt to forget that half the world is young. Yes, we may fail, miss our opportunities, live stupidly, grow old, but always behind us come the young ones, with new energy, new ideals, new faith. And not all of them will fail. No. Some will succeed, live splendidly, achieve what we have scarcely dared to dream of.
Yes, I dare say, but what are you going to do now, dear? What?
Oh, I shall go back to my work, of course. My career isn't finished by any means. I'm pretty certain to be promoted soon, a year or two at the most. And then I shall be a councillor or head of a department. That's something, after all. And then I intend to come back here a good deal more in the future.
Oh, do, dear.
Yes, I will. I intend to learn gardening. I dare say you've got some books on the subject.
Plenty.
There's a good deal we could do. For instance, we might use the stream to make a sort of water garden, lilies and so on. And then it occurred to me this morning that if we were to cut down 3 or 4 trees over there by the front door and clear away the undergrowth, we could make a great vista stretching away to the sea and border it with azaleas and flowering shrubs. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, dear.
Yes. There's really no end to what we might do. There's no end.
In A Day by the Sea by N.C. Hunter, the part of Frances Farrar was played by Rachel Gurney, Julian Anson by Richard Herndl, Laura Anson, Margot Boyd, David Anson, Rafe Truman, Dr. Farley, Gerald Cross, Miss Matteson, Catherine Parr, William Gregson, Peter Tuddenham, Humphrey Caldwell, Gerard Green, Eleanor, Elizabeth Proud, and Toby, Adam Richardson. The producer was Norman Wright.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.